Hello guys and welcome to the channel. First of all, disclaimer, I did get this game for free from Terminals. I have played the demo and it's pretty much about, it's a mirror game. So there's people that live in the mirror which are exactly the same as you. They mimic your stuff. Mirrors aren't real. There's always a person there. And she watches herself die, or get killed I should say. And she tries to solve her own murder. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to, I hit a button on my stream deck and it did that. Sorry. There we go.
Oh, Pokemon, catch it, catch it, catch it.
What do you mean you don't have sound? Are you serious? There's no sound? My OBS is showing sound. You're still super salty that I missed the... Oh, you do hear it? Fantastic. There's a lot of achievements to get in this game too. Is it too loud? If so, let me know and I'll turn it down. I think it's too loud. I will turn it down. As soon as the shorts are over. Oh, is that the 100 catch thing or something, Manolo? Because pretty much every event, I've only been, you know, 1 or 2 off. So this is her seeing herself in the mirror. Alright, well, let me do something about that volume. Just to clarify, my name is Iris and I'm a reflection. I mean, I used to be a reflection of a famous actress. When a person dies, the link between them and their reflection snaps right away or in a matter of minutes. I don't know why, but I thought this read it to me for some reason. What was once living is now dead. The human reflection sets aside, and what's left of an inanimate object reflection. Well, that's it. I'll be right there whenever somebody looks in the mirror on their side. And me, I'm supposed to be fine. And cope with the fact that my whole world was shattered. And simply forget her. But then, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. After Serena's murder, I was left alone for that long. Someone returned to the crime scene. Not the killer, no. Its reflection did. Please forgive me. How are you? Did it hurt a lot? You should probably wipe the blood off. Here, take this. Want some water? Or a medkit here somewhere? Do you always kill someone first and then start fretting about it? No. I mean, I don't know. It's the first time my prototype has done something like this. Maybe he has before, but I've never had to reflect it. Again, I'm so sorry. Do you want anything at all? Yes, I want to know why he did kill Serena. I suppose I should be putting on a man's voice.
Again, sorry, I have no idea.
Oh, he should sound sexier. I'm probably going to be dating him later. I've always thought that... I don't know how to sound sexy. It's fine. I'm just going to read in my voice. Ignore me. I've always thought that they've got their own lives
On the other side of the mirror, which we cannot affect in any way, so it's best to just distance ourselves. But how could I...
Wow, he's got all the voices.
How could I ever distance myself from when, you know? Never mind, forget it. How do you feel?
Dead?
Maybe you'll feel better if you try killing me too.
With a fake knife, man? As in, kill you back?
Won't you go right back to life as soon as your prototype looks in the mirror again?
The game doesn't read for you? It doesn't, no. Well, it's not. I thought it did.
I will, yes.
This game has a lot of story. I'm guessing I read it all last time in the demo. I'll check the settings to see if there is something.
So it's fine.
Oh, that's her. It's a fair deal then. Your offer basically says, hurt me if that kind of thing helps you stress less, right? Under some other circumstances, this could have been very amusing. I mean that it might make you feel at least a bit better. It won't. That's too basic. I want to figure out why Serena was killed. Does it have to do with her fame? Does your prototype work in the industry? Is he involved with Argus in any way? Tell me about him. Honestly, I don't see him that often. I hardly know much about him. Neither his name nor his line of work. I haven't even seen the murder weapon before, and I don't know anything about the inscription on it, sorry. I'll probably see my prototype on Saturday night again. Why Saturday? Won't help you much, I guess, but he's a regular at the barber shop on Maiden Lane. Goes twice a week, Tuesdays and Saturdays.
What for?
Well, for a trim. Sensational. It's Wednesday today. I'd imagine that a hair and beard trim is a prerequisite for murdering someone. Oh, that door scared the crap out of me. Listen, you shouldn't stay here. You're no longer a reflection. That puts you in a danger. All the dead reflections must arrive at the community's distribution center and all that. You die, and the next thing you know, you already owe them something. What a brave new world. Fuck this. If you stay here, they'll send a squad after you. The squad can go right to hell. Wow. You know their protocol involves guns and the stretcher. And the right to decide for me, right? Of course. On stamped paper too. Want to go together? I know my way around here pretty well. I know a few folks too. No, you're my killer, not my date. We are not going to walk around holding hands. Trust me. Okay then. The community is, you know, quite reasonable agent. And what? I mean, I'll help you at the center. What are you taking notes for? Oh, the game not reading. Can they tell me anything about your prototype? No, I mean, they'll help you build your life from now on. Your new life of your own. Seriously, so first I get a reflector 24/7 and I'd be happy when she's happy and sad when she's sad, and then they turn around and tell me it's finally time to be myself. Simply delightful. And what is myself, I dare wonder? Well, you two are not exactly the same, right? In that I'm still alive. Yeah, you're right. She wouldn't have said it. Dark humor wasn't really her thing. You seem like you've lost a friend. If you can even call someone who didn't know I existed a friend. I am sorry you feel this way. Maybe, should I maybe look around? I know this place like the back of my hand, so I'll hardly spot anything new or... I guess cannot believe that the premiere was just 2 days ago. The critics loved it and decided everyone else our best film ever. Oh, where's all the other markers gone? It's sure going to become a blockbuster now. This guy then, first he kills me like quite a pro, and then he stands there being useless like a pro. There's always a chance that he has a name and more than a layer to his personality. We must have met before, but I cannot remember a single thing about him. She can't believe it's all over. Not like that. There's a doll sob to the chair while Serena is out for a minute, and that's the only reason I'm not pulled in to reflect her. Oh, I forgot to keep reading. With the fact that I've gone to new free damn it, like you go ahead. I don't know if you guys want me to read everything and click on everything or just sort of speed through the game. I simply refuse to think about it. It was quite a long demo, so I'm expecting the actual game to be at least, you know, 3 times that long. So it's probably going to be over a couple of streams. He left the weapon on the crime scene. It must be an expression of something. It may be self-expression, actually. The evil maniac. I do ritual killings of women that are way out of my league. The hieroglyphs on the blade reveal nothing to me whatsoever. Was anyone here when I played the demo? Any of you guys? Serena and this bag were inseparable. Does anyone remember the game? Apart from the wallet, I did have a choice to continue from the demo, but, you know, it's a while ago, so I thought I'd start it again. Apart from the wallet, makeup bag, perfume tissues, it holds a first aid kit, couple of notepads, 3 printed scripts copied, scribbled all over, 4 books of preparing the role, and there are sneaky inner pockets that always keep you from finding what you need right away. Oh my god, just like my bag. After death, prototypes end up in heaven, and we reflect, and the reflections proceed to the distribution center. To be honest, I really never bothered to learn more. I wasn't planning on dying for a few more years, you know. And it's just me, my killer's reflection, and time ticking away, fast as hell. They'll find the body soon. I'm sure I don't have to ask all the questions, if any at all. You don't know? It's too long ago. Oh yeah, it's a few months ago. Who are you anyway? My name is Roy. My usual traveling is dangerous places, submitting myself to experiments, or sacrificing myself. What about the outside routine? It's a first for me today, actually. And are you Serena? I'm Iris. It was Serena's dream to play a novelist Iris one day. Does it mean that you used to care so much what she dreamt of? Or maybe I just liked the name. Have we met before? Seems like your prototype and Serena knew each other, but I don't remember seeing you before. Same here. Let's figuring this out. I don't know, do I date my killer later or not, or do I pick the other guy? I remember I knocked this one back, I think. Let's try figuring out. Have you ever been here before? Not even once, in fact. It's I think it's the first time I've reflecting in a theatre. I've definitely seen Argus posters before. Then again, they're all over the city. They premiered 2 days ago. About the posters, by the way, I remember one, it was being weird, I came across. Serena was in it, and everything was white. Lots of threads called something like rabbit feathers, I think. Funny thing, actually. Oh, sugar. Oh, wait, I could go back. Wait, can I not go back one? Simply speaking, as part of the whitening thriller, and you only have seen these posters around the film sets. Yes, seriously? Does it mean that Retro Cafe on Delalia is the prop? It was very dusty. They were all filled with water pipe and smoke. I left it as soon as I no longer had to reflect him. My sincere congratulations. Not too much film production drama for you then. And it seems like your prototype is somehow involved in the industry at all. If I miss any of the chat, guys, I am doing a lot of reading here. I do apologize. Make sure you at me so I do see it and notice it a little bit better. Turns out we could have met earlier. Would you prefer... Oh, sugar. Would you prefer killing someone you already knew? My bad, sorry. I'm sorry too. You know, I'm not loving this either. Suze! Dear Lord, Serena! Serena! Oh shit, I should really... sorry to grab you like this, didn't mean to scare you. She has to repeat another prototype. She was on her way to crash into you. Dangerous stuff. Yeah, since the prototype looked into the mirror on her side, everything here had to become exactly the same. Well, almost. The chair would have been visualized right through me. The chair would have visualized right through me, and not just the chair. Well done. You killed me once. How you doing, Ice? Hello. And you saved me once too. Talk about evening the score. It doesn't sound even right to me, but seriously, you did the right thing. I just froze like a fool. Who is she, by the way? Suze is my makeup artist. Well, Serena's makeup artist. She came to do me for a stage and instead ended up like a new reflection in her hands that couldn't care less about makeup. Practically speaking, the dead body is just an object. And so is its reflection. You, meanwhile, are alive. She used to be alive, same as me. I don't understand why she's in the chair now. How could she be in the chair? So, or is this her real reflection now? Like, how is, I think I had the same issue in the demo. I don't get why she's here when she's reflecting her. But the one reflecting her is here. So I don't know. I don't remember what I read, so I don't know if the story actually explained that. But, Anyway, my sweet girl, how is this even possible? We're going off to O'Donnell's later, weren't we? O'Donnell's? It's a pub, yeah. Dear me, in front of the mirror, all the places. How awful. Was it quick, at least? You know what? Don't answer that. I'm sorry. You just can't get my head around it. Sis, I know. I talk too much, don't I? Oh, darling. Oh, darling. Well, at least you'll remain beautiful for the rest of your life. Nothing like an old hag I'll turn into by the time I die in my 30s or so. And when I do die, everyone is going to assume you're not my friend, but my granddaughter, Suze. Oops. It's handy. There are no mobile reception there. She runs off to call the police. We got time. I'm going to start reflecting again. Time is... Oh my god. Time is indeed an issue, ma'am.
Oh, Pokemon, catch it.
Was that a ma'am? Who are you anyways? Suze, I want you to know what happened today. What do you mean happened? So he's the one who killed you. This scumbag. Yep, that's me. Yes, but why? Yes, but why? Suze, please do me a favor. Memorize everything that'll happen here. I'll try to get in touch with you very soon. Oh, Iris, why are you always like this? You're always up to something. Take now, you're sitting here all bloody and hair is a mess, hugging away at this killer instead of asking him. You're asking me for favors. I mean, of course, I'll take notes of everything, but honestly, girl. We'll go to O'Donnell's. I'll treat you to the largest Irish coffee on the menu, I promise. I hope I won't have to wait too long. What do we do now? Suzanne, oh, you cannot stay here. People will rush in any minute. It's going to be a complete... It'll get worse than it is now. And you know, you don't trust me to make yourself useful. Get out of here. What's the point of looking at the body now? Got any manners at all, huh? Roy, ... Suzanne. Anyways, this chat must be over. Time's running out and you've got a lot to do. And so do I. Before I go, come over here for a sec. Just touch up the contour. Here you go. Much better. Okay then, come here and I'll give you your old friend a final hug. Off you go. Start your new life. Take care, my sweet darling. Iris, I'll do my best. Don't forget about the large Irish coffee, Suzanne, how could I? Edo, do you want me to call out the characters' names before I read the bit that they're saying? Roy, good luck. Maybe I should come with you after all. Iris, I'll be fine. Roy, alright. In that case, I hope to make a better impression next time we meet. Iris, shouldn't be too hard. And yeah, if your prototype ever breaks his neck, do let me know. Somehow maybe send a dove of champagne or something. Absolutely will do. Thought I had more storyline with him earlier. I didn't click through all of it yet. Staff, welcome. Please keep moving and don't don't hold up. Lecture halls 15, 16, and 17. Go on, don't stand around. Proceed this way. Lecture halls 15, 16, and 17. Iris. At a last minute change of heart, anyone? Ah. Looks bad. He seems to have no clue what's going on. How you doing, Viscount? Thanks for hanging out. Staff, please proceed. Nothing to see here. I hope you're well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Hey, you with the gun. Iris, is there maybe like a guide or a manual on immediate help for cases like this? Would have been mighty helpful. Staff, go on this way, please. Proceed this way. Don't linger around. That way, everyone. Lecture halls 15, 16, and 17. Go, go, go. Staff, hey, who are you? What happened to you? Iris, and they didn't even think to ask the bloodied man with the gun what happened. Glorious stuff. I've seen you somewhere before. Iris, nope, you haven't. Cue in a standard excuse. You must be confusing me with someone else. Which lecture halls again? Oh, gee, 14, 16, 15, 16, and 17. Even I know that. I know that. Hold on. I definitely know you. Aren't you that? Iris, thanks. I'll get going. Iris, so there are free seats in the front row, but then again, I don't really feel like going back to the hallway. Lecturer, let me start with the warmest greetings on behalf of the community. You will no longer be pulled into mirrors. Your prototypes are dead, and you are free to finally free to do as you please. Guy in blue, yay! Iris, not all reflections got lucky with their prototype, sure, but the mere idea of congratulating us on death, ugh. You tell her, original, you tell her. Some fundamental basics. Now you'll need to eat and sleep regularly and shower too. Your prototype could bring you back to life with a single glance in the mirror, but that's no longer the case, so I wouldn't risk it. Clothes are too restrictive. Do you actually walk around the house like that? Or do you just joke about it in chat? Lecturer, should anything bad happen to you, the consequences are reversible. This is crucial, so I'll say it again. Do take care of yourselves. You'll thank yourselves later. Now, a few organizational aspects. We're at the Community Distribution Center that is all about newbies and no exceptions. Angel, I have fallen sick. What do I do? A, take the day off work or school or whatever it is. Probably take some medication, see a doctor, or sleep it off with lots of fluid and some paracetamol. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Don't ask me. I will not be responsible for your outcome. Lecturer, now a few organizational aspects. We at the Communities Distribution Center. I read that already. Yep, done all that. I was hoping for a miracle cure. I'm all out of miracle cures. Look, just because the name is Angel, I'm not actually an angel. Or a god. I don't grant wishes. No, that's a genie, not a god. Why are there no painkillers in the jungle? Because the parrots eat them all. The parrots eat them all. Yeah, I know that one. My housemate uses that one a lot. Once this intro lecture is over... Oh my god, I knew a joke. I don't believe it. Get some faux soup. I didn't have... Everyone's like, have chicken soup when I was sick. I didn't have chicken soup. So I had a chicken stock cube that I stuck in hot water. And I was just drinking that. Once this intro lecture is over, please head over to the staff. They'll provide you with all forms to fill in, and that'll assign you your new curators. In the next 2 months, they'll be gradually settling into this world, and they'll get a job and move on and live on their own. For now, you're in the community's care. Iris, it's all about time heading over the branded caps with "Welcome to the community" printed all over it, and get us a sign for these, and then demand them back in mint condition in 2 months. I didn't get it. What's parrots? Parrots. A parrot is a type of bird. Like, parrots eat them all. Like a parrot, plural of parrots. You know the birds like that the pirates have on their shoulder? And repeat what you say. Do you know how to become resistant to the common cold? Vitamin C, vitamin D. Vitamin D is sun, so I would say vitamin C. Echinacea is meant to be good. Getting enough sleep and eating more healthy. They are naturally jungle birds. Just a reminder for those who may have forgotten the basics. The community was created by reflections who managed to harness these processes soon enough. You too will learn to link different places. If you have any questions, fire away. If not, address any of the staff in the hallway for further instructions. Thank you for your attention. What is this? A mini lecture? Micro lecture even? Yes, but what do they eat? Oh, the paracetamol. Paracetamol is a like a headache kind of medication, or that you take for fever. The paracetamol. So the joke is that parrots eat them all because that sounds like paracetamol. Each sentence invites at least one big question and then a bunch of follow-ups. This sucks. Yeah, paracetamol. Is it really the same as acetaminophen? Because paracetamol is the non-brand name. I'm pretty sure those two are slightly different, but from the same family. See, name brand is Tylenol. See, paracetamol, name brand is Panadol. Paracetamol is the non-version. So I don't think those are exactly the same. I think they're two different drugs that just do the same thing. It's in German, the word. Now I get it. Yeah, I know that, you know, English isn't your first language. Both are the same chemical. They come from a different side of the name. Oh, okay. I thought that was slightly different. Tylenol is scarier because it's easy to OD if you aren't careful. Ugh. Iris, each sentence invites one big question and a bunch of follow-ups. This sucks. Seems like a good time for a promo. Something like, buy your hard liquor from the community and give another session of the cute therapist as a gift. Apparently, though, I'll just be riding off into the sunset looking for trouble. Or should I skip the trouble and just ask one of the staff to find me a curator? And speed everything and what somewhat. How about you stay instead, Iris 2, and figure out what the community and cold hearted bureaucracy operates. Maybe even learn something useful here. Sounds boring, but could be worth it. Stay for the lecture. Come up with something else. Take off to find a curator. Stay for the lecture. Alright then. Let me see what my fellow miserables are keen to learn. If anything. Is everyone wanting for someone else to go for it? I mean, I sure could. Girl in yellow. What if... Oh, nice. Someone's got to go. And what if I don't give a single damn about you all? Any curators, change distribution centers, gonna tie me to a chair? Are you? To my bed? The radiator? The windowsill? The chandelier? And like wash me, brainwash me or something? Or jab me with some shit to silence me? Damn, my head.
Oh,
Lecturer.
Pokemon, catch it.
You can leave the lecture hall right now. No one will do anything about it. In that case, however, you'll have to get food, shelter, and job all by yourself. Food? Ugh. Nah, no food. Is she hungover? Did someone party too hard? Girl in yellow. So then, what should I do? Fling my fingers or something? Or drag something here? Like, or... alternative... Lecture. Some newbies find jobs and settle in before their prototypes are even dead. If you're one of them, you'll breeze through the whole thing. If not, your creator will need some help to deal with your hangover. We seem to agree on... Iris, we seem to agree on something here. Gilia, I'm not hungover in the slightest. It's just my head. Not hungover. Yeah, or anyways. Iris, I wonder who I relate to here. No one asked the girl what she wanted, and lecturer's now investigating a possible hangover, and everyone's loving it. Or is anyone even listening? It doesn't seem like it, to be honest. Guess I'll shake up the crowd and make them care by saying a few tricky questions. 2 at least. And see how it works in the long run. Now I can pick the lecturer a bit, stir him enough about an emotional, maybe say something worthwhile. Alternatively, I could sweet talk him into some intent and not bother him at all. Ask a neutral question. On one hand, they could just leave us to sink or swim. On the other hand, they could have given us more freedom, let us pick the curators ourselves. Then again, there's always better or worse options nearby in any situation, and I didn't have a question. Before you speak, I'm going to ask you for a round of applause. This is a reflection of Serena Elise, everyone. Maybe it's a tuba. Maybe. Reflect and forget. Why? Oh, why? The wrong way. Because this is a mirror game. So these are all the people that were in the mirror. And she's not loving her reflection at all. And she wanted to ask something, she might as well not. Though it's a bit of a what the heck. Girl in pink. Look how determined she is, eh? And straightforward too, and not even sure if it's appropriate. Not surprisingly at all given a story. If it works this much, I avoid meaningless banter too. You're not avoiding it though. Ah, shut up, you. Ahem. Of course, Miss Elsie. What was your question? Miss Elsie, I'm Iris. I don't have a last name, even though my life is nobody's business here, really. What's the community? Lecturer. Can you please specify what you want to know? Iris, how did the community appear? How was it evolved? How was it achieved? And what are the goals? Lecturer is quite a broad question you're suggesting here. Originally, it would split into multiple minor spaces, suggest from one another void, but by communicating very hard. And then car mirrors were invented because the most common thing, the reflections used to live in small groups, and now they have the opportunity to communicate and exchange their experiences. This is when the community appeared. I mean, not appeared per se, but was founded upon the greats of the past, Eric Hansen, Ruth Jarvinen, Glenn Stevwell, those people. Listen to them. The reflections learned to alter the space around them, which had the most critical impact on our history. I'm very slow. Sorry for that today. That's okay. You might have missed the start of stream as well. You're all good. I don't want to go into too much detail here. The community's first goal was to expand by incorporating new territories. One of them where Crystal City would be founded later, our capital of today. Yes. Guy in blue. Guy in blue. Is it made of crystal for real? Lecturer, more like it just looks like it is. However, unique not only because of its appearance. As you all know, nothing is permanent in the prototypes world. They will all have fixing and maintaining everything and items from the buildings. And I'm reading quite fast as well, so it's easy for you to miss the story. Did I thank you for your YouTube like SP Wolf? I'm not sure. If I didn't, I do apologize. Unfortunately, it's the same here too, except for the Crystal City. There's nothing ever shatters, disappears, or cracks. Nothing ever. Guy in blue. Whoa! Just like those elven cities in that video game. Whoa, just like those 11 cities in the video game. Just like that one. Iris, I'm sensing it catchy and nothing disappears in the prototypes world. As if they'd sure made a movie about it now, democracy even, and now it turns out things do disappear here, at least outside the Crystal City place. Either it was badly worded or someone is hiding something. I could find out more, but I bet the lecturer wouldn't be overjoyed. Alternatively, I could ask more about the community goals and listen yet more inspiring and in certain elven city lovers find so exciting. In fact, I could also just go and nip that unsolicited attention in the bud. Let's ask a provoking question. Excuse me, what exactly disappears outside the city? Just like anywhere, really? Everything dangerously placed? Can you maybe give an example? Lecturer, well, let's say if you place a wine glass on the edge of the table and knock it off with your hand, it'll shatter. And it won't shatter if it takes place in Crystal City. Well, not quite. It'll shatter, but the shards will remain. Huh? He's being incredibly vague. What's his deal? So does everyone get destroyed and disappear, or the wine glass recklessly knocked over outside the city? In theory, of course, yes, everything can be fully destroyed. Alright, let's sum it up. There's dangerous places where everything can get destroyed and disappear without a trace. Am I missing anything? Lecturer, look, if you want to tell me something more about the void, just say so and stop dancing around. Iris, I think I do want to know more about this void. Whoa. Lecturer, yes, it is. Yes, we are looking for new territories there, and yes, sometimes, very seldom. I like to point out something falls into it. I don't like that when I hit the next button. Sometimes it takes a while for the thing, and then I think it's going to be empty, and then I hit the next button and miss it. Girl in a suit or someone. Iris, grateful. What a grateful audience. Doesn't get better than this. Lecturer. There's nothing special about the void. Chances are you'll never even get to see it, ever. Those who work in the void are putting themselves in dangers voluntary. Everyone else is safe. Iris, unless, of course, someone knocks them off the table or something. Girl in pink. I wanted her autograph, but now I'm scared she'll just laugh at me. Girl in a suit. You for real? He wouldn't have told us shit if he had asked. It's pretty obvious that Serena is all for justice. They must have taught her this way. Girl in pink. Who taught her? Iris. Yeah, I'd love to know that too. Girl in a suit. Oops. Do you know she's a lifeguard in her early days? Iris. Oh yes, she's a part-time and secret agent, an astronaut, and a prime minister's mistress. Or am I getting the order wrong? Girl in a suit. With a job like hers, one can follow her ideals and be cool, you know. Girl in pink. I don't think that. Lecturer. Shush. Any more questions? Girl in violet. Are there any official ranks in the community? Like, can you become, say, a general or commander-in-chief? Lecturer. Not exactly. The community is comprised of two factions, the Seekers and the Effectors. Each have its own hierarchy. Neither will be well formalized. I'm really regretting asking this question. I should have just left the hall. I'm pretty sure there's an achievement for finishing the lecture, and I like achievements. Guys in violet, can you tell us more about these factions? Lecturer. Will happily oblige. Lecturer. The Seekers are the scientists. They're easily fascinated and caring, and they are into history and science. Actually, they're into everything around them. They accumulate knowledge, build hypotheses, study unusual phenomena, and encourage curiosity. The effectors are the practitioners. They love experimenting and bringing them into the effects of all the ideas and the scientists come up with. If you're bored, try them. They'll definitely keep you entertained. By the way, you can ask for a curator at the special faction. Our staff will mark down their preference. Girl in green. I want to sing. Where do I go? Lecturer. The practitioners. Now, if you want to write music, then opt for the scientists. Lecturer. If you want to do both, just cooperate with both factions. It's a valid way. Girl in green. Are you still saying get a vocal curator and then end up working with the composer right away? Wow. Lecturer. It's a bit more complicated than this, but don't worry. Your preferences will be certainly taken into account. Just make sure you don't forget to voice them. Iris, just how much more complicated? I guess the lecturer didn't feel this responding to this. Iris, how much more complicated? You've got a girl here who knows she wants to do. When can she start? In a month, 2 months, in a year? Lecturer, it depends on the curator and her learning curve. If everything goes smoothly, she should get there in about 8 months. Whoa, girl in green. 8 months, but I need to practice. Iris, for some reason, this mental stage, someone is forcing the poor young thing to study higher maths. No singing for you, young lady, until you've aced the integrals. Girl in green. I don't even know what integrals are. Lecturer, calm down. There's no reason to worry. This maths scenario is quite unlikely, but it could happen. Studying involves acquiring skills for the imperative and living comfortably in our world. If you are on good terms with your curator and studying well, you'll succeed. And what if he does end up making me study maths? Don't worry, you'll manage. It's all very assuring. Iris, the singer, wants to chat. I really hope she's not going to ask me to explain the integrals to her. Iris, yes, girl in green. You recommended a curator. Is there anyone more suitable that you know? No. Girl in green, I'm not asking you for introductions, of course. It's just if you want to let me sing, I'd be terrible. You don't know what to do, right? Girl in green, please, I need some advice on what to do. Iris, flip a coin, panic, pretend you fainted. Girl in green, excuse me, what? Iris, alright, let's go the boring way. Should you announce at the top of your voice that you want to sing and have the best curator there? I don't know. You could probably secure some favourable conditions. Or you won't, and they will assign you someone who knows how to deal with the outspoken. There's a middle option. You wait for the right moment. It is likely that it will never come. Feeling green, but what do I do then? Pick someone that's prepared for the consequences, or pick someone nothing can be prepared for nothing. Wait, or pick nothing and be prepared for nothing, or pretend you've fainted and spy on the commotion that ensues. Iris, just make sure they don't figure you out. Kelly Green, you are so weird. Iris, I know. I think it's about to get interesting. Guy in violet, is there anything that makes sense in here? Guy in grey, there's a complete sham of a lecture. Girl in yellow, and anyway, I'm gonna go sitting on a strike. Guy in blue, that's right. We'll just sit here and not go anywhere. Guy in violet, we demand reasonable conditions. Guy in a suit, we are not going anywhere until you tell us the entire truth. Girl in pink, yes, enough of this nonsense. Tell us what's going on. Ooh, a door. Guy in grey. What are you, trying to make a run for the north? Everything is out of reach, and the mirrors was created by the community, including this very lecture hall. Lecture, if you stay here and thus prevent others from using its facilities as intended, its maintenance will cease. And in about a week's time, it'll shatter and return to the void, taking all of you with. Is this a preview graphic enough? If you want no one to ever decide for you what is you should be doing, please feel free to inhabit all the unfilled spaces of our world at your discretion. Yellow and yellow, you have no rights! Lecturer, back in the day, the community wouldn't open doors into this new life, and the reflections went on and died from hunger, cold, and other adversities. Now you have options, and the choice is all yours. You can go there. Or here. This applies to absolutely everyone, including you, Miss Elsie. Whoa, someone's nursing a grudge. Girl in a suit, how can you even say this if it weren't for her? You'd learn nothing valuable at the Void, all the problems, none of it. Well, now you know, happy, you cannot change anything, but you are simply wasting my time and yours as you stroke yet another starlet ego. Girl in violet, don't you go flipping. Guy in violet, don't you go flipping at the script here. Serena called your bluff right away because she could tell you were lying to us. Girl in pink, yes, Serena actually cares about the opposed to you. Girl in yellow, go and Serena, tell him. My name isn't Serena, damn it. Elsie. Yeah, you tell them. Iris, I'm not Serena. Impress the audience. Achievement unlocked. Staff. Oh my. Oh, Serena Elsie is off the grid now. Dear me. Iris. Oh yeah, my name is Iris, not Elsie. Whoops, I was close. Stay chill, Iris. Stay calm. Can I have the forms, please? Staff. It was drugs, wasn't it? All those stars go off the hook sooner or later. You can wear that mask off cool all you want, but at some point justice gets served. Oh yes. Iris, ever seen a forensic pathologist open a corpse's chest? Staff, what? Why are you? Iris, want me to show you? Serena rehearsed it a lot in her role, so I could repeat the entire thing, even with my eyes shut. The incision will be impeccable. Iris, even though you probably won't be able to see it. Stranger. Cynthia, sign her up for my group. Staff, have you even heard what she just... Stranger, I have. Just sign her. Staff, but the form. Stranger, but fill it in together. Staff, alright, are you... Please, take her away. Iris, I'm going to stop behaving irrationally now and follow you because a stranger, because I'm the only one of all the curators who knows how you feel. My prototype was a model, the runways, the makeup, then more runways, then photo shoots, and yes, even more runways, enormous stress, and even greater willpower. I never wanted to be anyone else. When she died, I felt like my oxygen was cut off. My name is Dora, by the way. Iris. I am Iris. I sometimes bully everyone around me. Does that bother you? Dora, in my first week after her death, I smashed an antique vase on the head of one of my friendly young men who just wouldn't leave me alone. This will pass. Iris. Nice to meet you, Dora. The explorer. Iris, I will be a curator for the next 2 months. Today you will be joining a group of newbies on an expedition away from here. A group? Dora, I will work with reflections that used to spend a lot of time in front of the mirror. There are currently 4 of you, including myself. We'll get back to the expedition in a bit for now. Let's fill in your form. Iris, hold on. If we're going somewhere, I like to be able to go back sometimes. Dora, to your friends? Sure thing. I'll teach you how to create doors, and you can go anywhere you want through those. Iris, oh, okay. Let's do the form then. Dora, name and sex. Got it. Age, 26. Dora, marital status. Why? With three kids, that doesn't make a difference. Iris, I'm single, and with 3 husbands and 5 children make a difference in his case. Dora, no, but you could have, but would have been different to start with. Dora, by the way, if you decide to marry, don't forget to notify the community. Iris, what for? Dora, it has to do with the marital status of property rights, the wedding and such are up to you. Okay, now prototype's occupation, actress, because prototype's death. She was murdered. Her cause of death is murder. Should be easy to say it out loud, shouldn't it? Iris 2. Dora, Iris. Iris, in the very best of the Shakespearean tradition, she was cold-heartedly stabbed by the ghost in her own dressing room, right in front of the mirror. Dora, my sincere condolences, but it's good that your sense of humor is still there. Many reflections come apart in these situations. Did I read this already? My sincere condolences, good your sense of humor is still here. Many reflections come apart in similar situations. I have to warn you though, you're likely to lapse into nightmares at some point. Iris, you mean dreams about death? Dora, not just those. Random memories related to your prototype may resurface. It gets better with time, however. Dora, you are currently under the so-called Mirror of Death curse, which in other words is simply your adjustment period. Iris, delightful. Dora, try not to be hung up on your emotional struggle. Dora, alright, Iris? What about bad habits, smoking, drinking, drugs? I had to smoke during filming. I used herbal roll-ups, but never fell into the habit. I'd say I'm neutral to positive regarding alcohol. I don't do drugs. Dora, I see. Overall health? Iris, splendid. Exceptional even. No panting, a new prototype, and even the stab wound has closed up now. Dora, prototypes' fatal wounds are not passed on to their reflections. There is no problems. We're moving on to the next question. Do you have any particular talents or skills? Be serious or laugh it off. Iris, I can rope walk, This will do. Anything else? This will do. Okay, it's well accepted that sex on the beach is amazing when I'm in charge. Dora, right, what else? Iris, I can croon like a wounded bird. Dora, really? Iris, I fancy my affected confident mezzo-soprano. Dora, sensational. Iris, I can take endless questioning too. Dora, well, it's a shame we're out of questions. Iris, are we going to win the contest for the most creative form? If that clock is driving me nuts. I don't know how anyone can handle having a ticking clock in their room. I can't even sleep if there's... You know how some of the older watches make noise? When I was with my last partner, sometimes he'd leave the watch out and I'm like, I can't sleep. I can hear it ticking. So he put it in the drawer and I can still hear it ticking in the damn drawer. I had to grab it and put it in the other room. Dora, affirmative. How about I tell you more about the expedition then? Dora, we are a small group of scientists and practitioners engaged in discovering and stabilizing new territories in the world in order for the reflections to have the spaces to inhabit the procure resources from. You'll see. Iris, can you say it again but in simpler terms? Good thinking. Dora, in a nutshell, we board buses, explore the void, and occasionally transport things for the community. They'll have the opportunity to get new impressions, figure out that you might want to do in the future, and catch a break from the rubbernecks. Iris, thank you. And yeah, the final point is particularly inspiring. Yeah, let's end the conversation. Oh, you know what? Tell me about Crystal. Oh, I can't change my mind. I think that's it for me, thanks. Dora, fine then. Oh, by the way, if you have no reflecting objects with you, there are pieces of polished metal fixes in places of mirrors on the bus. Or remind me later if I find something for you that's a bit more compact. Iris, not a bad idea. I will never see anyone in the mirror again, but it won't hurt to have a way to fix my hair once in a while. Or should I say, no one will ever see me in the mirror again? Stranger, Dora, what's taking so long? We're leaving in half an hour. Dora, I got someone new to board. She'll be joining us. Iris, I'm Iris. Stranger, ain't that neat? Perfect timing, Iris. Pack up, we got no time to spare. Dora, Chloe is coming with us. She's one of the practitioners. You won't have to interact much. Dora, however, she is right. It's time to pack. For no help. Here, take this. Just a second. I'll get you the building layout. Yeah, bus departs from Station B is highlighted. Ours is a bronze one. Iris, a bronze bus? I wonder who got the golden one. Dora, I'll meet you there, but first scoot over to the warehouse and get changed. Just show the keeper the request form. He'll fetch you everything you need. What if he doesn't? In that case, I'm going to be very angry with him. See you soon. I wonder if I'll be able to summon my curator in the end. Or the keeper will turn out to be accommodating enough. I guess we'll see. Good evening. I'm about to ride off into the sunset with Dora. Here's the list. Warehouseman, Mostly Kit 3 and expansion overalls. Female size. It's an M. Easy peasy. I'll get your stuff. Sign here, will you? Here you go. Should try it on. And listen, you're her, aren't you? That's Serena girl. Iris, if the clothes fits, I'll be able to bash his head in and flee. In fact, even if they don't fit. Warehouse man. So then mine was watching telly right before his shift was the news piece on her. A news piece? They may have said something important. What piece exactly? Something about it being sacrificed or some such by a cult or something. Iris, a cult? Warehouseman, scientists or whoever they were. The press was saying she owed him money, or maybe there was an orgy gone wrong, even a ritual killing, you know. Fancy that, how stupid could you be? For real? Iris, crap. Well, so it's true then, don't be mad, beautiful. You ain't her after all. I'd be happy if mine kicked the bucket. I'm telling you, I'd be free, huh? Why is he here if his guy hasn't kicked the bucket? Oh, I guess this is his side job. So what does he do? Disappear the second that the guy looks in the mirror? Iris, let's hope that the cult finds your guy and ends him. Then, can I have my papers, please? Warehouse man. Meh, no one gives a no one gives a damn about him. Here you go. My regards to Dora. All the best. First, the killer leaves a stylish blade at the crime scene, and then he's suddenly appointed by some cult. Glorious, as all self-respecting cult members wear black robes, apply eyeliner, and study Latin proverbs for breakfast. Iris 2. Wonder if Roy would look dandy on that. Suze would vent him alright for such shallow interpretation. Where am I headed, by the way? To the bus. To the bus. Oh, it is a bronze bus. Hello there. I've got Dora's bus right. I mean, it is bronze. Man in green. Yes, this is the one. You are here because something happened? I happened. Looks like we'll be companions for the next months. I'm Iris. Man in green. My pleasure. I'm a third. Really looks like you're first, buddy. Third, what's up with the previous two? The first one is asleep on the bus. The second one will be here any minute. Now, I still got some time. We do too, actually. Let's get the sleeping arrangements sorted. The way I see it, anyone could just come up and say, I'm joining the expedition, so can I have my sleeping arrangements sorted, please? Delightful. Third, no, not everyone would dare. You've met Dora already, haven't you? Iris, not everyone dares cross Dora. Whoa. That's right. Let's get to it. I'll grab a few things off the top of the bus you'll need during the travel. Did you get everything from the warehouse? Basic kit 3, expedition overalls, and a handful of gossip. I keep pulling my charger out. Third, I see. I still need toiletries and you still need toiletries and a travel kit. Third, please check if your kit contains a sleep mask, by the way. Yes, I've got a sleep mask. Is it essential? Third, oh, totally. The void knows no nightmare. I mean, it's just a bit darker at night and you'll struggle to fall asleep without a mask. That's the only shortcoming of the expedition. I hate that when I have to have the charger into my headset while I'm streaming, I can hear that. I don't know if that's like a misconnection or I don't know. But it's distracting me that I can hear like the I don't know. Anyone else have that? With stuff? That's the only shortcoming of an expedition. Iris, what are the advantages? Third, hop on the bus. I'll fetch your things from the top. Advantages are plenty. First, the expedition is about discovering new territories. We can find just about anything. And secondly, what else? You're here to witness the best practitioners and scientists at work. Thirdly, I get a chance to show ourselves in the first 2 months. Fourthly, we'll get to Crystal City in the end. I mean the capital. I'm sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Iris, do you mean you've been to the city before? Third, no, but I've heard and read about it a lot. Third, you know what? First things comes first, though. Yeah, offer no help. Fernando, Dora, Ryan, Erica. They're whispering. Here, one more box to go. I'll cut the noise out. You sleep, Tony. Phew, all done. Thank you. Tony, it's nighttime. Why boxes? It's not nighttime, Tony. Good. I need to calm him down. Can you take care of the boxes? How about the other way around? I'll stay with the guy you sort the boxes. Why? I'm guessing you know better than me what's inside those. Alright. Hi there, Tony, is it? I don't know you. I'm Iris, so now you do. We're going to the expedition together. And what about Dora? Iris, Dora is going with us too. Tony, why isn't Dora here? Is she going? Iris, she's busy right now. She's coming soon. Tony, coming or going? Where is Dora? Why are you here? Where is Rika? Third, Iris, let me. You're scaring him. Tony, why is scaring, Where is Dora? Are you coming? Yeah, you do that. Third, I've arranged for the stuff by type. The rest should be easy. Tony, Dora is coming any minute now. Look at the watch she left you. A watch, Dora? And where is Dora? Dora's coming real soon, and for now, look at the watch she left you. Tony, a watch? Nice. Aha, check out the cogs. They ain't clinking, no. You can wind the watch up. Just twist the thing on the side. Tony, like that? Oh, yes, clinking now. Looks nice. Does anyone need me? I'm sleepy. Sure, Tony, you sleep now. Alright, so I wonder if some special watch helps him fall asleep at once. I'd love one like that for myself. Me too. Iris too. It's also would be good to find out what's up with him. Yes, that too. Iris. Looks like I've got a bit of time to look around. Let's try guessing who sleeps where. Sometimes a person in their private space are alike. You cannot really tell them. I bet that's bunk bad. Your bunk speaks for itself. Everything is so neat and in perfect order. You think? Why, thank you. I like to keep things in order indeed. You remind me of this one character in the movie. What happens to inhibits at the afterlife? Let's not chat now. Sure, so whose bed am I sitting on? Strike of luck and escape artist's ultimate dream. Curtains. Incidentally, many secrets underground. Just saying. Tony, I'll turn down my thoughts to a whisper so I don't wake him up. This is definitely Dora's pillow with tassels, a nighttime for reading, and a great view of her surroundings. I'm sure she would have picked a more comfortable spot, but she didn't. Interesting. This must be Subwood's bunk. The person hasn't arrived yet, but I can say they aren't the tidiest there. There, Dora's coming. Let's get out and see if she needs any help. So then, are we ready to go? Max the boxes in the front stuff and secure them well, please. Is Tony asleep? The bunk and the rest sorted for Iris? It's Maximilian. Third, I am. Third, what's with you? You can barely string a sentence together today. I am just a little out of breath, but we're ready for takeoff. Just a little out of breath, Iris? Couldn't you help him? Third, your acts of self-sacrifice are not required at all. It's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get on the bus. Don't worry, she's not spiteful. Don't worry, she's not spiteful. I'm Diamond. Congratulations. A diamond in the rough, or diamond loyalty. Phew. Apparently I'm headed on a research mission to study the void with Dora in charge. She's packed a bus full of noobs with her. Let's brush up on them. SR, I know, I was trying to be funny. The man in green is third. The hunk is Maximilian. The sleeping guy is Tony. And the one sneaky young woman with the comfiest bed is none other than herself. Can't even start to imagine what's going on. One day after death. Nightmares, huh? It's alright. They'll be gone with time. Just have some patience. And get dressed now. I've got a quick announcement to make. Good morning again, everyone. After an hour or so, our expedition will be making its first stop. You'll learn how to manipulate matter somewhat, get a decent breakfast too, and if you're hungry now, I can offer a few quick bites. Nutrition bars, biscuits, juice, water, coffee? No thanks. I'm not hungry. Me either. Do yourselves, breakfast is compulsory, so don't you try to ignore it. So then... Why isn't she expecting any reaction from Tony? Does she think he's not awake enough yet? There's definitely something wrong with him. It's not just something, it's more like everything. Just a reminder, the expedition is traversing the void. The void is lethally dangerous, so do not come anywhere near it. Your goal is to learn not to risk your lives. I'm expecting everyone to approach our assignments with due diligence and a clear conscience and not leave the campsite without permission, understood? Yes, Yes, ma'am. Iris, I mean, yes, of course. Fine. And one more thing. Writing practice is good for manual dexterity and for everyone's mental state too. Do not bottle up your emotions inside. I really suggest you keep a diary, and I'm here for you if you need me, of course. You can tell me anything. Did I not do that? No time to spare. Volunteer for the first task. Disappoint your curator on the first day. Impress your curator on the first day. So it's one or the other. It's a man's world. Teodora something about someone twice. Thank you for the YouTube lurker, Listo. I very much appreciate it. You are my 9th lurker there today. Your diary. They say I might find you useful. I bet they're going to be even more useful when everyone's who'd want to get into this poor Iris's head and learn their dirty little secret. I'm not reading this whole diary. Yeah, I don't like... That's way too much words. Figure out why Serena was killed. Figure out what to do next. Have enough time to do everything. Get a break. I why not? After all, breaks are great. Oh, hello, handsome. It's always the bad boys, isn't he? Yeah, you don't want to date. You don't want to date a guy like that. It's bad news. Oh, what is this? Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Here's one graphic example of how not to behave on an expedition. Does this example have a name? Johnny, the practitioner's group leader, a solid specialist but a reckless one. Climb out and introduce yourself. Stay inside the bus. Let's stay inside the bus. Oh, wait. I should have introduced myself. Because didn't it say... Oh, no. To introduce... Oh, no. The man in the cape. Oh, he doesn't have a cape on. Johnny has found another lucky victim. Is he going to be a third? That is interesting. Are we going to get a hopping? Sorry, I'm not quite following the logic here. You'll see. Dora. Excuse me. I wonder if that is talking to Johnny about this guy. I was later discouraged when it wasn't me who emerged onto the roof. Iris, yes. We're almost there. And judging by the sound of it, Johnny has left. I meant to say that you should put your shoes on and then get back down there. Are you suggesting that I get a kitten down from a tree? Iris, I mean, they normally come down by themselves. I'll get him. Did you meet the practitioner's leader and decide to check out all the fixes and mounts right away? Iris, I'm sorry. Didn't you see there's something wrong? We're almost there. Or not almost. How was your chat with Johnny? You know, I made up my mind I won't be practitioner because of Johnny. Didn't Johnny do that much? No, he just told me about their work and more interesting than I imagined are very important. So many things to do. Like a bad example. You know what I mean. But really, fine. I'm fine. Alright, come down. Iris. What do you think? How can one foster their own courage? Not giving in to fear. And taking risks for the sake of high purpose. Just like Johnny, who overcame his fear and ended up on our roof. Oh. There must be word. Actually, could it be about driving Dora mad? Let's go now. Right then, everyone, meet Tyne, the scientist leader on expedition. I'm going to pull out of work in no time. You can obtain as much valuable knowledge as possible. Welcome. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Reality outside mirrors is rather flexible and you can influence it. We'll start with creating items. It is a general idea, study of an object when focusing on its image, dismissing all other thoughts. I know it sounds easy, but in practice you'll have to approach each aspect's item individually, Tyne. For example, to create any food or drink, you need at least a rough idea of molecular composition of the wanted item. Moreover, I'll take a lot of effort. A few times more than your average daily capacity. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead a little. No problem. I mean, the power that lets us create anything here is the key resource. It is limited, but gets restored during sleep. With time, they'll learn to use it more effectively. Apart from creating items, energy is also required to stabilize them. They're creating a teapot is not good enough. You'll have to make sure that it doesn't suddenly burst into pieces and scald everyone with hot water. Oh, this is a horrible example. I didn't want to scare anyone. This is an excellent example. We are, of course, going to teach you to understand how long an item you've created will hold. Everything will be alright, but still you must understand the risks. Today we'll try creating a door. Just creating. That'll do for now. Since this is our space is non-linear, you can technically open the door to anyone as long as you know the location needed. Let's start with your bus. It has a black door with paint paneling in places. It is a bit rusty from the bottom. Have a look for yourselves. What is this like to touch? Does it have its own smell? Close your eyes and try imagining a door just like this one in front of you. But be careful.
Oh, Pokemon, catch it, catch it, catch it.
He's breathing! And the door, this is absolutely incredible, Dora. I can see, yes, he needs help. Third, find a doctor. His name is Takio. He should be at the scientist camp. Max, you return to the practitioners for a stretcher. Anyone there will know what to get one. I am not. Maximilian, go. Iris, you need to step aside for now. Step aside, Third told me. She was not spiteful. Ty and stay with Tony for a minute. I've got the ammonium chloride on the bus. Shouldn't we better wait for a doctor? Third has already gone to look for Takio. I'm not going to sit around here. Iris, can you hold his head? Sure. How old is Tony anyway? Supposedly reflections take their final form and they wait the prototypes comes of age, but he looks so young. His fingers are ice cold and his veins, what a mess, poor thing. His past really took him for a ride. There's no ammonium chloride in the first aid kit. I've double checked. How is he? His breathing is stable but no changes otherwise. What do you think it has to do with? Rika? Who's Rika? Tony often calls for someone. Ricky comes up more often than others, but whoever I follow up with a question, he never replies. I believe she's part of his prototype's life. We should probably give him some water. No! Absentmindedly, you should not try to give food and drink to an unconscious person. Hold on, what? I thought I had no idea how to handle unconscious people. In fact, I'm not sure I handle the conscious too well either. Let's assume you're right. We definitely need a doctor here. I could see Maximilian with a stretcher in the distance. Hope that Third and Takio will arrive any minute too. Why didn't we turn his head to the side? Could have choked on his tongue, right? And why does Dora need ammonium chloride? It hasn't been used for first aid for ages. What's this again? My brain has come undone and keeps inventing random ideas. Hey, in a voice, what's the deal? Those ideas sounds pretty sensible. They could be from a script or a book. What script or book exactly would that be? Finally, help me. A king has arrived. Bow down, peasants. Wow, king. How you doing today? Good to see you. I turned his head to the side so that he doesn't choke. You should do that when someone is unconscious. I saw it on TV. Where did I see it or hear it? I don't remember a damn thing. Whatever, at the moment Tony needs help way more than I do. But by the way, looks like Third lost somewhere on his way with the doctor. I wish Third wasn't taking so long. Should I maybe go look for him? Where's Tony? Inside the bus he created. Doors, I know, Third told me. I'm glad you're alright. Now excuse me, I need to attend to the patient. At least Tony is being attended to. Thanks to Third. Speaking to him, you got a little held up there. Were there any problems? Not just any. First, I took Takio among the scientists. Well, he turned out to be the practitioners. Then I looked for Takio among the practitioners, and he was already with the scientists. Then I learned that there was another doctor, Otto, so I went across the whole site again trying to find him, and that's when I ran into Takio by chance. It was really pointless. I'm sorry, Tyne. I was the one to confuse you. Takio is a head doctor. That's why I... Doesn't matter. The important thing to do is to find him in the end. Don't blame yourself for how. Since everything is under control here, I'll be heading back to camp. See you all soon. Maximilian. Where are you off to? You know, away. We shouldn't go too far. Dora might need our help. Isn't there a doctor there? I won't be long. I'll just circle the bus a few times. It's never done that before. Must be worried about Tony. Or about... Tony will be fine. We inherit our prototype's looks. But that's it. No diseases, no habits, no addictions. That means he's safe. As if I said anything against it. Or hold on. Has any of us lost their memory? What do you mean? Amnesia rids people of the difficult past and emotional problems that'll go the way back. I disagree. The past doesn't matter. And yet it exists. Yeah, sure. And then it stops existing. I mean, you're right. You know, if the medics learn to process individual moments, amnesia would be a great way about it. Or even so. I wasn't being serious. Oh, sorry, I didn't pick up on that. Iris, do you really think that Tony fainted because of some unsettling memories? No, I mean, we don't know what Tony was thinking at the time, but he fainted because of overexertion. Luckily, he didn't hit the ground. I presume it was creating all those doors that can be likened to hard physical labor or severe stress, which brings us back to basic psychology. Tony is certainly not used to taking care of himself. A pair of specs will go great with this deep speech. Come out of even better than I imagined. Too good, maybe. Professor Iris will answer all your questions. No prepayment required. That'll be £200 for the session, Maximilian. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him. Dora will explain everything. I have to go. Excuse me. Dora's taking too long. I'll go for another walk. You might need our help. Well, I won't be too far. I better go later, alright? Shall we maybe focus on something useful instead? Like what would you create, first of all? I'm not sure. I'd start with what? I'd start with the very doors. Tony's produced so many. Well, at least Iris likes them. Says with disapproval. You two are unconstructive. We got a chance to join an expedition and look for new territories, and so? Just like books that journeys the uncharted worlds. Dangerous and dangerous. No, exciting and jolly good. What if there's something bad there? I mean, what if they find something? We're not going to find anything
Ooh,
bad. What
Pokemon,
classifies them in a bad
catch
way? A volcano? I would never go near it. Right. Oh, is that a plate? A plait? Do you like braiding your hair? Braiding? Her fingers are not the same in the mirror. Look. Look, this finger is on top. And here, it's not. Susie should give me the usual rant about how I braid from my very roots, dearie me. Oh, and this hair, the hair's not right either. Wow, it's not a real mirror. Iris. Too much crack, woman. Iris, say something. Oh, my arm. Let's get some balm. Be right back. That's got a few too, and Tony Dora says that many cracks in the very beginning should eventually go away. I don't have any cracks. Probably because I'm in better physical shape than the others. It's just the way it is. Here you go. It's a little inch. Thanks. Don't worry, Dora says the cracks are common in the beginning. It's no big deal. Unless there are way too many. Here is mine. I don't even feel them anymore. Iris, Are you alright? Yes. You're holding onto the balm and not doing anything with it. You sure you're alright? You need help opening it? No thanks. Tony seems to be doing better. Is he calling for Rika again? Yes, and others. What have we here? How is the crack? Ah, I see. It's small. Probably get it close eventually. Or is there anything else we should do? I think Iris isn't quite alright, which is not surprising since it's the first crack. Everything will be fine, but maybe... Do you know the cracks is not a sickness to be cured or not? If you want, you can discuss it with Takeo later. He'll provide all the details on why there is no reason to worry. Okay then, I've got a small task for you. 2 tasks even. Firstly, you should check all the first aid kits on all the buses. They're supposed to be restocked before departure, but ours, for example, had no ammonium chloride. I wouldn't want to discover anything else missing at this critical point. Secondly, the fact that the doctors can be in just about anywhere when you need them is, to put it lightly, unacceptable. It should always be easy to find those who can perform first aid in a matter of minutes. So please talk to Takeo about Otto, about maybe scheduling duty between them or something. They'll figure it out. Any questions? If not, I'll provide more details. Do I want to learn any more details? What do I even want at all? Volunteer to take care of the task. Talk to Takeo about the cracks. Share the worries with someone. Takeo, why not? Dora, I'm kind of spaced out. I really need to talk to someone right now. I can't catch up with you guys later if you want. That's not necessary. We're fine on our own. One psychological state is important, of course. But I do not like your tone of voice, Iris. Not to imply anything, but it might change the mental state is fixed. It might. Alright, but do try to catch up with them as soon as you can. Now then, regarding the tasks... We were going to see the practitioners first, but Iris, is this where you're headed? Uh-huh. We should arrive together and then skillfully pretend we don't know each other. Fine by me. Third, no. It's not fine. Iris, you afraid it'll be awkward? Iris, do you want me to disguise myself? I'll just steal Dora's outfit. We'll be awesome if she doesn't even notice. No, as in you're joking again, then sure. But what could go wrong? Let's visit the scientist first, Iris. We'll talk to whoever she intends alone, and then she'll join us. That'll be best. Uh-huh. A real shame. No white trousers for me this time, but sure, no worries. I'll find you two later. Deal, and good luck you. Take care. Good luck with the mystery. Thank you, Paige. I'll probably still be playing this tomorrow. From memory, it's quite long, the demo, so the game is probably at least 3 times as long as that. I see someone's got Tikio already. Tikio, can I talk to you? Let me finish first. And you are? Sorry I didn't catch your name with all that frenzy. It's Iris. It's a pleasure. This is Conrad, by the way. Hi. Our strict stocks, we've just arrived and patients are already all over you. It does look like you're checking whether or not I lose my skills during a break. Oh no, our cover's blown. I'll have to report to Dora and Chloe. And Tyne. Can we switch though? Take you. You can always report to Johnny. Yeah, nice one. Well, I'm done here.
Seraphim 11.
Oh, thank you, Seraphim, for a hug. I appreciate it. Well, I'm done here. Don't forget the painkillers tonight. If anything bothers you, you know where to find me. See you, Doc. Iris, next time we need to run a check on this one, let's corroborate again. Same time, same place. Are you here because of Tony? Not really, it's about me. Do tell. We're having some conversation and something reminded me of the prototype. I sort of collapsed into a memory of her and got yanked out of it, so to speak, and then the crack appeared. Also, and it seemed to know I cannot possibly know, and now also had a nightmare about my murderer. Cracks are quite commonplace, a regular occurrence. Hope you're well. I'm doing okay. How you doing? Lots of reading. Your state is likely related to the fact that you died in front of the mirror. You did die in front of the mirror, am I right? Yes. How did you figure that out? You called your prototype's murderer your own. Reflections that get to see the death of another prototype have physical experience of living through death. Damn, you speak so calmly about it. I'm good, got a little settled in for the night. Now it's time to play on my laptop. Enjoy. What are you going to be playing? Iris. On the other hand, it's good that he's being calm. Probably. Iris? I'm sorry, you were saying? Any memory of the prototype is linked subconsciously to the experience and thus feels more acute and causes pain. The essence we are dealing with here is rather a specific type of post-traumatic stress disorder, and some prefer to call the mirror death curse. Ooh. And others prefer to call it simply an adjustment period. Typically, symptoms include nightmares, hallucinations, and flashbacks. Thank you, no problem, you're welcome. If it were up to me, I would recommend a psychotherapy. But the community does not exactly practice this, and there's very few specialists available. Besides, we do not have access to any of them at the moment. So they will have to do, I can give you some pills that will mellow you out, your emotional states. Whoa, do I have a choice here? In my opinion, you really need to be on medication right now, but I can help stabilize your emotional state. Oh, can I have some too? Why are you flashing at me? Under pressure, put self-care above Dora's tasks. Rip. I should need to do several playthroughs to get all the achievements. I'm going to try going without thanks. Alright. The knowledge. And where has all this random new knowledge come from? From the memories that you've displaced, therefore cannot even consider something new. When the reflection is constantly in front of the mirror, there are periods when they mimic the prototype mechanically, and from these, very few memories retained. Whoa. How many rocks do we need to miss, by the way, for the Pokemon? Thanks for calling to me. Anytime. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum. Thought I'd have a look over these two at the campsite. Well, I didn't after all. What? Am I wrong? Or do you think that all you need is to say Maximilian instead of Max to make everything fine at once? How lovely. Episode 1. Aw, thank you Piscario for gifting a sub to Teddy-O. Very much appreciated. Enjoy your ad-free viewing bonus shower. Do for extra Pokemon many cute ass emotes, and I have no idea why it hasn't notified me on stream yet. If you want to pick a color of the koala, let me know. I think you're wrong. You started yelling for no reason. Did I start yelling for no reason? Did I start yelling? So what now? Do you really understand nothing of what I'm telling you? Do you care about anything apart from those tasks? It is really not. Not the best time. Best, Max wants to wander in a solitude that deserves order. And now this. Maybe my input made a difference the first time round. But this time, they did just fine without me. I'm almost hurt. Ah, crowd's gathering. Actually, I've got no intention of watching this show for the next couple of hours, so I have to intervene. I'll ask the new guys to apologize. Clearly, Max doesn't like much. Someone neutral might be a better choice to distract them. Interactive theatre is about involving spectators in the process. I'll offer the men of science to dive right in. Psst, ever fantasized about saving humanity? Well, here's your chance. What do you mean? I'm Susumu, by the way, and that's Mako. Hi. I mean, with your help, we can stop those two gentlemen from, well, yelling. Here's my hypothesis. If you ask the Hug Maximilian to somehow apply his epic muscles, and conflict will be forgotten in no time. Success odds a favor of 1. Ooh, well done on the stone. Nah, give it more than 1, 2, or 3. Marco shouldn't invent numbers on the top of your head. We can most certainly test your hypothesis right now, but this isn't verified, and then you'll be helping us to sterilize test tubes tomorrow. You've got a deal. In that case, you go talk to him. I'll explain our plan to Candy. She's clearly worried. That's one hell of an excuse of it chickening out safe. And what if Dora didn't say it? Hey dude, look at those gums of yours. What? Listen, will you show your workout routine? You really seem really on top of your game. Here, can you do 150? 190 actually. Well, that was before death. Oh, no way, man. I want to get in on this. What about the routine? Today deserves a Golden Raspberry nomination, and yet it is working. I guess I'll write it down for you. It's nothing hard, to be honest. Regular exercise is key. If you two are so driven, could you maybe bring the boxes from the second bus to the lab? Totes, Tyne asked us to. And we haven't gotten around to you. You down? Okay, let's go. Iris, move over to us, please. You're in the guy's way. One day, I'll let the scientists, that's a good lie, has to be believable, but today is not that day. I hate ruining this fragile moment of unity. Sure, of course. You've come up with a plan. Susu told me that you're amazing. You're amazing. Excuse me, how do I know you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Candy, and you're Iris, right? Susu called you Iris. I am Iris. You've helped me out so much. Tyne asked us to move these boxes, so they're so heavy. And guys were busy at first. And then your fellows started arguing and yelling. Little Fox, it's all good. Marco and the other guy, they'll move the boxes now. Nobody's going to argue anymore. Don't you worry. I'm just so glad. I was worried at first, and now I'm just very glad. Phew. But I'm definitely no longer worried. Iris is just incredible. She's helped us so much. And amazing. What a woman. The best, really. How did you do it? I've got nothing to do with it, Mako. And Susumu. No, third. She's being too modest, but Susu told me everything. Iris came up with a plan and played out perfectly, didn't it? Yes, it really did. Iris, thanks for your intervention. I was completely lost as to what was happening by that point. Breathe out. What matters is we can chill and go on our task now. Oh, right. You've got tasks from Dora. How did it go with the first aid kits? And Otto. Did they talk to Otto? What for? Dora asked us to arrange a scheduled doctor's duty, and it wouldn't take long to find when the emergency care was needed. Admittedly, we haven't reached any constructive conclusions with Otto. Thank you for the like, Daddy Ray. On YouTube, very much appreciated. So you've got the practitioner's kits left as well as Takio to talk to. What do you say? Otto doesn't want to help you? Very predictable, really. But that's really not nice. I would definitely agree to be on duty. It is an important issue. Unfortunately, you are not him. As if I'm any worse than him when it comes to administering first aid. And I don't upset anyone while I'm at it. And by the way, and I know how to mobilize broken limbs, and I'm good at closed chest cardiac massage, Takio said to himself. Just because I look petite doesn't mean I'm not strong enough for that. Come on, little fox, of course you're great with all those things. Third bit's that they needed doctors as in professional medics because... Why? What do you mean, why? Didn't Dora tell us? Dora said it should always be easy to find someone who could perform first aid in a matter of minutes. End of quote. Yes. Absolutely. But we didn't. But why didn't we think of it before? Because I've only just arrived. Candy, who can do first aid apart from you? Well, that'll be Mako, Lisa, and quite a few practitioners, including Chloe, for example. We can arrange duty between ourselves, right? It's not that hard, and no one will need the stupid Otto. Little fox, he's a valuable asset to the group still. Tyne will also be upset if she heard you just now. Stupid Otto looks like someone knows how to make friends. Candy, thanks for the info. We should probably get going. See, Susu? We helped them too. Tyne will be glad. Third, Iris. Just wait for Maximilian, Iris, because otherwise Dora will be upset. Astrologers proclaim the week of not upsetting women with managerial functions. Third, Iris. Maximilian, Marco, if you have any questions, come to me. I'll show you. Yeah, man, and thanks for the boxes. You were a real saver. We're chatting. Let's go see Takio. Feels good. Oh, thank you everyone lurking on YouTube yesterday as well. I went up 75 watch hours. Leo's cracks are healing again. Which is really good hours. So thank you. Leo's cracks are healing again. Anything unusual happening to him? Nope. As upbeat as ever, tearing it up and down. Typical Leo. I'll let you know if anything changes. If nothing changes. Nothing changes? Anything changes? I don't know. I missed what she said. If anything changes. So you're good here. Dora asked us checking the protection's first aid kits. Chloe, please tell us if we might find anything specific in them. Fuck yeah, we need to have a word with you too. Wait, please. That's a lot of pleases. Did Dora give you a lesson on etiquette or whatever? Oh, does Dora do etiquette lessons? You ask her yourself later. And regarding the first aid kit, stay away from condoms, chocolate, and the plush mouse. And we'll be good. You don't mind me asking, why do you need a mouse exactly? for strictly medical reasons. It lifts up the spirits, which is important when you're under constant stress. Oh, yes. I thought I just lived there, like nested there. I will allow this version. I like it. Okay, we'll be careful with the mouse. Chloe, do you really know how to administer first aid? Sure. Last aid too. We have decided to split Julie between those who can apply help in any case of an emergency. I mean, Dora asked us to. Tony fainted and we were looking for a doctor, and it turned out that it wasn't always clear as to who was where. At first we thought that duty was something that doctors should do, but then Candy and Iris figured out another solution. Help Doc. They wanted us to drown in detail. Will you take care of some scheduling to the duty? Fewer words, more business. Hot stuff, keep it up. And yes, we'll take care of that. Actually, we legged some boxes with supplies at scientist camp and checked the first aid kits. Quite a few things missing. Third, let's show Takio our list. That's a good idea. Right then, it's getting boring, so I'll join you guys. So long, Doc. Let's stick the list of what we're missing, if anything, to the door of the bus. And don't take your time. We often use the buses too. That is interesting. Looks like we could do with some restocking. Thanks a lot for everything. Cool, let's go now. If Maximilian starts jumping with joy, an earthquake might begin. What have I done? And most importantly, why did it even work? Looks like we're done. Only a few painkillers are missing. The list for Chloe's is done too. Should we maybe get a pet animal in our first aid kit too? Sorry, what? That was my line. Fine, I've got one more. Are you serious? Why not? Why are you staring at me? Takio did say it helped relieve stress. Well, I guess I could do that. I might get stressed from random suggestions like, what is it, Maximilian? What animal do you use? Well, I don't know. I'll need Dora's advice on that. I wonder what kind of stare our curator is going to give him. That's an excellent idea. I see you back. I can't stop yawning. We'll ask her. I think she's with Tony. I'll go get her. Dora! Oh, Dora! Did she just hiss or what? Tony is asleep. Is something wrong? Why are you so flustered? Dora will need to add some kind of plush animal to our first aid kit. What? Cannot be a mouse though. The practitioner's got a mouse. Come again? What mouse? What do you want about? Takio said animals help relieve stress. Before checking the practitioner's first aid kits, we were warned we'd find a plush mouse in there that was untouchable. Takio, he explained it was a very important mouse. That's about it. If you really need it, I don't mind. You could bring it over and add something and just warn me when you do. Dora, what animal would you like? What animal would work best? Who are you and what did you do to Maximilian? I guess it makes sense to pick an animal that you like the most. Okay, I'll have a think. Dora, don't we need anything heavy lugging around or moved? Moved? I don't think so. Or actually, I can load these boxes next to Tony's door on the bus. It won't hurt to sort out
Pokemon,
arrangements.
Catch it.
Contents according to. Be careful though. Good. I cannot believe this. First up, the boxes, the mouse, and Maximilian is happy. I got an achievement. Does it tell me here what I did? Drama queen. Call him a drama queen during the first stop. What a wonderful mouse. First stop the boxes. So what do we got here? Find out his wretched secret. Make the most of your conversation with Suze. Meet Roy for the second time. Oh, I didn't even meet him for the first time. Rip. Or did I? I don't know. Dora, we haven't given him anything mood altering. He's enjoying a neutral serotonin release. You see, Maximilian and I had an argument, and Iris convinced the science guys to distract him by asking to help out move the boxes. And it worked incredibly well. And Candy gave us a pointer on how to resolve the Dr. Duty issue, but it was figured out. It was actually Iris who figured it out. Right. Let's start over, first of all. Why did you have an argument? What's the main reason? I'm not sure. And me, in fact, I have an idea. They had an argument because Max does things he doesn't want to do. That is clearly pressuring Max. In the very beginning, he didn't even let him circle the bus as much as he wanted to, and by judging Maximilian's screams, wasn't really listening to him when the argument broke out. Seems like everyone should be constructive, orderly, efficient, dutiful, useful. I wonder why. The third saving others around him from repeated mistakes of his own, or is he just a big fan of order? And what if pressuring people in fancy jumpers is his evil, guilty pleasure? Nah, this can't be. Probably the road to arguing is paved with good intentions. It makes no difference, though. By the way, should I share my thoughts on this with Dora? Yes. Guess it won't hurt. And she may also think higher of me. Not right now, however. I'll catch her later when she's alone off screen. Iris, what can you tell me? I don't know any details that came into the argument. It was full squint. I guess it was just about intentions and stress. What I did figure out, though, was that we didn't need doctors on duty. Totally, duh. Why didn't I think of it myself? Nearly all practitioners can do that, and a few scientists too. Shifts can be scheduled and make sure they don't interfere with anyone's working hours. Tokyo said he'll take care of it. Alright, what's with the mouse story? Maximilian has never expressed any interest in toys plush or not. We don't really know ourselves. Believe it or not about the mouse, he's just elated. Unexpected, but excellent. Iris, well done. A third is good that your argument got resolved this way. Oh, I need to move this down lower. By the way, have you checked on our first aid kits? Yes, I have. I've got lists and missing medications with me. Formidable, I'm very pleased with you all. Well, I'm done. Thanks, you really helped me out. And you've done a great on the tasks. I'm really proud. Right then, we're about to leave so you can go have a quick rest and a quick snack. Third, will you make us all some tea? Of course, Iris. If I start singing now, all the forest animals will flock towards me to brush my hair. I feel like a cartoon princess. Do you want to go through the bag? Because there might be something inside it. Murder. How about having a look then? I know her bag inside out. And that's it. Later. And the second time you've frozen like this already. First it was the balm and now this. Talk to me. What about? Anything, like the crack in your arm even. What would Serena do if she were in your place? You'd pretend that nothing was wrong. And then? And then she'd definitely volunteer for a task. You're going to ask and then again, aren't you? No, I'll ask. Why didn't you do the same? Oh, my bad. Oh well, I didn't do the same because I wanted to do otherwise. Because I'm not Serena. But you've got her face, her movement suggests her voice, and you've lived her life, didn't you? But hey, inner voice, quit hitting where it hurts. I'm sorry. And wanted to ask, why so sarcastic all the time? I'm not sarcastic when I talk to you, to me almost. But with others, what for? Why should there be a reason? Can't people just do something without one? They are sad, aren't you? No or yes, doesn't matter. Stop it. This conversation is getting on my nerves. It's not the conversation. Shut it. Can we talk? Do we have to? Yes. Just move the bag to the corner, please. Thanks. Are you feeling alright? I liked it better before death. It being better, on the other hand, is my first time after death ever, so I can hardly compare to anything. Try focusing on the future. Your past experience does not matter. Well, I didn't ask for advice. Thinking of your future is the right thing to do, but yes, it was unsolicited. I'm sorry. You know, Dora talked to me actually about the argument. It must be after I talked to her, huh? Apparently, the main reason for it was that I pushed too hard. I'd like to cause no trouble, but do good. That is, I like all of us to do good. I really miss the notion that Maximilian might have wanted something different. Whoa. Different as in not being busy with any other tasks. Iris. On a more serious note, I got you, but why are you telling me all this? I'm going to do my best, but just straighten me out if I get carried away again, please. Listen, there are people who get their kick out of controlling others and telling them what and how to do it. I'm not one of them. I understand. It's just that a situation gets any more crucial, they'll sense it, won't you? Like, apocalyptic? I've got your back. Thank you. And can you please make fewer jokes when Max is around? Oh. Yeah. I think he gets uncomfortable. Then I'll get uncomfortable. Wait, did I just get another one? No. If I stop joking, I'll be the uncomfortable one. Why is that? The delicate balance of merrymaking in the world will be upset, and the feeling of wrath in the universe at every cell of my body, and I'd be sad with each and every cell too. In simpler words, it's kind of how my delicate mind works, so take your pick. What would you rather? I suffer... a suffering Maximilian or a suffering Iris? Is there no way for both of you to be uncomfortable at all? Alas. Okay, I got you. By the way, I also wanted to talk to you. How are you doing? Why are you third? Tell me how Dora got you all on board. You've got a huge tea collection. To your bed. The jars and tins used to contain tea, but now accumulate everything unseemingly. Iris, it's nothing to be the kind. I'm just busy keeping myself with tea. Try memorizing blend. The time, the water temperature, the perfect brew. Anything that helps produce nice new flavors. So what happens when you memorize them all? I'll ask Dora to order some more tea. A few blends even, if she doesn't mind. Or a lot of blends maybe. I suspect that's how it'll be. After all, I'm totally up for that. So is Dora, I hope. I'm going to end the conversation because I really don't feel like going through all of them. Oh, hey buddy. What one? I got cheese. Nah. I don't want to roll. Can I eat it then? Yes, Tony. You brought it here, so it's yours. What do you want? What do you mean? You don't want a cheese roll? I want a cheese roll. Do you want anything else? In the movies, the chosen ones of superpowers would normally arrive and ask you to help them save the world. In reality, when you try to learn about their secret desires and lure you in with a cheese roll, life is baffling. A lot of things usually... I want us to have this guy here. Sky? What is a sky? That's a little uncalled for. How do I explain in a way that Tony definitely understands? Imagine someone spit blue paint all over and the white space above us, and then added a dash of white or grey and then wiped it all off. Then every day they painted it again. First using flowers and yellows and oranges, then blues and whites, and then dark blues and violets. Your girlfriend would be fooled by a cheese roll. Yeah, is it like, why are you bringing me this? What did you do? Is that it? Tony, very beautiful. Rika's eyes are like that. Oh, or not. I think they are. And can you make Sky? Who is Rika? Seriously, he talks about her so much. I'd really love to, but I can't. Can Dora? Dora, are you gonna make us some Sky? What? Sky, Iris says that if you spill paint, there will be sky. She says, like you spill paint. Tony, I cannot make this sky, but you'll definitely show it to you someday.
Ooh,
you might
Pokemon,
be able to
catch
make
it.
sky yourself when you complete your training. Iris, I can make sky. I must have missed the moment you jumped from the theory to practice. When you make the sky, I call it my memoir. Iris, who knew, Tony, who made the sky? Yes, Dora. And do we have any more roles? Of course, you should definitely eat something before tackling such a responsible job. You know where I keep them? Yes. Iris, thank you for talking to Tony. He seems to enjoy your company. I don't mind. Listen, he mentioned Rika again. He does it all the time. Well, shouldn't we try to find out who she is? Take believes that Tony will tell us in his own good time if Rika is truly important. You were right to ask me rather than him. I see. And how about you? I hope she didn't bemuse you too much. He kinda did. The Sky conversation went a little off the beaten track. I need to switch to something more down to earth. I can offer you a tasty roll. A cheese roll is the ultimate reward, and it is an interesting approach. No thank you, Dora. Tony's offered me one, and I don't know if it comes with cheese rolls. As you wish. Now I'll go eat one myself. I think our bus has been abducted by cheese rolls. Hey, well done on the stone, Dimhell. Days after death, 11. I am not reading the diary. Way too many. Makes me feel a bit more confident. Not like it's made things in... Yeah, we'll go confident. Chloe, okay, so the raiders detected an island. It seems to be medium-sized and close by. Get the others. We're starting in 5. Are the scientists ready? Yes, we'll be starting off with blue and green. Super. In that case. Dora, what's going on? The practitioners will now load their paint guns and determine the closest available. They will also test the local tolerance of different metals in the void while we're at it. And why are you whispering, Dora? Iris. You in? Why is Dora shouting? Let's find out. Something wrong? No. Turning it down a notch. What kind of question is that anyway? I've explained everything you need to. Hold on a second. I haven't, have I? Well, why didn't you ask me? then I'm sorry, it makes sense. You cannot know that you can ask questions about something they never mentioned to you. Listen carefully. We're not prototypes. We have different abilities. We cannot have children. On average, we live longer. Our life and the prototype's death used to be closely linked to anything left of them, such as living arrangements, social circles. But if we want to thrive, we need to create our own world, our civilization, if you please, which is why one of the community major goals is to discover and study new territories. Most example to date is Crystal City, where there have been villages, plentiful lands, experimental sites, and whatnot. Crystal City was discovered by the expedition headed by Eric Hansen, one of the community founders. You must have heard of him. By the way, regarding the rumors that he still takes part in expeditions, however, since he must be over 200 years old now, I personally doubt that he does. But then he's mostly a symbol, a visionary figure for the community today. And speaking of new territories, again, the void is unstable. There is no way of predicting where the new territory may resurface next. The reader just detected one not far from here, and the practitioners will now determine the distance to it. Tomorrow they'll span a bridge and stabilize it, and that's when we'll see exactly what is there in the general state of things. What are the options, though? Ever found anything fun? Oh, absolutely. A cheese farm, for one thing. Functional, you can imagine. The smell of noble blue cheese filled everyone with our buses for 2 weeks afterwards. A frightful memory, but it was delicious. Scientists hold it inside the void. Everything is relatively stable. That is, until the new territory is discovered and becomes visible. Time is almost completely at a standstill there. In order to appear in the void, a location has to disappear from the prototype's world. At least in a way, shape or form existed here. I mean, everything we found would have been destroyed in the aftermath of volcano eruptions, tsunamis, prototypes relocating, and other things. That's the gist of it. All aboard the feet buses. No feet. No. Thank you. Listen to the practitioners. Need guns to determine the distance of the new territory. Guns! Look! They're about to shoot already. Let's watch. Of color. Whoa! Looks like the blue plate hit the closest. It's probably where the bridge will touch the ground. Not exactly. They'll do some calibrations and then fire a few more shots around the new place. A few rounds of shots even. They may still go for a blue. It's quite likely. Which paint is mixed with what? I can't tell you exactly, so you better ask Tyne and get it. Hey, he clicked my mouse button and I missed the next two story things. So you better ask. Go up to her later and they will have to determine which metal combines with the void's flavors here. Then which will be picking the most appropriate pieces for the practitioner's gear. Spot on. Now let's go set up camp. And drink tea. Hey, buddy. Like the last time or something new? Actually, I was planning on making a new palatable blend. Palatable is a nice word. An excellent one. Hey, when I move, at least I'm going to have a window in my room. So it's not going to be this dark in the day. Can I go first to talk to Tyne? It won't be long. And then I come back and do everything. I'm coming with. Just admittedly, openly that you don't want to be setting up any camp. Maximilian, you're not going to go anywhere, are you? No. In that case, come with me. Third, I'll be waiting for you.
Nanasish Bing just subscribed for 54 months.
Thank you so much for the 54 months. That is huge. That's 4.5 years. What am I... If I'm doing my math right, I don't know. I suck at math. Enjoy your ad-free viewing bonus challenge. If you've just extra Pokemon cute ass emotes and my gratitude. And if you'd like to pick up the color of the koala, let me know. I can turn him on. I won't get lost, don't worry, Third. I don't think so. At least I'll get found later. Can you even see Blake on the cat cam? Or is it way too dark? Oh, the camp's been fully set up. That'd be a total coincidence. I'll let the koala have a rest. Oh, thank you. You see him? He's all over my hand right now. Susu. Using the standard formula, I get the parameters from Chloe. I'll also need to double check. Just to be on the safe side, right? Yes, brilliant. I think we're done here. Tyne, can I have a word? What's wrong? Nothing, we're just on a recon mission. Iris, I like to figure out which metals go into the paints. Oh, I'd love to know how the gear looks that the practitioners will be using. You'll be able to have a look later. The gear is packed away. We haven't had it unboxed yet. And you'll be surprised how similar different pieces look. Only the difference is the markings. Johnny, you said you'd have said that they differed dramatically depending on the equipped. And regarding metals and paints, just ask Chloe for a list. Thanks a lot, Iris. I'll go find Chloe. A shame she's not as far as she could have been. Chloe, do you have a minute? Can you please give me the list of all the matching metals and paints? I'll copy it and give it right back. Copy it? Like, I cannot do it myself or whatever, or can't be bothered. Hey, rookies, this is how it's done. Really dumb. Thanks, Chloe. I'll memorize it well. Knock yourself out. Is that all you two wanted? Yes, thanks again. Okay, see ya.
Oh, Pokemon, catch
Awesome,
it,
you
catch
found
it.
everything we wanted. Shall we go back? Come on. You reckon Max has done a good job already? And we're gonna come back to a camp all set up by Dora and Pleased? I don't really think so. Real shame. By the way, how come you left your poor group behind and dashed off to learn all about the pain? It doesn't look mature or responsible of me. It's off key, as if you are me. Iris, I don't think it's appropriate to call you responsible. However, you're right. I would have been the right thing to do is to set up camp first. I don't know why I chose so ineffectively. Because you wanted to? My desires have easily waited. Anyway, let's hurry back. Let's do that. Right over there. Is that Roy? Him again? Damn, I have to catch up with him. With prototypes, the killer returns to the scene. With reflections, the victim keeps returning to the killer in the mind. Delightful. Oh, I thought that moved. Iris, where are you going? If I tell you I'm suddenly swamped, would you believe me? Meanwhile, as a matter of fact, I am. Let's get back to Dora first, alright? Sob. Seems like I'll have to take a walk with Ed right now. Hope that someone doesn't vanish him into thin air shortly. Oh, Roy, you lucky devil. Perfect timing on my part. Tomorrow morning, practitioners will be building the bridge to a new territory since we'll be watching them. Bedtime is early today. If you got some free time until the evening, use it wisely. Offer your help to either scientists or practitioners and try to make an impression. Working for them can get a direct impact on your future. It is generally a valuable experience. All clear. You've got free time. This is how you would spend it. I mean, there's a logic to that. Yes, thank you. I'm off. Maximilian supplies to you too. Have a think about your plans. I will do. I'm off too. I'll go check if Roy is really here, if I was just seeing things for starters. Tony, let's go see Takio. We'll have a look for you. Roy! Hi Iris, how are you doing? I'm good. I wasn't expecting to see you here, although Achilles returns to the scene rather than continues pursuing the victim. I'm not. Right, looks like I got it all mixed up, right? Looks like you're here for a reason. There is one, yes, I'm a practitioner, and tomorrow they are setting the foot on the new territory. Jay would use some help with that. I also needed to talk to Tyne, and that's why I started dishing out excuses. Come on to the science camp. To be honest, I've been thinking a lot what to say if I would see you again, and can we maybe talk somewhere else? Sorry. Where is this somewhere else? I've cozied up tech truck of I've cozied up the tech truck a notch. We can go there if you don't mind. Sounds like you're trying to get rid of me, or while pretending that you're not. I'm not entirely sure I should be saying this, but do you think I am after my second time lucky? You'll think ill of me. I do. I'll warn you, some people can produce nasty high-pitched sounds. Try to play me and say goodbye to all your eardrums. I've done enough stupid things already, Iris, and I'd like to keep my ears for now. Okay, but I'm watching you. Did you notice? You returned a joke. Tried to. Exactly. I have to tell you, you are on this expedition because I killed you. I mean, because I killed you and tried to do something nice and somehow make up for it. By sending Dora my way? Not exactly. You see, she specializes in those who need to spend a lot of time in front of the mirror and hence hardly know much about the world. And she's a pro at that. I do hope you feel better here. And Iris, you can always count on my help. Can I now, even if I need to dispose of a body? Why are you gonna find a body here? But then maybe a reflected one, or doesn't matter. Yes, you can count on me. You're murderously serious. Lethally, yes. Can I ask you something? You have already, even though you seem to know what you wanted to talk about. My thoughts are jumbled. To be honest, I'd like to ask you a couple of things too. Well, like a few. It may, it may not help set the world in order, but who knows? Well, shall we maybe come up with some schemes, say alternating between your questions and mine? Honesty guarantees. I don't want to lie to you, but there are some things I cannot comment on, so I'll be either speaking the truth or say nothing. I guess I could do the same, but will you? Shh. To avoid a mutual honest silence, let's up the stakes. What do you mean? The one who keeps quiet more than the other will owe it to them. Are we going to establish beforehand who will be owed? No, it'll be fun this way. Okay, just a couple of conditions. It shouldn't affect the other's work and tasks must be doable. Are you gearing up to lose? Some insurance won't hurt. Hold on. Why do you offer him to play a game? It's stupid and awkward tension in the air. Everything's too serious. We are on the same expedition and someone here killed the other one. I want a bit of a distraction. I think Roy could use some, to be honest. Surely you can win or lose on purpose. Totally. If I win, I make him knit me a pair of socks. Didn't he ask for tasks to be doable? Damn. And then, do we have a deal? Yes, you go first. You wanted to know something nice for me, and that's how we ended up here. Oh, and Dora's a pro, by the way. What did you do exactly? Come as my curator with a knife? No, nothing of the sort. How about you? Better accept— wait, so what did he say? They didn't even answer the question. Wow, sure. Glorious. What if I asked Dora why she and I found each other half an hour before departure? Is she going to claim it was just a coincidence? Is that your second question in a row? Nah, fine then. Let's continue this marathon of secrecy, coincidences, and random consequences. No point pointing fingers at anyone or anything. Being any more specific involves revealing a few other people's personal information, so I don't want to do that and most certainly don't want to lie. And regarding consequences, are you sure you don't want to try to kill me? Aren't you afraid it's going to hurt? I am not. Delightful. Well, I won't grant you the pleasure. Oh, it's your turn, by the way. I've asked you before, but still, how are you really? Why do I look pale? You look good, I'm worried too. Or maybe you're just unsettled by my presence. Or I might just be making up problems that don't actually exist. Confide in Roy. Do you believe that life is about suffering? No, that's a pity. Is it possible to process a distribution center, the community, the expedition, and the void all in one single week? It's terrifying to understand, no, to know that I can be left without a prototype, and I am in fact left without her. And the visions too. You mean nightmares? Not exclusively. I also have something like false memories. I sometimes see things that have never happened to me in reality or turn out to know things that I cannot have happened. Yeah, I give no details. Can you give me an example? When Tony fainted, I somehow recall the specifics of administering first aid. That's not too bad. Are you trying to calm me down or something? No, that wasn't it. I don't know how to calm people down. What are you trying to... You got me there. And regarding your nightmares, is it possible that you see them in your dreams are more useful somehow? Tell nothing. I suppose I should recount the nightmare, but I'll just skip through it because I don't want to read it. Did he come to upset you? I was drowned in the first place. So you didn't drown me, but you were saving me? Mind-bending. Right, it's the atmosphere. It's not dreadful. Actual events in the very mood. You might feel better if just let me die somehow in your dream, for real. It's hardly about my suppressed desire for vengeance. In my dream, but when you come around, you look into my eyes for a really long time. And then I wake up. Whoa. Iris, do you believe that life is about suffering? I only believe in Santa, and I only around Christmas time, usually after a couple of glasses of punch. I think it's a very important answer. For Santa, eh? For life, Santa. However, probably enjoys when grown-ups believe in him. Even those grown-ups are tipsy. Well, that yes, but not too drunk. But state when we're likely to assume good things. Right, I think it's my turn now. So when we said goodbye the first time, did we just go towards the same bus? No, I joined the expedition's first stop. Since I'm on contract, I only get down to work from the moments when all the cracks are complete and the buses head out along the way. So it means that you've been here for a week already. Yep. And we're going to see each other all the time now. Iris, you don't have to talk about me hanging out at all. I mean, if you'd prefer not to. And you, do you want to hang out? I don't know what talk about hang out means. That's unrelated to the original question. Is it now? My honest answer in return for yours. Deal. You've got yourself a deal. Yes, I'd like to talk to you. And why is that? Because I want to. That's intriguing. Alright, my turn. I'll be responsible to say I don't know, but I'm only talking to you for a second time in history in the world ever. I'd probably like to hang. A little. And why is that? To make you wonder. That's a very mysterious rationale. Yours too. Do you really know if you'll be joining the scientists or the practitioners? Of course, over the past week, also managed to palm my entire life next 3 years. So what are your plans for the 3rd of July next year? Running fast, eating yummy food, dodging questions. Somehow I can see how you'll achieve the later brilliantly. Ouch. Was he a scientist or a practitioner? I don't know. I really just know I don't know. Fine, count this as a non-answer. So much for sharing my plans with you. I guess we could say our agreement is ruthless. Alright, let's treat this as a non-answer. Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's do that. I guess that is. I could ask someone, maybe Roy even, to help with the door to go see Suze. I've left some energy to the scientist. Actually, I do even want to. Where did she put it? Do I try to make an impression? You seem to be taking Curator's recommendations rather lightly. Quite the opposite. I actually remembered what she said. That's an achievement in its own right. You noticed that too, huh? Totally. By the way, you can refrain from asking anyone to help and just do one thing properly on your own. I'll find some magical fairies to do it for me. That's unlikely. The idea is great though. Alright then. We seem to have covered all the possible options. If I want to visit Suze, I'd better go now. I should probably be busy reflecting later in the evening. I've got Roy and Dora. Who can help me with the door? Maybe Dora, not so much. I don't seem too inspired by my progress. I'm not sure it's easy for the dead me to talk to my very still much alive friend. I should probably take someone with me in this case. I guess Roy wouldn't mind. So the question number 1, do I ask Roy for help? I do. Actually, regarding counting me in on your help is a glorious coincidence. It may seem it is time for me to take you up on your offer. Is it? I want to meet up with Suze and ask how the investigation is going. Will you open the door for me, please? And I'll pin the location, of course. Yeah, would you like me to accompany you? Would you like an update on the news too? And yes, to protect you just in case. I'll manage on my own, but you can come too. Alright, protects me. Walk with me through the entire afterlife and then a bit more. Thanks, Iris. You bought beer for my cat sitter. Got carded again. Hubby was there laughing at me because he found it funny. Lol. Over here, you're meant to ask people that look under 25. My gosh, Iris, I've missed you so much. Now, why'd you bring this one here? Good day. But that's just wrong. You cannot hang out with your own murderer. What is everyone going to think? Me? Well, what am I going to think? Suze, let's go to O'Donnell's and have some Irish coffee and a nice chat. Let's just go. The two of us. O'Donnell is our pub. What's he got to do with it? And anyways, how are we going to gossip when he's around? Suze, I really need him here. I'm sure he'll survive the gossip somehow. By keeping quiet, for example. Fine, but if it wasn't for you, you've got me wrapped around your finger, girl. Alright, let's have this one tag along. Let's go. Hey Jerry, how you doing? So tell me, how are you? Looking great, by the way. You simply won't believe what's been going on with me. Thank you for the like, I appreciate it. I also appreciate the 8 amazing people over on YouTube liking as well. Thank you, thank you. Let's get the usual. The pub still owes you for recording, right, Iris? Well, probably be another 5 years or so. Well, it's more like another 3 or 4 orders. Whispering, Iris, can I buy you a drink or two? Don't. The pub really does owe me. Guess what? I'm now official stylist for the upcoming Spring-Summer collection by Alexander Lee. I've already met everyone there. Pauline was very nice and now she called me her pal. I'm officially her stylist. I've always been this way, but this time it's like a nail on the chalkboard. As Suze doesn't separate herself from her prototype. Doesn't want to even think about what can happen when the community opens the door. Faces that definitely be scratched. The lecturer, the hallway staff, everyone. The curator will easily have their share. And that blonde staff girl too. Suze. Yes, Pal and Suze. This is mental, right? I bet everyone will be calling us in no time. As in, not in a couple kind of way. You know, Carla is jealous already, but there's nothing left for her to worry about. It's strictly professional. Are both Carlas jealous, or is it just Suze's Carla? Then again, who cares? Self-realization is crucial, and for every woman. You get me, don't you? And, now, I don't get you at all. You don't give a damn about Iris. You asked her a question and went straight to flaunt your own prototype's career achievements. Just bravo, really. What happened to the promise to talk about the investigation? Here comes Roy's keeping quiet. I think he's trying to protect you, but crushing Suze's spirits, that's a first. Roy won't do that as any... Oh, Roy, that won't do us any good if Suze dies of a heart attack right now. It's how we are always with her. I'm sure she's neglecting my request, simply wants to share her latest news too. It's up to you. Exactly, I just want to share the news. I told you it was a stupid idea to bring that one with us. Oh no, and neglecting anything. I have to tell. In fact, it's about to tell me everything right now. So then, turns out Serena had a husband. A husband? I'd have known. And you too. Well, I mean, who even did her wedding makeup? Sure wasn't me, but the husband's mentioned in the newspaper. Looks like a fake. Are you listening to me or what? I haven't made it all up. You know, if I'm there were photos. Look here, the body handed over to the grieving widower. No general public was admitted to the family-only ceremony. See how things are sometimes, Iris? She's so beautiful lying in a casket. I cried my eyes out. It's unlikely that there were mirrors at the ceremonies. At the cremation ceremony, the article's text only, but Suze says she saw her. Seems like only a few hot magazines managed to get a hold of the photos of Serena being so beautiful lying in a casket. Hating all this. Ugh. And the husband too, apparently. He doesn't exist for real. And everyone knows about it except for me. Glorious. Iris, what's up with you? And police have been detained these guys for sect leader or whatever. I haven't even seen him personally. Of course. And I won't share any details, but it's definitely something serious. Sect leader? Something serious? Can you be more specific? I see. I don't rub shoulders with you, with just anyone. She's getting on my nerves. Suze. The police simply issued a statement on detaining somebody. But the newspapers are also writing about some sect, and they learnt about this ugly knife somehow. So horrifying. At least they give the article some very poetic titles. Scarlet on Scarlet. That's the one. Cynical and cheap. There are no more ventures. Why? Sounds like a name for a novel. I'd read it. Forget it. Do you know if they drew their conclusions about the sect based solely on the knife or something else? Do you remember the meteorite? They somehow got their hands and they talk about blubbering away. It was probably just courses of the kind or something. Me and Carla have been discussing it all week. What if it's a maniac? As in a real serial killer. What if he starts killing everyone related to it anyway? And then the closest one, well, maybe a second. Diaz only. Did you two manage to meet up, actually? You said you wanted to. Whatever. We'll chat later with no one eavesdropping, so to speak. Did the police talk to you? Yes, can you imagine? Me too. I didn't even think things like that happened. First they questioned Susie and she didn't do anything right. It was so scary, all of them wearing uniforms, their faces so serious all the time. And she was so nervous, and I was so nervous. Too awful. Awful, awful. Sorry to hear, Suze. What happened next? And then she left. That awful officer grabbed me and started asking me questions. As a reflection, you'd think he'd offer some sympathy or support. But no, he wouldn't let go of me, as if, why the cops' reflections question you anyway? Surely they cannot influence the investigation on the side of the mirror in any way. Why wouldn't I like to know? If you ask me, they're just mean boys with their toys and pretending to be cool, while in fact, policemen's reflections often work at the station while their prototypes are alive, and then they move on to join their reflections police or the practitioners. They're excellently qualified and highly motivated and do not require any additional training. The community encourages the practice of parallel investigations on our side. Thank you, Roy. If only the community encouraged something truly important as opposed to... Hold on, do you remember which police station you were questioned at? Ah, yes, the one on Belford Street. While it looks up to date on the outside, you can even imagine what the mess is on the inside. Picture this. They don't even have a fat-free cream to go with their coffee. Yes, right. You are the Mr. Know-It-All here. Isn't he earnestly and keeping quiet? Iris, you can't even imagine how cold it is in there. No decent coffee, and given you have to sit around for hours, they didn't even let me take a few minutes off to powder my nose, and my contouring was slightly off from the very morning all day. Why does it have to be so cold? Why does it have to be so hard with all these murders, investigations, yoga courses, stupid harmony? It doesn't work at all. I mean, how am I supposed to keep calm down here? Anyway, enough of me. Tell me about yourself. Where did you pick this one up again? Do you like him? You didn't tell me that you two are serious. After all, he is. You alright? I've choked on the coffee. On my coffee or what? It looks like someone's remarkable immunity to Suze has been a little compromised. Oh, it's incredibly brazen of her. That's usual. Something is off, though. Sue changed the subject abruptly and decided to ask how I was doing now that this highly unusual. My inner detective tells me something fishy is going on. That's right, actually. But how and what does one ask Suze to learn everything? I've got an idea. Hello, dialogue. Are you going to write things down or look for inconsistencies later? No, I'm going to draw heroines. Why herons? First, you get a little book out. Now that you're whispering to each other, I thought you came in to see a friend here. Honestly, this is the one old influence on you. I wouldn't be surprised if... Don't worry, Suze. Roy just asked me to show him the notebook. You do know, like keeping my hands busy when I'm nervous, right? And well, I can't play around with a cup of coffee, can I? Phew, I don't think I sounded like her enough. But not exactly, though. Well, alright. I also doodle sometimes. It's good fun. Action time. Okay, there are a few subjects I'd like to cover in more detail, and if she's withholding anything at all, I'll try to guess what they may be. First questions, most importantly, she tires easily. By the end of it all, her mind will wander. There are 3 different ways to approach Suze: pressure, friendly banter, and sarcasm. All I need to know is to pick the best approach for each subject. Police station. You may remember something other than the lack of fat-free ice cream. Which officer questioned her? Did she see any other witness? Did she tell her anything about the investigation? Friendly. Submit. I'm sorry I had to go through all that question. No wonder you were stressed. Awfully stressed. Awfully. My condolences, Suze, but there must have been something good about that. Sure thing there was. Totally slipped out of my mind, but here goes. Take this girl even, who brought me the tissues. Just imagine a detective kept asking stupid questions over and over, solving photos. Which photos? That Roy of yours and a few other men, the most handsome of them. But you shouldn't think much of it. The selection was at the least. You shouldn't think too much of yourself. Dearie me, what should I tell him? Don't sweat it, Roy. You're actually quite alright. Taste differ. Well, I sure know yours now. Well, I sure know yours now. Don't forget to breathe. Now, where were we? We were talking about me, not ratting you out. I know you'd never doubt me, but admit it, it's nice to have friends like me. Very nice. Do you not want to rat me out? But of course, Iris. Anyone here seem familiar to you? You see? Familiar to me? How dare they? First the detective's prototypes tortures poor Susie with stupid assumptions, and then this. I mean, she didn't see anyone. Well, I did see Roy, but you two were hugging, so I didn't know. So I didn't even know what to tell them. Well, you're friends, right? Well, if the police here get some wrong ideas to their heads, and you've just started your new life. We weren't hugging, I simply moved Iris out of the way. I was busy reflecting, you know. It's not like I could do much. Yes, and that is why I carried her away, and you really should have told the police about this. Did you even think for a second how it may have looked? Not everything is about your personal life, you know. I agree with Roy, but I need to stop this bickering. What happened next? What happened? Yes. Anyway, the detective was pressuring me so hard that I broke out in tears and just ended up not a single word of support. God, too much. Did she say anything was on a different case though? I guess she was just used. And then Iris. Is anyone even listening? Iris then hung out to talk to each other, don't they? I'd personally ban the detective who's on the case from talking to women. If you ask me, he understands squat about this. Literally not a single thing. And the way he talked to me is like he was suspecting me. Can you even imagine? Yes? Oh, okay. Thanks, Danny Ray. You keep missing my timer. What timer? Have you got an alarm set for when the Stream Raiders is ready? Because I am running the battles fast. He's a detective. That's his job. I suspect other people. However, you cannot veer off the tone. Iris Vegas. Sounds terrible. It's good that the girl you mentioned was much nicer to you. I know. And she said so confidently too. And they definitely find the guilty one. It even made me relax a little after all. It was very comforting when, hold on, which guilty one? The sec leader? How should I know? What matters is that she left a bit for me. But actually, if it weren't for Michelle, I wouldn't have recalled anything nice at the police station. It's a truly evil place. Let's not discuss it anymore. All it does is stress me out. And me and you, we need to take care of ourselves, right? Who else would, after all? Take it easy now, Suze. We don't have to discuss it any further. Thank you. How can I take it easy? Everything is so messed up, whichever way you look at it. Iris, I think my contouring needs a touch-up again, so your makeup looks fine. Honestly, don't fret. Sure, well, okay then. Maybe Suze will like the switch from a serious subject to something she finds more indulgent. It can end up as familiar chat about nothing in particular and unfamiliar chat about something specific. Or anything halfway. Roaring at her while this light-hearted subject make her chuck back details at you just in order to survive. Fine, I'll pick friendly. Totally, you know me, right? I watched everything I could to everyone, read the newspapers. And I thought, well, Iris will come over and I'll tell her all I need to know. All I know. And there's nothing you see. No one's even a single one of these photos. Surely it's impossible that he's never had a picture taken. Something's got to be out there somewhere, and yet there isn't. And there may be rumors about him. Besides, why they never went into public about their marriage? Well, they say he's supposedly rich, very rich even. But I'll tell you what, if it's easy discussing things you know nothing about, and sure, why would Serena go for someone poor? He's probably handsome and smart too, but what's the point of that if she's never shown him to anyone? Iris, so he's rich. Oh well, it's not surprising, come to think of it. Right then, thank you, Suze. Roy's been staring at the table down through the entire husband conversation. He seems uninterested or a bit uncomfortable, or both. probably withholding something. Sure. Pushy. Work as shock therapy. I'm very well aware that the sect is not just a sect. The question is, why did you choose to withhold the truth? Because you'll think I'm to blame or simply won't believe me. I cannot believe it myself, understand? Now when someone says,
Pokemon, catch
Center
it.
for Harmony and Personal Growth, do you hear sect? If you do, then I envy you because you are neither Susie nor I could even. I need to know all the details, you know. Suzanne, but I don't know a thing. I mean, I know the center's head name is Thomas, and I have no idea what happened between him and Serena. I honestly don't know anything, like nothing at all. Even the sect, I only heard about it at the police station. Iris, so you're saying you did hear about the center before? Suzanne, I simply don't understand why the sect is the center, too. It's also jumbled in my head. It won't sort itself out. Also, since you died, Susie has been crying all the time, even though she hasn't dropped any work. I find it hard to... Iris, looks like she's not going to answer this question. Too exhausted. If I press on, she'll probably just break out into tears. At least I knew a new name, Thomas. Everything's fine. Don't get yourself too worked up. Not the teeniest one. Seriously, it's alright. Thank you for trying to help. I'm afraid the name Thomas rings no bells to me. I also think she knows more, whispering maybe she does, but she clearly won't survive any further questioning. Gosh, Iris. You talked both my ears off. I'm going to be late for my eyelash lamination masterclass. But don't you think I'm sending you off? I'm really just busy today. Do come over again. Look at her go. It's lucky we even got a chance to talk to her about the case at all. I hope to see you soon. Don't bring this one with you again. On the other hand, whatever. If you like him that much, who am I going to be to give advice then? Do what you want. Okay, see you, Suze. Oh, come on, you. No hard feelings, okay? Suzanne, you better come back for coffee next week, or the week after, or any time really. I'm always up for a chat with you. What about you? Regret volunteering to join me? No regrets at all. Even though her comments seem somewhat tactless. Somewhat? You're too much of a stranger to public life, aren't you? I understand it's not it's not too nice listening to other people building theories about all this. Roy, there's something I need to tell you. I'm pregnant. Oh, whoa. Is it his? We've never had sex, and Reflections cannot have children. So why did my words scare you so much then? Maybe it's just not used to talking about things like that, or I'm not expecting someone to think that. Thoughts are not material. I mean, I'm probably not pregnant after all, or actually, if I think about it, it's very hard. Nope, still not pregnant. Wait, choose to say still not? Nope, still not pregnant. Okay. I get your point, I think. Alright, we're even in some sense. Everything is so weird. Serena's already had a funeral and I still don't know what your prototype would why your prototype would murder her. But now, I guess no one knows why but him. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Also, Serena had a husband. Still can't get my head around the fact that a significant tiny piece of her life just went right past me. Or a wealthy tiny piece. Roy, my prototype, possibly had a husband too. Well, I'm completely in the dark about it. Sure, what if he actually has a wife? Or 7 brothers or kids? Why would you want to know? What for? It won't change anything. You cared for Serena not because she did or did not have a husband. That's true. Oops, I missed it. Yet it's still just so odd. What do you reckon? Did Suzanne tell you everything she knew about the investigation? Yes, I trust her. Probably not. I don't like to admit it, but probably not. I think if she really did hold back any information, it'll come to light sooner rather than later. Take the police even. They might even know more. Listen, do you want to maybe play our game again? You think it's time to win one to lighten up a little? I'd be happy to surrender at once, but I guess it won't be funny at all that way. Absolutely. Why would you surrender so easily, by the way? Is that a question? Uh-huh. I'm not answering that. I see where this is going. All right, no answer accepted. My turn now. Do you consider Suzanne your friend? Oh, there goes my headset beeping at me again. Depends on what you mean by friendship. Do you care about what's going on with her, or do you want to believe her? This is a nasty question, Roy. Sorry. I'm not sure. I've never had to think about it before. Reflections of Serena friends were my friends by default, but this default has simply vanished into thin air. You're very careful with your words. I don't want to say probably not. Iris, I'm sorry. Me too. And by the way, why did you ask? Do you not like Suze at all? I got a feeling she didn't care about you at all. Which means, yes, I don't. She said she wanted to protect you from the police, but she chose a very strange method. She was probably doing just that, though. Did I answer your question? Uh-huh. Right, then what's so special about Serena? So special? My bad, I know she's important to you and all, but I don't get it. You clearly separate yourself from her. You've got a different name. Your jokes are different. Can you explain, please? Damn it, Roy. The way you say it, I feel like I gotta go ahead and display it with words, break down my thoughts, box them, and label them. If I loved her, that's the third box to the right, blue label. But if I merely liked her, that's the fourth box from the top, red label. Now, if I actually confused the two boxes and thought I was her, that's the special spot, a secret box inside a glass case. What if you actually try to? Serena was my life. You cannot count this as an answer or not, but I won't be able to come up with a better reply. I'm sorry. And now you're sorry you asked. Again, I am sorry. Your turn. Your selection of questions is incredibly tasty. And you also come out as eager to surrender and then kindly refuse to explain yourself. Are you feeling touchingly sorry for me again after our little venture, Roy? Are you joking? Are you ridiculing me? No, Iris, I cannot imagine a situation where I'd feel sorry for you. Why ask me at all then? I'm trying to understand. Yes, you are not the most basic subjects for a chat, but then they should be raised, don't you think? I don't know. I see. And regarding surrender, I'd surrender to make you happy. No way, surrender away then. I do. Just like that. I don't know any other ways to surrender. Wonder if I do. You don't need to. I don't surrender. Wish I had your confidence in me. Oh, you've got your hands on that elusive girl, Doris, looking cute together. You two discussing anything important? Me? Yep, you. Iris. Here's Johnny. We were talking about my bro. Iris. Whatever Roy has told you about me, it's all lies. Oh shoot, what am I now? Expected to forget all those wonderful incriminating details? I'll be happy to come up with new ones for you. They will have to do with why you're here. Unfortunately, no. So what are you discussing about me then, for real? Wait, wasn't there stuff about Roy? Wait, I thought that was Roy. No. What's his name? Make the most of your conversation with Susie. Well, I didn't make the most of it. Wow. All about it. Oh, I didn't take the cheese roll. Oh, that's Johnny. Step into the void together. Sue's told you more thanks to Johnny. Oh. Oh, I made Max mad. Or sad. We weren't as much discussing you placing bets on whether you turn up. I win an entire date, mind you. Wow, is it dirty? Looking for details. I vote against it. Sorry, Johnny. Roy just voted against. So you found some common ground while waiting here for me. But actually, Roy, I was looking for you, nothing personal, Iris. I hope next time you'll pick me to make bets with. I don't mind losing. Neither truth nor a dare against you. Right, so why are you looking for me? Right. Because it's time to test a new batch. I've been time for like this an hour, half an hour or so. Let's go then, otherwise Chloe will get tired of waiting for us. She'll cut training and end us. Let's go then, otherwise Chloe will get tired of waiting for us, and then she'll cut training and end us. It's a very likely scenario. Goodbye, Iris. Should I perish from the hand of another woman, I will be thinking of her. And should you not, I will be doing that anyway. See you around, Iris. By the way, what's next for me? Any chance I'll be heading their way? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Should I pick practitioners or scientists? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which way should I go? Can't decide, I'll never know. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I made that up just now. Anything I could do for you? Actually, I wanted to do something for you, your science and your crew. In fact, it don't really help me out. I promised Takio to help Tony, but in a short time, don't worry, it's nothing complicated. They are behind the blue bus, and I'll also let Takio know that you're busy. Oh, did I miss a question? Anyone got the Necromancer? Necromancer is a legendary unit. You cannot get the legendary unit by dropping in battles. You have to get it from chests that say that you can get it from those chests, which you can do by hitting the little eye next to the chest. It'll tell you what you can get. You cannot buy it in the store for legendary units. Or the battle pass. The battle pass, buying it in the store, or certain chests. To be honest, almost no one can. In order to learn to produce food, you have to full study its composition. It's not easy, but you've done great. On the outside, they are identical. I suggest we wrap up the food experiments for now. Yes, fine. Iris, what are you doing here? Tiny, allow me to help you. She's going to join later. I'll manage though. Alright, I'll see Tony's working on a few creative tasks. Just make sure you pay attention. So then, Tony, Iris, you have to create a rope just like this one with tied knots. Yes. Yes. Why so elaborate? A passion of art. Anyway, ropes are my signature trick. Knots aren't yet, but it's time I branched out. Very good. Your knots, however, it's like they're artificial. Cannot really undo them. And you, Iris, have not developed proper tension. Let's give it another try. Look at the knots more closely to understand what you are trying to make. And do not rush. I feel kind of weird, like a sci-fi series. Eureka! It's about the 10 style strength. Everyone will look at me, understandingly charming. Iris, look here. One of each ends of the ropes is now simply cuts through the other. Curious but impractical. Trying to focus less on the one single parameter next time. Damn it, I thought I had power all over the ropes. Real shame. Dora, the same thing about your notch. Tony, did you want the rope to be just like what it was last time? I tried to make one similar. Sometimes the easier thing is grasp than the other. Let's pick another exercise. Here, what I suggest first. It's a beaker. 4 beakers. Water. Ew, oil. Why has he got more oil? Your goal is to separate the 2 liquids. It is a useful skill when you need to say clean water. And not just that. It also helps treat wounds such as the practitioner's open fractures. Alright, you go first. Oh, close. Not bad. You should try it again with the but rest a little first. It takes time to get used to working with liquids. Tony, do you see the liquids of different colors? You should separate them. Can you do that? Oh wow, you can. Oh. Tony, you did a great job separating oil from water. Then you decided to mix them back together, am I right? Yes, but they won't mix. Dura, can I have a word with you? Explain what Tony needs to do. Show why Tony needs to do it. Ask Tony a random question. Sure. No, but my neck's itching all the time because someone bit me. Who could have bitten you? Someone who bites, but definitely not Rika. That's someone bit you too. You've got the lines like me. I saw them earlier. And who is it you think that bit us? Could it be Max? I mean Maximilian. It was hardly him. He wouldn't bite you for sure. He's scared of you biting him first. Who bites who, Myris? What is this about? Nothing. We're just chatting. What are we doing next, though? Let's get rid of the glasses. Medical gloves. In fact, I'm going to ask you to create one of them. Give it a try. I have almost no energy left. Oh, close, but the thumbs joined. Iris, that should be enough for you today. Are you feeling alright? I'm fine. Either way, there is some sweet tea on the bus. You sit there for a while. Fatigue sometimes arrives with a delay. All the bites. Your turn. Tony, pay close attention first. The gloves are blue, thick and light. You need to make one of those. Yes. Oh my god, he did it. Where'd it go? This is odd. What's wrong? It's not flexible. It has no stretch. I don't even think it was possible. Let me see. He made a solid glove, lol. You're right, Tony. It doesn't stretch. Yes, it probably doesn't. Dora, another word, please. explain what Tony needs to. Tony, have you ever owned a pair of gloves? Have I? Yes, black with fur. Are they comfy? Warm. Ah, I get it. Hi, curious. Very curious. How does the fur hold? It is attached. Does it really matter that much? Sorry, right then. Tony, look. Do you see how the glove stretches? Can you make one just like it? Already stretched. It does stretch. And it's sort of pre-stretched. So what are we going to do with it? Nothing. Let's move on. Here's a creative challenge. Tony, try making something very commonplace. Something you can picture in your mind very well. Runs up panting. Teo, I'm sorry. Just about made it. Is everything okay with you two? I'm glad you were here. We're almost done. We'll now try to recreate a random familiar fact. Tony, it's important that you try to use the item that you ended up creating, understand? Iris, don't forget that you're resting now. Iris, you're looking a little pale. You want some tea? Maybe sweet tea for two? No thanks. Tony, a commonplace thing to use it. Oh, drugs, wow. Dora? Tony, don't worry, you've done well. Chemical composition. One moment. Tony, I'm sorry. They just appeared out of nowhere so fast. I wasn't ready. I think we're done for today. Fine, the chemicals do not match. I'm off to the lab now. Alright. Tony, you're probably hungry, right? I've got some nuts with me. Would you like the best? I only have nuts off the wall. No, I mean walnuts. Didn't let Rika have none though. She couldn't have them, could she? Or did they taste bad? The other nuts like walnuts? I don't think so. Will you try some? It's itching again. They don't look like walnuts at all. Tony, you have Iris, no more please. It'll itch some and then it'll be fine. By the way, you have some nuts too if you want. Tony, do all your cracks itch like this? Itchy neck, itchy arm, my head too. It's my head. Is my head cracked? Or does it itch for some other reason? Does it even itch? Don't you know? Do I know? Itchy again? My arm, my neck, my leg, my side, my other side, my stomach, my back? Or not? Or is it different? My neck, my side, my back? Itchy crack. Yeah. Go get that from the practitioners and return to camp for dinner. Oops. What were you thinking? He doesn't know what kind of answer you're expecting from him. The order of itching, how strong it is, some consciousness of all of it. It's too complicated. You're making it worse. I didn't. Anyway, enough. Just go now. I should probably get some sleep, but then it's still way too early. I have no idea how to keep myself busy. Go through the bag. Not today. Come on, you've been acting all week. Like it doesn't matter. That's no good. It's like a splinter, you know, sore and sticking, itching. Yet still there, and you have to leave it be. Talk to Suze, haven't you? There might be something in the bag related to the murder. I guess so. I got an idea, someone to help you with it. Or you alone, the two of us, the pain is too much. I can see how hard it is for you. My heroic inner voice admitting to not being almighty delightful. More to the point, please. So am I expecting to confide in someone I've known for less than 2 weeks? Not at all. You have to say something or explain to share. But every little thing brings you pain. It will trigger memories. Man, who do I pick to go through my bag with me? Who do I pick? I need to go through the dead prototype's bag. I may as well. I may well up in the process. Couldn't you maybe help me? Even though I don't totally really know how,
Pokemon,
say,
catch it,
move
catch it,
from one
catch it.
pile to another. It's not just move stuff. The second person can help you determine what you'll still use, what might be kept as a memento, and what can be discarded. And find something that may be connected to the murderer. And for the whole thing to hurt less, and not to cling onto every item too long. It's essential that you're not alone. Who do you suggest? I'd pick Dora. She would definitely try to be supportive, and given what she's like towards your own prototype, she'd understand how you feel, but it's up to you, of course. It's late. Practitioners and scientists will be spanning the bridge tomorrow. All the same, if you pick anyone other than Dora, I still have to ask her permission. Dull. Don't make me change my mind. Dora, can I steal you for a few minutes? What is it? I want to go through my bag and maybe throw some things away, and I could use help with sorting through such contents. Serena's bag, yes. Sure, let's go. Who do I go to the bag with? Third or Maximilian or Dora? I'm gonna go with Dora. Then I suggest you get the contents out and group everything if you want. Seems like a plan. Of course. Open the bag. All the papers stay. Fine, I'll order them to make sure the sheets don't get jumbled up. We've done very well. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. I couldn't get to mine for several months. She didn't have many things left. I mean, things of her own. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Did it help in the end? To a certain degree, I did get closure. At least one. Did you need more than one? Two, actually. When I'd finally gone through all the stuff, I stopped guilt-tripping myself for not doing it. But she used to save magazine cutouts, you know, many people did back in the day. With style and fashion tips. I spent a lot of time looking for all those items I wanted to collect myself, as if for her. I'm still on the lookout sometimes, and if she can come back. Yes. Oh, it's a phone. The most useful thing per today is, which is actually useless for us. I've only ever seen these in the movies. Time to sleep, no problem. You have a great one, Claire. Tomorrow is my day off, so I won't be here. But I will see you next time, hopefully. You mean mobile phones? Yes, I do remember the corded ones, though, with a dial. Anyway, the same rule applies here with the last tech devices. You chuck it or hand it over to the practitioners, it won't work here. I know, but then also leave it as a keepsake, put it on the shelf and dust it occasionally. What for? I don't know, out of protest. You're right, it's probably best to just throw it away. Oh, what a pretty makeup bag. It's not bad. Can I have a look? However, I'm not good at making conversations with the pros and cons of highlighters, concealers, and eyeliners. I can only respond with yes, and oh really? I don't actually understand why we even discuss these things. You need to find out what suits you best, by the way. Can I copy your mascara? I've been meaning to try the silicone brush. Oh really? Yes. Iris. I know the type of brush without even opening a mascara. And we're suddenly having a girly, beautiful talk. Glorious. I still have a habit of following the latest arrivals. Can you lend a few magazines later if you want? And by the way, have a look at my makeup bag. You might find something you might like in there too. Now then, what's next? Oh, we're onto the books now. Hold on, it's this piece of paper. A pre-order from the chemist for Finner Delg to collect some prescriptions, only medication. I asked Akio what this medication is. I wish I knew who Finner was and what his chemist business was doing in Serena's bag. What a beautiful name, an unusual name. Sounds Viking-ish. Iris, what's wrong? Just an order printout. Let's move on. Alright, regarding your books, I wanted to tell you. If you want, I can place them on a shelf. Third likes reading too. And you? I prefer non-fictions, books on psychology, personal growth, management, and fashion. Would an edition of How to Stuff People with Cheese Rolls to Death be more management or personal growth? Still joking, Iris. Clearly both. She studied its contents were different from the prototypes, and you can certainly use ointments and balms to soothe the cracks while hormonal drugs are useless. And so are sanitary pads. Yes, I know. Iris, maybe you want to add something. Do you need more books or a fragrance or a scarf? Something of your own. Maybe something small but nice. Or if you could find a new bag, then again, your style as stylish as a flask with whiskey. A fancy one made of silver with a coat of arms. Iris, alcohol inhibits your receptors and is a depressant. You should know you're being irresponsible about your own. Oh, you're joking. I mean, it was being serious. Think about my offer. Say you're not bringing me a flask? No. Real shame, although I'll think about it. That's it, nothing left. We'll definitely need a wallet. You give the coins to the practitioners though, they might find a use for them. I'm not intending to pine away over the coins and the notes, and especially the credit cards. You want me to get you more? To make the pining more efficient? No, but thanks for caring. About that, by the way, why did you ask if I wanted to add anything? First, I'm your curator and taking care of you is my job. Secondly, you haven't had the time and spirit to find something you'd like. Thirdly, personal belongings help us be ourselves. I can get a few fragrance swatches for you, and you pick one, you'll feel better. Okay, if it's not too much trouble, let's check a few out. Deal. Oh, I missed the... Right, since we're done, I'll store everything on the shelf. Thank you, Dora. I got an achievement for going through the bag with Dora. Don't let me be misunderstood. Go through the bag together. Very well, done dealing with the bag. Uh-oh, and with Dora too in a way. I think she's nice. Of course she's nice, which is what scares me. I can feel you're doing better now. A little. It's so odd that one bag will never be reflected again. River remaining this unpacked. No new scripts, notes, or books. It's like I'm on stage and have just repeated my line for the third time, and yet the other actor still won't appear from the back. Cute sense of absence, am I right? It's unnatural. Anyway, time for bed. Good night. Thanks, you too. I mean, us too. That was a long day. 12 days after death. Apparently, I was allowed to sleep in. Normally, if someone is kind enough to let you sleep in, you consider them a humanist. However, when your dreams are an endless nightmare, you start hoping for a villain shouting, "Get up!" right at the break of dawn. I'm afraid I'll have to pluck up the courage to ask Dora to deflect to the dark side. I will most likely not enjoy it and start praying for more sleep, but at least my discontent will be more varied. Are you up already? Dora just sent me to get you. Good morning. No, I'm still sleeping. What does it look like, man? Morning. Let's go. Have I missed all the best stuff? No, of course not. Practitioners I've just completed all the final checks on the bridge. I'm very cunning, I must say. Oh, it's very cunning, I must say. You can configure literally anything of your current needs, including the height of the top of the beams and the side of the safety guards. My inner definition of the word bridge has just ouched. You're absolutely right. It would make more sense to call it telescopic structure. Designed for gradual connection of a stabilized land and terrestrial incognita. But that's too long. What about an acronym? Something like cute and modest like TSDFG, blah blah blah. Sure, you got those letters right? T for telescopic, S for structure, D for designed, F for 4, and G. What was G again? Well, gradual connection of I for sure. Please tell me I don't need to remember that. Back then, never mind. So I was going under there. All the bridges is all checked. Well done on the present, Dald. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to remind you of the past. I believe they were going to put their gear on. Come. Oh, 2 naked men. Are they fighting for my love? Oh, it's so easy to impress. Just look at them. They oxidize like crazy, and the best limit their contact with the air as much as you can. Those green spots will get you anyway, trust me. They're much more worse than overly keen girlfriends of Roy. What's with the face, bro? Ah, gorgeous woman has just seen you half naked. Hey Iris, want some coffee? Hey there, I'd love some. By the way, got anything to say to us? No, I'll just think a few indecent thoughts in my head. Yay, whispering, care to share them with me later? No. Iris, what are you even doing here? Third said that Dora had sent for me, so my goal now clearly is to find her and find out why this coffee is great, by the way. Thanks. Didn't want to interrupt your chat. Dora was right here when I left, so probably. You just dropped that box, man. On the roof, 3rd row, 2nd spot from the top. The usual. Johnny, your firm habits do give you credit. Firm, huh? I never imagined I would hear something like that from you, milady. Now, what certainly does not give you credit is your innuendos. Largely, you're just so mental and firm. Very funny. Right, no time to waste. Good morning, Iris. Straight to the point. I've already helped 4 practitioners pack their gear and my fingers hurt. I like to refrain from doing that in the next 2 hours. Maximilian has been lugging boxes from early in the morning. Let's just say manual dexterity is not his forte. So it's your and Third's turn now. Of course, how can we help exactly? Roy and Johnny, the only 2 left. Pick who helps whom gear up. Iris, this probably makes sense for you to pick, I guess. Good guess. Makes total sense if she gets to pick. Iris, you really don't have to. I gear up on my own, perfectly fine. And Third will help Johnny. That's a grand idea, bro. You get tired in the process, then you fail to uphold stabilism, you temporarily drop dead and compromise the entire group. And all that just to be a gentleman. Solid. It'd be so dramatic. The new land is very close. I simply don't want to make the girl do what she doesn't want to do. Have you asked her? What if she really doesn't mind hanging out with someone cute and half naked? I'm being serious. You do it yourself. I'll replace you. You cannot afford any ground risks. You're playing it safe. By the way, I never believe that you can't afford to not play safe, just saying. Me, I can. Us, we cannot. Iris, what do you say? I can never remember which one is which. So, does my opinion actually matter? I thought you two were going to discuss if I wanted to or not. arrive at some conclusion and make up my mind for me. We were just, he was so sorry it didn't happen again. Probably don't leave us to say anything. Iris. Pretty please. Offer to help otherwise. I'm not going to help you. I can replace Maximilian, lug around a few boxes. I'm not going to help anyone get dressed. Sorry, Dora. Seriously? You cheeky minx. I can watch Half Naked all day, can't you? Do you remember I'm a part of you, don't you? Uh-huh. Coughing. That's your decision. And now my problem. I didn't think that blurting out. I think Iris is great. I mean, she's this great. What? Why? A lot of people on the opposing sex only think about themselves. They don't give a damn if you're uncomfortable next to somebody else's half-naked body or not. They don't give a damn if you really don't care less. Couldn't care less about the sex you hate, any mention of it. I was wrong to think this was going to be boring. Maximilian, you're exaggerating. There is no Iris probably sees this as a different light. Will you let me finish? Iris, I let you. I thought you were just like everybody else, and you went and showed them. You've defended your boundaries, and I've told them on the and they've told them in their faces that you'd rather lug boxes around than stay on this in this conversation. You're great, honestly. Thanks, Don. Max, it was good. I didn't have to call you by your monstrously long name in my head. So then, Max, I don't think anyone here needed to hear all that you just said, and I have no idea what to say next. Glorious. Dude, I'm almost caught up with the epic scale of the situation, but does Dora fit into your story exactly? It was her who offered Iris to help us out, not me or Roy. In case you haven't noticed, she's the same sex as Iris. Are you saying that she doesn't think about... That's enough, Iris. Max, camp now. I'll be helping with breakfast later. Hey, Immortal Frog, how you doing? Roy, Thad, and Johnny. I believe you'll figure this out between the three of you. Just give us a moment. Nope, Dora, we won't. Darling, you've taken the responsibility of helping practitioners with their gear. You either stick to it, and deliver on time, or this will be the last time you're on such a romantic cruise together. Excellent. I'll help Roy then. The rest of you, do as I say now. It's such a pleasure to be working with you, as I mentioned before. Bro, drop it. Spring. Don't think we should annoy her any further, but you're up right now. I thought I was the one. Does it have to do with your prototype too? Mine. He just didn't go after different women. I think he was actually fully bonkers, literally obsessed, you know, like a disease. I'm experiencing an acute sense of deja vu chatting with Suze. Normally it goes somewhat like this. How's life treating you? Next question. I'm alright. I'm alright. Hanging in there. Will you let him pour his heart out? What is your latest game to be playing that you're enjoying at the moment? Anything? Let me know. I'll be quicker than arguing with him, although it does seem like everyone knows Maximilian's dark secret now. Next question. How are you enjoying this? How are you enjoying this game? I love variety games. I like puzzle games normally. I did do the demo of this and I did enjoy it, but it has a lot of dialogue. I don't really like reading. I totally forgot that I had to read everything by myself. I'd much rather the game read to me. But other than that, it's fine. I just want to know who the freak killed her in the real life. You started Chimera last night as expected. I love it. Lots of dialogue. Yeah, lots of dialogue. It's very draining. So much reading. What do I do? And should I even at the most important one? Why me? And the thing is, I don't remember what I read. Like, I need to listen to dialogue. I don't remember what I read after I read it. I really, I've always struggled with that. It goes in one ear out the other sort of thing. It's not much different though if it is red to me, if I'm going to be honest. It's not like I disagree. All right, let's hear him out. And with those two right in front of the mirror, two girls, I felt so disgusted and couldn't even close my eyes. So it's just like autopilot reeling while your brain is elsewhere. I feel that so hard. I mean, I do have ADHD and it's more than likely related to that. But yeah. But yeah, autopilot's a good word. I was sick with nausea for the whole night after that. I really thought I'd feel better. I even wanted to never get better. I wanted it to end for good. I got HD and 80% of them too. Nice. You got HD and 80. Oh, I get it. I think it's just called ADD now. I don't know. I like it when it can do more than half because you've worked so hard for it. And he literally just did everything to pull those fitness babes, and with them, he even had an app on his phone he'd mark things like who he'd slept with and when, and rated them, you know, with stars and all. Wow. I think they're adding more letters, really. I thought they were taking them out and just putting it all in the same boat. I don't know, though. And I have a 2-second memory, so I could be wrong. Mirrors everywhere, so he could see every moment, and I did have to reflect all the time. Apparently, I owe Serena a big one for not having any sex in front of the mirror fetishes. She doesn't even have a mirror in a bedroom. Didn't have. So you cannot believe it's all over now? Do you not feel safe here? Sometimes I dream about, I understand. I first thought I was gay or something. I mean, maybe I was so bad because he was only into women, but then I just don't. Hi, Dory! Yeah, I think the F in that context probably stands for fucking. Like, fucking HD. Like, grrr, you know. Nice to meet you again. Always a pleasure even after the 30th time. It's like 50 first dates, you know. Or Groundhog Day, I don't know. I want to stay away from others not touching anyone and no one touching me. And there's no avoiding it. And you just went and refused to address anyone. How you doing, Pika? Good to see you. Right in front of them, and it's like knowing that I am the only one. It meant a lot. I understand that it's nothing to do with me. It made me feel better. Thank you, Iris. I'm sorry it had to be like this with your prototype. It'd be good for you to find some new purposes here. You can now finally decide for yourself. This wasn't why I refused, though. Oh, here we go. Now you can finally find for yourself, despite your nights and dreams of the past. Your prototype can no longer affect your life. How are you? I'm alright. Hopefully you're doing well. I still don't feel like he cannot affect me anymore. If Dora asked you to help a female practitioner get dressed, would you do it? Well, smash my fist on a rock, as if by accident. But bad enough to injure my hand, then I wouldn't have to help. But what is wrong with my way? Well, you see, she's going to ask, why not, Maximilian? And what do I do? What do I tell her? You don't like touching other people, Dora. I don't know, it looks kind of quite like I'm the snowflake. And while all strong on the outside, you're weak inside. Yes. I think it looks simply like you don't want to touch other people. And if you offer to do something instead, say like boxes, attach ropes to the roof and help out with dinner, it really shouldn't be a problem at all, really. Let's use my example to figure out if you can be honest about things you don't want to do. I bet that Dora won't bite my head off or run in circles around the camp screaming, Iris is the worst and weakest of my subjects ever. Everyone has always dressed everyone else, no questions asked. Well, yes, Dora will hardly do anything like that. I think so too, and that means that I can try doing the same thing, right? Oh, I don't know. It's going to be so weird. Oh, could be good, I suppose. Would you have an option now? Why not keep it in mind? Uh-huh. Yes, keep it in mind. Looks like he doesn't fully believe what you've been telling him. He's eager to try. I like how this played out. You can just say, I did quite well. You did very well. Uh-huh. Oh, scared the crap out of me. I got a another achievement. Check it out. Wait. Find misery with a difficult character. All right. We did what we believed was the right thing, as in nothing brilliant. Now we can be so kind to go on and watch the practitioners work. Why don't you give me this look? Put aside your highly spiritual conversation now. Up and off you go. All right, shall we go, Iris? Uh-huh. Ooh. Let's see. Okay, so Johnny's at the very top, so I can see Roy on the second level. I'll be rooting for them. Or is there something else I'm supposed to be doing? Apart from the bridge, I cannot help but notice IV lines, the first aid kit, and stretcher at the ready. I hope we won't be needing either of those. Everyone ready? So this knock is a yes. I wonder if there's a special knock for no, or a maybe. 3, 2, 1, let's rock! Bring normally you'd hear, let's go, but Johnny likes his version for some reason. Whispering for some reason, huh? Dora, what if the prototype of you, who's now on the bridge, looks like the mirrors right now? Such as Roy's prototype? We have safety brackets to step on and this would hold. So how many practitioners like Roy can be on the bridge at the same time? I only get 2, Iris. And those prototypes work shifts so they get reflected or rarely. And then these are 2 who fit the practitioner's criteria for expeditions and aren't many overlaps. That said, technically reflections whose prototypes are still alive are at 0 risk. So it would have made sense to involve them only. But it's not cost effective. Exactly, you cannot retrieve the gear and other equipment back easily when unmanned. So we'll have to compromise. A6, A3, right shoulder. A6 at the top will help A3. Below,
Pokemon, catch
uphold
it.
stabilization. A3 is now Conrad. It's his second expedition only. He's not too experienced yet. Johnny said newbies were only allowed to stabilize at a safe distance. Yes. This here is very close, nothing major. It's odd that Johnny is here. Why is he risking himself if he could put someone else there instead? He could, but Johnny's usually in charge of coordination. His job carries a lot of responsibility, but it's dangerous, no? Don't worry, Max. Chloe is here, so should anything happen to Johnny, she'll replace him. Ooh. Houses. That was clean. Top game. Hooray! Super clean, swift and fast. Cool. Can't wait to get in there. Everything seems to have gone well, but Chloe doesn't look too pleased. Maybe she's like Johnny. I mean, she also wanted to be on the bridge. Probably, but not her decision. Wow, there's an entire city there. A beautiful city, Johnny. Come on, tell us you've crashed it. So childish, honestly. Are we allowed on the other side? I want to go too. Yes, me too. Just as childish, you lot, the practitioners will now go check any risks the building's collapsing or any other threats. Then we go. I think it won't take long. Iris, you'll have plenty of time to stare. Come now. But Mum... Hey, so here's your first new land. You've checked it, and it's nauseatingly safe. So go on, have fun. Oh, I read this already. Dora, tell... Well, Dora will tell you herself at least a dozen times, but I want to be the first one to say it. Under no circumstances come close to the edge of the void. Johnny, you're not helping. I'm doing my best anyways. Give us a shout if you need anything awesome. Sacks of diamonds, crude oil shards, or the primary mirror, or an elephant. You don't play it enough to care about that. I only came back recently. Fair enough. As I said, you do what you need to do, what is best for you. And if you ever decide to come back, I will be here. But yeah, you go take care of you and yours. And do what you need to do to be happy. As soon as we're done with our reports, I suggest we have a look. Ourselves a tea break. I'm in. Dora, what's your primary mirror? This is my mirror in which, as it is assumed, you can reflect yourself into the prototype's world. If you even find a small shard, you'll get showered with privileges by the community. But back to business now. Decide what you all want to do here. Dora, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Does the primary mirror exist for real? I said back to business, enough. It's okay. The primary mirror is more of a legend as such. They have only been a single shard found so far. They reflected something blurry and nothing more. Attempts were made to put it together, but to no avail. Moreover, many people died. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I said enough. So, I'm really sitting today. It's honestly okay. He really didn't know. I'm sensing that Dora wanted to protect Tyne just now. A sensitive issue for her. I don't know. Shall we maybe not think about it anymore? No, we cannot think. Would have been fun, though, probably. Dora, do you mind if I ask you group one question? Go on. You know, we always find a lot of different things in our new lands, so some can be useful, others are good for nothing, and others still are, well, there is no unanimous opinion on them. What do you think? Is it ethical to take personal items that you find with you if there are no practical value? Say, if you find an engraved engagement ring, would you take it? No, the way I see it, we should only take things that are of use of us right now. Specialists from the community will sort out the rest later. Well, a ring with an inscription is a story, and if you don't take it with you, it can be lost. I'd take it. Who said that? I don't know who was the last person to talk. If I understand correctly, the Q specialists that Third mentioned will pick up the ring later anyway. So, what does it matter who takes it? That's what I meant, not the ring, maybe, but in general. Good, thank you all for the answers. Won't King miss Angel though? Apparently not. Or if it's just Twitch he's getting rid of, you can always watch me on YouTube if he's feeling lonely. I'm constantly pumping out content over there. Why did she ask us? Are they gathering stats or are they curious? I think we have a chance. Alright, this is sorted. What do you all want to do then? Look for something like curious trinkets. You just want to go sightseeing, don't you? This concerns you. Stop staring around and give it a thought. Wait around for tea time. First, find out what the others want to do. You know what? Let's go explore the city. Apologies, Inaris. I wonder what secrets this place holds. I want to explore. Does anyone mind? Can I come with you? No. Yes, of course you can. He appears both interested and curious. The chosen one wants to come with me. The chosen one wants to come with me. I hope I'll survive this. Why not? Of course you can. I'm interested too. Okay, Third, are you with us? I'll pass. I'd rather look for something useful on our future journey. Okay, it's settled then. Good. Just make sure to stay away from the edges of the void, please, and give us a shout if you need anything. Good luck and happy treasure hunting. Goodness, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what it is we might find here apart from the fountain. Cobblestones? Tony, have you spotted anything interesting? Somewhat, and you? Can you fetch the newspaper from the fountain? Yes, got it. God save the printed media, I usually speak somewhat differently. Embarrassed, I heard others say, sing and sungly, God save the Queen. God save the National Bank. God save the sugar prices. Sounds good. I guess you can have saved printed media too. God saves the one who explains things clearly. Are you going to read it now? Uh-huh. Disastro. Right, so the part that is soaked but the front page is still legible. So what's in it? There's a city mayor, emergency address to the people, dated 1958. Sonore, Sonore, the hallmark event of the past weeks. Undoubtedly another rise in the water level. I know that you are concerned, and I have heard talks of leaving the city. Let me assure you, the city council has got the entire situation under control, fully and utterly. However, the irredeemable happened despite our forecasts. With the dam on the Lago Calmo giving in, we will have to at least 3 hours left to reach the Strada Provinciale cable car to ascend to safety. This just doesn't hold water, or more like, it holds too much water. The paper is soaking wet. Here, it never has water risen this high before. Our newspapers are mentioning it, and it's certainly time. What is true, however, is that we are 20 meters away from a disaster. An entire 20 meters. Think about it. Even if we could pour all the rivers into one big river. And so forth. I didn't understand a thing. There wasn't a dam. Oh, there was a dam next to the city, and apparently it didn't hold. Everything was flooded here.
Oh, Pokemon, catch it.
I think it didn't. I wonder if the mayor was in the city when it happened or evacuated in advance. I bet he then addressed the general public with the deepest heartfelt speech about cruel and providence, the blows of fate, and how the city will certainly come around sooner or later. 3 hours should have been enough, though. What was he supposed to do? Not try to calm the citizens down? Depends on the price they paid for it. Maybe the city was rebuilt later, not here, but someone believed that the mayor and made those pastries and practitioners found in the bakery. Why is nobody talking to this guy or this guy? And if that many years ago isn't the current time, how the hell does that newspaper even still exist? It would have disintegrated. Anyway, Iris, if someone was making pastries and then left, but the pastries were left behind anyway, isn't that bad? The pastries will have a chance to fulfill the destinies. No, they would have gotten moldy, man. Regarding the rest of the suggests that they look around to begin with, and then we'll decide. I'll be looking around then. So Tony, what have you found? Ooh. Ooh, it's cracked just like you. Is it the key to your heart, buddy? Well, this area is trapped in time. Whoa, where did you get it? On the ledge of the fountain, almost in the middle. It's like it wanted to be found. So I must have forgotten it there, or left it on purpose, or lost it, or chucked it in. Or Tony is right and the key knows what it wants. I could say one thing for sure, it should be able to open something. Yes, what about the letters? The letters? I found letters next to it. What does it say? N Romanos, and what's its use to us? The key is shiny and very clean, a cylinder one, not too basic. It'll work to make a light dance. And if it opens a treasure chest. And they write our biographies, they'll say, and that's when they unknowingly turned from the explorers to treasure hunters. So mold can actually progress from pre-disaster time, the same with decay and age. Okay. I don't get it. I don't know in these keys for the treasure vaults in the city. It's stupid to lose important things indeed, such as house keys, passports, medical insurance papers, grandma's pearls, suitcases stuffed with cash. Hold on a minute. I don't quite think it through. So what now? Are we going to try to open every single door with it? We can't start with one that says Dear, and we can start with the one which says Dear Romanos. Yes. Good choice. But wasn't there a tablet on here? I didn't grab the tablet. At first, suggest we finish up here. Yeah. This fountain has either been renovated or recently placed here. What do we have here? A rather obvious farewell stories, a bunch of random subtexts, and a tablet that I bet would multiply the number of those random subtexts substantially. So then, we go open that door. For the citizens of my second home to forever remember me by. I thought they wrote things on that like the inside of books. Turns out it works with fountains too. Will the pastries have words on them too? We've signed so many things during the autograph sessions, but not quite in those words. I'm curious, what does to forever remember me by even mean these days? I sure hope not, otherwise it will mean that those pesky pastries are truly ancient and can never be eaten. Oh, that's more reading. If I weren't for you, I'd never become what I am today, and a piece of me will stay here forever. I wonder which piece that is exactly. Apart from a highly poetic version, there's also another one that's just as intriguing. Iris, what are you even thinking? What a horrible version. Horrible, yes. Not for some of us. Piece of his soul, maybe. Bravo, Tony. The spiritual version hasn't even come to my head. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. But I've found a spiritual G.L. Ferraro shame. There's no date on it. So then someone gifted me the city fountain and a piece of themselves. The later metaphorically most likely, but we don't know for sure. This someone must have taken all the other pieces with them. What if G.L. Ferraro gifted more than one thing? Then we'll know more. Yes, and left many more pieces behind too. They must have been big-hearted enough to afford such manipulations with the soul. Sounds familiar to me. What? Reminds me of one book. There's always a chosen one. By the way, on a more serious note, though, I would like to know what our friend Ferraro here had. Let's come to see me. What are we getting? What happens if I hit this arrow? Oh, I do that. We're getting intrigued. Oh. Oh, I got the key. Library's closer. Books, tomes, volumes. I'll only be able to take them all with me. Shame we don't have a designated book van. Or maybe 2 book vans. Sub. Sitting here on the windowsills and waiting for someone. Why is there a loop? For some reason, I'm pretty sure dragonflies are generally not suicidal. I think it's just a pendant. No chain and a snapped wing. Oh, there are numbers on the belly. Let me guess. It says 925. Hold on. Right. 14.03.1955. I don't get it either. What is it? A phone number? It's a birth date. Oh, it's a birth date or some other important date. Oh. 1955. 14th of the 3rd. 1955. Now I get it. Ah, there's the message. Here's the message. Riddle my riddle, my pointless riddle. I'm here for a reason. Okay. I need some book on the secret of the secrets of the history of the city. G. L. Ferraro, the biography. We're about to find out the official version of the Fountain Guy's story, or get it even more mixed up. Or unmixed. We might, as long as we learn to ignore the contradictions. Well, us getting the reason some ancient dude sent a fountain to his hometown wrong sure won't kill anyone. And what if? The first mention of the Lover's Fountain was created by the sculptors dates back to 1917. It also mentions the legend from the 17th century about a fountain where lovers could throw a coin in and would never separate. Does someone confuse the year and the century? Two different fountains? G.L. Ferraro was born in 1892. Even if he were the most boisterous child, he'd never make it to the 17th century, like, physically. However, if the legend is older, he could have used it shamelessly or shamefully, since the outcome is about the same anyway. You're welcome, Remarkable. Nothing else there? Sure there is. A tragic love story from the G.L. Ferraro's younger years. No details, though, and nearly 18 pages detailing his studies and a full of praises he received from everyone luckily enough to breathe the same air as him. And an elusive list of his works, with references to their locations. There weren't that many, to be honest. And it's this, nothing else. Dumb. Either the standards for writing biographies have seriously evolved since the Ferraro is just a bunch of cliches. It's gotten more confusing. Let's assume we're on the right track here. Do I go on? A journal, a book of accounts. Card readers, decent behavior if opened. The librarian hasn't stepped out for a minute. Handwriting is all curls and swirls. Feels nice. Many numbers, names, notes. And also... ouch. Juggling by the scribbles and marks. It's a draft, a letter probably. Maximilian, read what you were waiting for. Harris, what an incredibly elegant handwriting has so many curls and swirls that I only understand about every 1 in 3 words. Can I? Suffering from flooding expanded with the construction of the dam. There's a word starting with L too. Now curls go. The Duke can't read this. Threatened to flood it with the citizens. They're going for the river's overflowed its stream. Its stream bed, and I'm afraid it won't hold. The last one left takes a book out, sits in the square all day. Is she saying goodbye at her age like an adventure or a disaster, even though her parents felt the heart to leave too, but getting all the books out? No, I'm staying in a deserted with a bunch of keys library without any crossed out and crossed out again, a lot crossed out. I'm not even following any of this. And our fate may be... Oh, did he leave in the end? I hope so. Couldn't take the books with him. Was thinking about them a lot. So sad. Maybe he could take a few. There are 2 empty bookshelves over there.
Pokemon, catch it.
Ah, the ones that mattered the most. The ones that he loved the most. I'm not too convinced, but I guess it's a good thing the 2 of you are right. Oh, this door opens. Funny that. You have a key labeled with that name. Of course it's going to open. They were collecting all sorts here. Or everything. Everything of all sorts. They certainly managed to collect a lot of dust. This is an ancient ragman shop. Prehistoric even, do you think? In that case, we should definitely look around here. Oh, let's ask Tony what he found. Tony's finding all the things right now, isn't he? Tony, have you found... Just look at it. A mug with its limbs. It's a mug with floral patterns and with tea stains. What do you mean? And just look at it. Tony, this limb is usually called a handle and has clearly been broken off before. And then glued back on. They wanted to keep it. They loved it. And lovingly didn't even wash it. Yes, to leave behind as if you would return and then rewash it. And left the key too. Oh. Have tea for the last time, then close the door for the last time. Feels nice. That's just pure fantasy. What's wrong with fantasies? Well, they're not serious. And what if Tony enjoys them? Well, okay then. Tony, you want to take the mug with you? Yes, can I? I guess so if you want to. I'll tell Dora that you've discovered a collector's passion in you, which is positive influence on all of us. That's not true. It is for me. I could definitely use some positive influence. Thanks. I'll keep it safe, Iris. I'm surprised you still keep catching Pokemon if you're going to delete your Twitch account. Did you change your mind already? What's the chances that I'll spot a useful book just by turning my head? And yet, here we are. The Legend of the Lovers Fountain. What's in it? I don't like it already. There's hardly going to be in it for the paper and the words. Or are you worried that the details won't be bloody enough? Not appropriate enough. Preface induction, 17th century, evil fate, blah blah, and personal blah blah. Just what I'd usually do with 90% of this dialogue. But I'm trying to leave a good impression on you guys. Nearly half a book in. What's it about? Hold on. Here's the gist of it. It's all because of this one. Giovanni meeting a beautiful girl and falling in love with her. Muttering under his breath, I'm not surprised. Just what I want though. Falling in love how? I'll tell you now. But remember, that's the author's logic. So then the stone-hearted parents sent the man to Rome to pursue the education rather than agree to the wedding. It must have been hard for them. The venture wasn't exactly successful. The young man pined oh my god, away after his home, the institute. Well, he was enrolled and demanded much more each day. And then came the news of his beloved mysteriously disappearing. It is time to create a masterpiece and then rest in peace, figured Giovanni, and fashioned a mountain to commemorate his lost homeland and only true love, Iris. But what about the girl? Not a single other mention. Apparently the protagonist decided against going out to look for his only true love or trying to figure out how she even disappeared. It only mentions nothing about how he managed to deliver his masterpiece here. What we are told, though, is that, I imagine, of his beloved, the way he saw her when bidding farewell, had forever remained the only light in his long and joyous life. And how do we have it? And what does it have to do with love? It's somewhere close by. It must have been in the air. Not in the air now? That's very philosophical. I guess it would depend on for who. Looks like if the homeland was lost for him, does it mean he never came back? Possibly. He lived a successful and joyless life in some sad faraway land and sent the fountain here Not sure about the normal though. The morale though. You either hurry up and get married or suffer and create. Maybe he delivered the statue personally still. It's weird to send a gift to your hometown and yet not return here. Grand gestures are good for the public image. Maybe he's never even existed and the entire story is made up. There's a handwritten note here that the fountain was renovated and reopened. Yes, it looks kind of new to me. We've put together everything we've learnt. We might figure a story out. This notice of the shop is up for sale is in the place of open close sign. Should anyone in need or any other case, please do contact Signor Enrico Maxini at the library, located at... Did they leave before the dam gave in? So they weren't flooded after all? Apparently so, well they were, but not everyone. It's still weird though. Why the key at the so why leave the key at the fountain? Hopeless maybe, or is it the author notice who's left the key there? If this text was the language we didn't know, what would we have guessed it was? It's a very moment when it's best not to analyze any further. First we'd start figuring out who knows which languages and then who used to live where, and in the end we'd arrive at a conclusion that we shouldn't even understand each other by default. And that's it. Behold the famous story of the Tower of Babel, but more surreal and human reflections, modern take, genuine art house. It's kind of complicated. Is art house bad? Watching it or living it? One is definitely worse than the other, and it's not always obvious as to which is which. Maybe neither this nor that. Maybe. The art house is the house of art. It's a nice word. I get it now. There's no price to it. The art, of course, but I suspect you mean the sale notice. I suppose the most honourable signer has given us is some sort of estimate, but alas. Alas. Let's get out of here. You want to look around more? No, I do not. Definitely not. Well, 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 you've spotted something quite some time ago. Oh, a handbag. A mirror. Here. Doesn't look like it's set up for sale. See, I guess the shopkeeper was here. Here with some lady. For a split second I thought there was someone on the other side of the glass, as if somebody picked up the phone on the side of the line and I heard them sigh. And then I put the phone down. Maybe it's all because of the time mentioned about the primary mirror. But then when you're looking into the dark waters, similar things happen sometimes. It's all black. It's all black and then a flash and then it's black again. Like in Elaine, she used to spend hours looking at the images flashing into the magic mirror. Yes, then she fell in love with one of them. So delicate and unusual. Shall we take it? What do you think? I did say I didn't think it was wrong to take others' personal items. So you're taking it then? Take the mirror, whatever. Yes, I don't want to leave it here. Good, I don't want to either. An internal accord with myself. I mean, it is not right to take other people's personal effects, but this place is supposedly deserted, I guess. You've caught up. Why did you fall behind? She was catching up. What? With us. He's incredibly logical and tactful too. Reveal the mirror. Let's do it. I decided to take the mirror. Feels nice. It's shiny. It's so you. What do you mean by so me? It's just like you. Do I feel nice and shiny? Yes, and fuzzy. Okay. Thank you, Tony. Where'd all these people come from? Accessory shop. It's cute here. It's some other company though. Shame. Oops. Looks like Dora's. Iris. I know I'm about to sound rather unexpected, but we don't have to go in there. In certain ideal circumstances, you two will take my word for it, and we'll leave it now. What? Why? Oh, do you have a bad feeling about it? It's more of a horrible truth. Dora's inside. She's busy, and she wouldn't like it if we were to interrupt. And no, I mean nothing indecent, and I would have phrased it more to the point. Almost nothing indecent. Shouldn't we try and do the same thing as Dora is doing now? What if it helps her unlearn something? And this is where my imagination loses it and runs wild. I don't understand the ultimate mystery of Dora's stockings. We'll learn so much more in other places. Let's just go, shall we? Alright. Well, Iris, I'm not really picking on you or anything, but it's kind of strange with that explanation. It might suit Tony just fine, but not me. Well, it would be good if we just got away easily. Fine, Max, we'll do it your way. Listen, there's subjects that we both don't talk about, you understand, strictly speaking. They can be generalized as one. Isn't it reasonable to avoid such conversations? Oh, that's even more complicating. It's not, then I just might have misunderstood you, but it's definitely good without the details. Phew, Dora, you owe me one big time. Blow the town with Tony. Aww. Oh my god, I can fall in love with Tony. Done the measurements and packed the samples. It's all ready to go. Group number 3 is about to start on the building and collect the equipment and devices. Brilliant. I hope all that they told you was proving useful. Hold it in the most certainly way. Dora, this is delightful. Do you mind if I ask you to please introduce everyone from your group? I've heard so much about you, but Tony, of course. This is Iris. And there's one behind the others, Maximilian. Good day. My name is Fabrico. And I'm a practitioner who is often in charge of various occupational matters, as well as an obscenely polite dude and a former cop. Fab loves details and finer points, so watch yourself around him. The next thing you know, he's already making you memorize entire practitioner's unwritten code by heart and conduct yourself strictly according to his prescriptions. The next thing you know, he's already making you memorize the entire practitioner's unwritten code by heart and conduct yourself strictly according to its prescriptions. We'll go to the place. We'll be back shortly. Roger that. Hopefully we'll see you soon, Dora's honorable companions. Are we honorable companions now? Sounds terrible. It's polite though. But above all, terrible. Tony, how did you do? Found anything interesting? Yes. We kinda did, yes. Looks like it's my cue to tell all. We have found a doctor I would like to listen to if no one minds. Sure, go on, Iris. We have found pieces of 3 different stories about the fountain, about broken things, and the city's demise. Any conclusions to your findings? Sort of. It's complicated, though. For example, according to the tablet in G. Alvarado, gifted the citizens a fountain to forever remember him by. And this work of art was fashioned twice in the 17th century by a Lorenzo and in 1917 by the aforementioned Ferraro. How is that possible? Different sources suggest different stories. Ferrago's biography, The Old Fountain, was mentioned merely as a legend, and the book that tells all the actual legend is conveniently missing the sculptor's last name. However, the initial of the tragic love story both seem to match. Can the note help? Ah, right, thank you. Tony also found the scribbles mentioning the fountain at some point, renovated and reopened. Right, and I think that there may have been 2 fountains. No idea why though. Maybe the first one was put up by some ancestor and so inspired the story, decided to play tribute to it and overdid it, or the family curse at play here. Shame about the girls though, right? Sadly, romance often goes hand in hand with tragedy. I don't want it that way to make it go. But if it does, what I like to know about it, just can't do much about certain things. Indeed, it does, and sometimes it doesn't. More like going in the other direction. Oh, this was like your version. A potential family curse. Could the study be close? You are right. Right, so we only have a demise of the city. When do I get to find out who killed me? Darn it! But the librarian might have stayed with his books. I think he stayed. I hope he left. He took matters into most to him, and when Rika and me, Tony, right thing to do, take care of those who mean so much to you. That's not right, but it's worth it, yes. The chosen one is the only one who could say yes to both Johnny and Dora at the same time. Well, that's the last thing. Tony had found a broken key, but still managed to open the Ragman's shop with it. There was a mug with a handle that broke off and glued back on the inside, and a dragonfly pennant with a snap wing in the library. All items were left somewhere in plain sight. Go on. Tony was the one to find them all. Speaks volumes about him. I think his choice speaks... Oh, I read that already. What does it speak? You can wear a pendant. Pour tea into a mug. Unlock a door with a key. They all look useless at first. But only at first. You saw them as they were. Oh. That's an interesting theory, Iris. And Fuzzy! You're Fuzzy. That's all I got, I guess. I think it's about time I refocused everyone's... I found a few goodies for the few lucky ones here. Dora, the guys will... Oh my god, I keep accidentally double-clicking. We'll bring the dress to the bus. Thank you. A set of interesting vitals. And weird substances in a fancy leather case. Fine, we've got something for you. Johnny, you sure know her views on these things. I do. But I thought it was like this. So fragile. Alright, if I'm not gonna take it with me, but I have tea in here to respect your impulse. Deal with this thing, it's totally you. I get it, I'll shut up. By the way, what's up with those pastries? Isn't it time that we got to know them better? Who said pastries? Know the answer to your questions, you're right on time. Oh. By the way, Iris, how are you? Found yourself tons of stuff. The late detailed rundown, I might tell you about it later. Let's do the food, come on. I wanted to ask about Tokyo, about the prescription invoice from Serenity's bag. Right, it's good timing, you remembered. I mean, I remembered. Do you know what this medication is for and how it's used? Unless I'm mistaken, this is a neuroleptic. Medications like this are prescribed to treat mental and neurological disorders of various degrees and severity. I'll be damned. Thank you. Can I help you with anything else? Nope, I've taken up enough of your time as it is. Why did this Fannier need neuroleptics? To treat some condition? Which condition exactly? And why does it have to do with Serena? I don't know. How about we switch it for food now? Is it pastries time? Who should I join? Rod, third, and Johnny. Where did Chloe go, I wonder? There's also Dora and Max. By the looks of it, they're in the heat of getting a piece of Dora's mind. Fine, take you and Tony then. Oh, if only my name was Tyrus, I wouldn't even know. Think it over. Stupid joke. Wasn't my best. The final option is a loud gossip of lesser known people. There's candy and a lot of confusing words. I don't want that. Make up your mind, will you? Pastries won't eat themselves. And browse and pick. Alright. I don't know who to pick, because I don't know if I should make the original trio over there like me. Or if I should get Tony to like me. According to this, nobody really likes me. Was it Johnny? I've got nothing in here. A Roy? Nowhere near either. That doesn't want to be loved. Tony is just my friend. Haven't really gotten many of the things out of here at all, have I? Fuck it. Kinda wanted to date the one that swung on the buses earlier just so I could dump him. I think that's what I wanted to do in the playthrough. Of course, we do not have a seat. Oh. Only up and left with all the desserts. Should I be worried? Just a couple of minutes, please. We've got a plan. Iris, does the plan invoke making me feel awkward? Because it's almost working. Okay. Here you go. Whoa. Tony says he is certain he can guess which dessert you will like the most of all. The tastiest one. As a dessert that Tony would have picked. As in the dessert that Tony would have picked himself. What is it? Tiramisu? I have expressed our time and I have expressed our preferences to maintain experimental equally will refrain from any hints, uncertainty, and directional indications. How you doing, Zeppon? Good to see you, buddy. Hopefully you're having a good day. I maintain the ethical side. Do I need to try all desserts and pick the one that I like most? Yes, it doesn't matter in which order you go. Count me in. Okay. I'll take a sip of water from the glass and move on. This is going to be the most profound dessert sampling in my life. Then you cannot put pressure on the participants of the experiment. If you continue staring at Iris like this, you might feel uncomfortable and prevent her from tasting everything properly. I got it. Sorry, Iris. So, what we have here, strawberry ice cream, a panna cotta, a chocolate drizzle, a cream roll. Panna cotta with chocolate drizzle, a cream roll, and a tiramisu. Your verdict? I'm sure Tony picked the ice cream and Takio went for tiramisu. Tyne chose panna cotta, I guess. I can join one of them or be honest about my pick. Tony definitely must have preferred the one with the strawberries, but your analysis implies no one likes cream rolls. I guess we're about to find out.
Oh, Pokemon, catch it, catch it, catch it.
Well, this guy loves rolls. He has cheese rolls. You know what, so I'm going to say cream roll. But I would pick tiramisu. Iris, your taste has proved a serious challenge for us. None of us guessed right. Shit. Oh, I should have picked ice cream. Ice cream was the best. Because it's strawberry flavored? Yes. Next time we'll draw a shot of... It's an event Pokemon, by the way. You're just gonna watch me whenever I eat, day and night. You see anyone staring intently while you eat, you do not eat much. You do not think much of it. It is the name of science. I changed my mind. I want to change my mind. Savor all the flavors in town. Choose your dessert. Inspire Tony to do something extraordinary. Let me take it away. You don't mind, do you? No, of course not. Are you upset because you came up with the experiment? It isn't bad though. It is good. Yes, Tony, it is all good. Iris, I have to confess, it was me all along. Tony wanted to share with you all the tastiest things he had found here, and I got the curious idea in my head. An experiment. Great one. You seem to affect each other oddly. Tasty and exciting. I like it. And do you? I'd say yes. I do, Tony. It was fun. Good. I've decided that I like experiments and when Iris likes food and to look for stories. I'll become a scientist and I will be feeding this. What if Iris doesn't want you to feed her? So what are those stories in your plan? I can eat by myself just fine. Then I won't. Does Iris want me to tell a story? Yes, sure, tell a story. Go on then. I figured it out why I keep opening the bus window. It stresses Dora out. Yes, but I don't know why I keep doing it anyway. Tell us, Tony. It was cold, but I didn't feel it. And then Rika started coming and I got warmer. But I would wake up and Rika wasn't there. I thought I imagined it. Then she brought me a beanie. I wake up, Rika isn't there. But the beanie is there, therefore Rika is real. I think, what if Rika is cold and I've got her beanie? I get worried. Then Rika comes again. I am not asleep. I close the window and the Rika stays. We sit together. I give her food to try. I want to keep her warm. She eats a bit, strawberries too, and even though she shouldn't, when Rika disappears even though the window is closed, I get sad and fall asleep and then I wake up here. I don't think Rika knows about the expedition, but I keep opening the window just in case. Maybe she'll come again sometime. That's a good story, Tony. Thank you for sharing it with us. It's actually very interesting in terms of symbolism. All the nicest things happen when you're not expecting them. For example, Ricky used to come through the window, not the door. Yes, and Iris was inside the bus right away. You're a very brave story of love. Also a little sad. Is it bad? No, Tony. Stories are good. You do not always have to be cheerful. Ah, yes. Iris likes it after all. Can I have some ice cream? Of course, Tony. Let's get some. Oh, you don't like what you see? Did the mirror vanish? I am not reading in the diary. Apparently there is a dope fate fan of ordering and listing of things in my head, and there is no such thing as winning a list. The most important person for the communication point of view is... Chosen one. Dora keeps taking Tony to science as well. Tony himself looks for stories he clearly enjoys. He really cares about this Rika. I understand him better now. I'm not sure he's ever going to fully come around. Okay. Wow. Oh, okay. Is that the void we were talking about? Get back behind the bus, hurry. Listen to me, call out Dad. Call no one. Hurry! You should tie our bus and the falling one with a rope. Help the rope by stabilizing. Make a patch over the crack. Yeah. Let's close the gap. Iris, what did he just do? No damn way. Bloody hell, Johnny. They've paved the bus in. I didn't even notice that, but the crack is closed. Alrighty, let's figure out how to get the bus out. I didn't even notice the bus is paved in. Oh, it's too funny. Thanks, newbies. We'll take it for here. I thought Tony saved the day. I'm so sad this happened. Inspire Tony to do something extraordinary. Oh. So he fucked up the bus. Hey, we're friends. Look at this. Who is Rika? You and someone else made Tony happy. Tony, comfort you. Tell Tony something he cannot deal with. Can't help falling in love. Oh my god, he is gonna love me. Can make him love me. Fell asleep. So a lot of you listen carefully. I understand that Tony's abilities are outstanding and the idea of turning him in force mature situations seems logical. But he is unstable and often simply cannot judge the situation properly. Tony is at most a child at the end of the day. Iris, you've put him in danger. Yes, I'm so sorry, Dora. I can hear you. Tony? It was me who pushed too weak, not Iris. Didn't you want to sleep? Almost did, but not quite. Underlifted to the bus. So its wheels got stuck. Iris helped. But she is not me. What do you mean? That it was me who underlifted. If the wheels didn't get stuck, you wouldn't be angry with Iris. You want me to stop being angry? Yes, Iris is fuzzy. Alright then. I'll stop being angry. And you'll try to sleep again. Do we have a deal? And you won't be angry anymore? I won't. Good. Good night, Iris. Quite a good influence on him, but please, don't put Tony into risky affairs. That concerns everyone else too. I'll try. Yes, me too, I promise. And I promise too. It took the practitioners 2 hours to pull the bus out. Tony needed a mere few seconds to produce the patch. Which is shocking to say the least.
Catch it.
I hope we'll be able to help him. And another thing, I specifically asked you to do nothing and go behind the bus. If you, and Iris most of all, start obeying me, that would be brilliant. As for the rest, well, all sorts of things happen in expeditions. No one is injured, the bus is fine, so is the cargo. Good night, Ren, and thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate you. Nothing too bad has happened, and yet you've got an impression of what it might have been. And now we should all follow Tony's example and get some rest. It was one heck of a night. Not too sure about getting rest. We've got someone else to attend to. Hey, Inner Voice, are you there? Iris, hello? You're awfully quiet for someone who tries to control me. I don't try. I want to help, which is why I have a problem with my inner voice. I talk to you, even argue with you sometimes. That's quite normal. But when you tell me what to do and then even try to stop me from doing what I think is best, as if you can be stopped. You tried, wanted to help. I hesitate to ask Tony for help, but your way turned out good too. So maybe you should have stayed out of it then, We didn't know what would happen. The good Iris in my head is telling the bad Iris, which is somehow me, how to live this life. Oil on canvas, early 21st century, behind the looking glass. Seriously, I could have misjudged the risks. The good Iris is lecturing the bad Iris on estimating risks. Using a felling bus as an example. Another piece of the series by an unknown artist. Why are you like this again? Good Iris gradually realizing that she isn't good after all. Stop it. And is that it? Wouldn't you pressure me into saying something like, sorry, I was so wrong, inner Iris, or I'm sorry I doubted your wise guidance? Will you just stop it? No one is trying to offend you or hurt you or scare you. I was merely trying to help. You know how to use words, don't you? Take a wild guess. I will be so kind as to stick to them. Don't pressure my mind. And don't try to control me. It makes me mad. And then I make you mad in return. I didn't mean to. Is this why you're so upset? Why are there any other reasons? Oh, there totally are. Medical trivia out of nowhere. The crack, the weird nightmares. The desire to stare into the mirror all the time. And now this, a power-hungry inner voice. So what happened with the mirror? Like, why did she get all scared and shit with the mirror? Did it explain it? And I just didn't take it in. I'm any specialist's price find. I'm not power hungry. I wanted to help. I've lost. And you've just listed a number of unrelated events. Unrelated? And you're just smooth talking me. Can you not stand so close to my stream deck buttons? Thanks, Betty. You're joking right now, aren't you? Maybe you should see a specialist indeed. Of course I'm joking. Or not just as much. I think about seeing a doctor. Meanwhile, why are you doing it again? I don't know, I guess I'm hoping to see you for one last moment. I know it's stupid, but sometimes it's like there's something in there. It's a touch unhealthy. Oh, like we already discussed. I'd make a great find for a therapist. Right, the raider has detected some new land. At long last, it hasn't been fun enough lately. Are you still joking? Put your shoes on and need to set up camp. Good day. Hey there, Fab. Fab? Hello, is there something wrong? Johnny has given orders to help you set up camp. It's not my shift right now. And my pleasure to oblige. He says the last night incidents are still too raw. That you shouldn't feel left on your own. Okay, I'm sure that we could have managed on their own. I cannot go against my leader's instructions. Will you be so kind as to show me where you keep everything? Dora, may I? Yes, Maximilian. Iris, you two tag along. Fab, this will be enough. Or should I also wake up Tony? More than enough, thank you. If that's more than enough, can I maybe read for another half an hour? Just a thought. I know you don't like setting up camp, but this isn't right. We'll be more than fine with just the three of us, Dora. With your kind consent, of course. Alright. Whoa, I don't have to set up camp. But then Iris, you'll be helping with the dishes later. Meh, and I thought I was in heaven a mere second ago. Iris, let us waste no time, champions. Dora, I'll inform you as soon as everything is ready. Marika has got up to the roof to unfold the tent. This means that we're about to be done. Make yourself useful at once. Please go up too and find out if Fab will have breakfast with us. And if not, maybe coffee at least. Isn't he going to come down there anyway when he's done with the tent? Iris! I need a pretty lace apron, a menu, and a tray. Or not at all, actually. That was a very random thought. My mind must be playing up after last night, I guess. You'd look good in this get-up, though. We both would. Iris! Okay, I'm off. Boink. Fabrico. Is he... Commissioner and former cop. Never tell Fabrico the truth about Third and Tony. You're gonna go fuck it. It's time for manhandling. Sometimes you'd rather someone stayed away. May I inquire if you're alright? Doesn't his attention make you feel uncomfortable? It's about the second time that I've even seen this dude. He can give me all the attention he wants for all I care. Yes, Dora asked me to find you here and that you'd have breakfast with us, or at least some coffee. No breakfast for me, but coffee would be really great. Thank you so much. By the way, I should ask about the police station right over the coffee, for example. I'll let her know. Hold on a minute, if you don't mind. May I ask you a question? You just did, dude. As long as it's not too complicated or long. Otherwise, Dora will start messaging me? Missing me. Of course, I won't hold you up. Tell me, please, is there anything I should not bring up with Third and Tony around? I mean, any subjects that frustrate them in particular? So that you know how to push their buttons when you need to? Of course not. Why would I need to do that? I can't think of anything at the top of my head, but I believe you could surprise me. Why even interest in everyone's weak points? Spots. And make sure we avoid them efficiently. We presume... What are you doing to my bed? Stop it. Yeah. We presume we'll be lucky enough with Tony and Third joining the practitioners. They should feel psychologically comfortable with us. I don't quite understand this has to do with Tony. He doesn't seem too interested in your faction. He isn't yet, I'll have to admit. I'm sure you'll know that Tony's abilities are mostly endless. I am not going to lie here. We're hoping he'll reconsider once his adjustment is complete. What if he doesn't? He certainly may not reconsider, but first needs to fully adjust to everything here, and comfort is essential for adjustment, including when communicating with practitioners. Have I upset you? I see, just for a second, I need to think. Sure. I'm not liking this for some reason. Hey there, in a voice, what about you? I think he appears to be a reasonable man. He sort of does, but still. Is he too polite? Does he care too much about others? Is he failing to propose indecent things to you? Indecent things to you? Or yell at you for no reason? Well, yeah. Dora looks after Tony and does a lot to help him get better. Maybe this is Fabio's own way of trying to take care of others? Fine. So why doesn't he just ask Dora then? Maybe he did, or maybe he's still going to. If I were him, I would try to get as many opinions as possible. Guess that's reasonable. Damn it. I should probably have said something to him by now, and still something seems off to me. And not anything in particular. This sounds questionable. Maybe you're right. I'm just expecting there to be a catch at some time. All the time, or not. Just look. Just like a good gamer would do, shooting at nothing while the guy was heading towards it. How you doing, Master? I just can't say, I don't know. Did I read this already? I don't know. You know what? Let's lie to him. I'll tell you, be warned. It will sound weird. That is afraid of scarabs. Any images of them even mentions. I don't know why. You've seen the Mummy to Antoni is super simple. He's afraid of starry skies because the prototype used to live in the sky for a long time. Iris, thank you very much for the information. It is really valuable to the practitioners and we will treat it with diligence. Now, if I somehow return the favor, please do not hesitate to let me know. Should I have told him the truth? I don't know. Whenever you need my help, just ask me, as long as it's not illegal, of course. He seems to have taken your words seriously, so what are you going to do now? Just carry on like nothing happened? I guess so. I thought you didn't use a lie as much as before. Oh no, I've always been this way. Your prototype as a policeman. Could you tell me anything about the police station on Bedford Street? Iris, shall we maybe drop the formal tone? And sure, I'll tell you what you want to know. Anything in particular? Who murdered me? I'd like to know if there's a mirror in the room where the evidence is kept, and if there's a way of getting hold of the interrogation records and the opening hours. Unless the station runs around the clock. Well, here we go. On our side, police stations normally run on workday evenings and weekend mornings. The guys spend a lot of time in the field. If you come in at the wrong time, you may not even find anyone there. Regarding the evidence, there are no mirrors there, but there is some sort of storage where officers, reflections, keep copies of any evidence they manage to get their hands on. There are usually copies of interrogation records enclosed in the evidence too, so if you get lucky with one, you'll get lucky with the other two. So, do I just go there and say, give me all the evidence for my case and everything handed over? Not exactly. Not everyone knows which evidence is kept where. Moreover, someone might have it with them and the case is still open, or they might only be retrieving that evidence. And there may be people, and there are many people and many minor mirrors in the reflected police station, so it's dangerous to go there. But then you probably won't have to, and it's not likely, and it's not like they'll let you go downstairs alone anyway. Thanks, Fabrico. I should get going. How much longer? Dura, totally my bad. I've held her back. Excuse me, please. Kindly let me help you with breakfast. Not good for us to do things ourselves sometimes, right, Iris? Well, I'm not sure. By the way, Fabrico will have coffee with us. Just call me Fab. It's shorter this way. Iris. Fine, I'll go wash my hands and help you with breakfast. So long, Fab. We might see each other again sometime, should the routine not swallow me whole for good. All done. I've got some free time now. As I've said before, you should make good use of it. Scientists and practitioners will need your help, so try to make an impression. Lights out at 9. Dora, you know where to find me if you need me. Maximilian? I don't want to go there anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. Well, fine. Just stay there then. Okay. Ouch. Ah! What's this effing thing? Dora says that many cracks at the very beginning, it should eventually go. It's probably never happened to you earlier because you're in better physique form than you were. You remembered, yeah, it was stupid for me to say that. Iris, that's enough. Max, we should go get Takeo to have a look at you. Hey, no one thought of getting Takeo to have a look at me. Oh man, she had a tiny crack. He's got, like, a lot. Seems like to do with the circumstances in which he, or about the size of the cracks, about the physical form. Those forms out there can make a difference. Tony, wait for me, alright? Alright, okay, wait for you. Like Rika did. Iris, will you keep an eye on him? Iris, will you keep an eye on me? Of course. I'll be spoiling you a little. What for? Fine, I won't. But didn't you just want to? Alright, we're off. No one else has ever wanted to spoil me, and Dora says she's here to help me to help me be wholesome, but she hasn't said anything to you. Oh, you're making a joke. But in this case, you're not going to tell me what spoiled people do. And that would be interesting. Why wouldn't I tell you? I can teach you to bluff when playing cards, compliment girls in an ambiguous manner, and stay up after lights out. So many things. Thank you, Iris. You're fuzzy. And what are those ambiguous compliments? I'll tell you later, although you know basically already. Iris, I like it that you can spoil me. Spoil me lots. Yep. This is by chance. To ask the chosen one, who is Rika? Tony said, how are you going to save the world? What do you think of Max? Why am I fuzzy? Yes. I mean, good things. Can you be more specific? Fuzzy. Nice to touch. Do you want to touch me? Ooh, and Dora and Tyne too. You're all nice. Oh, okay. Johnny would have loved to comment on that. Aren't you going to try to explain to him that it sounds a little ambiguous? Like how? Tony, I'm sorry. But you seem to want something naughty from me. And Tony is like, oh, what does naughty mean? Oops. Who is Rika? You've mentioned her a lot. Rika is my friend. She used to come through the window. She has a spotted tail and she is warm. A tail? Hold on. Does Rika have whiskers? Yes, long ones. The moment of truth. A spotted tail, a set of whiskers, and a pendant. Perchant for entering through the window. It might be a raccoon. But I'll go simple first. Could be a cat. Is Rika a cat? Probably. Does a cat hum when pleased? You'd normally say purr, but yes. Then she's a cat. Aw. Though the mystery of the century has been solved, the chosen one is a cat man. You're exaggerating. Damn, he still doesn't love me though. Alright, I'm gonna end the conversation. Yes. Good. So, Max is more or less fine. His crack isn't spreading. People usually don't crack this much at once except for when they're in the void or extreme situations, of course. Takeo is trying to figure out what happened. So what did? Is it because Macmillian is in a super exceptional physical form? It's not funny, Iris. Maybe I'm also trying to figure things out. What did Takeo say? And if not about the form, does it have to do with personal quantities then? Individual quantities do matter and no one knows where the cracks come from. Remember, Takeo is simply dealing with the aftermath like he always does. Like he always does? He has been studying cracks for long. He admittedly, with the next to no success, I mean, he has come up with effective treatment methods. And that's about it. We regularly visit Keycott in his town. And it's like a village where none of the locals ever crack. Unfortunately, no experience would gotten us anywhere. And we can do is admit what Maximilian also has a crack now, and he has to be treated, which is what Takio is trying to do right now. Sounds like I'm judging Takio, doesn't it? Don't I? I didn't mean it like that. He is one of the best doctors in the community. Even in his current state, I don't share his fascination with cracks. What do you mean, his current state? I shouldn't have said anything. Takio's state is his private business. Alright, why are we here, Tony? You ready to see Tide? Yes, excellent, Iris. What are you going to do after all? I'm planning on not being so sad. I'm not cracking. Still joking? Fine. Either way, you decide to visit the practitioners. Try being more diplomatic. Everyone is tense after last night. We're also very far from the new land, so I get it. Everyone is waking around Longface, so your jokes are not welcome here, Iris. Exactly. Chloe has finally made Johnny do some work, and Roy is indeed walking around with a face suggesting that someone died. You're making it even harder to fight the temptation. Well, try your best then. Let's go, Tony. We're finally alone. I wanted to say something as an intriguing intro. Are you going to confess your undying love to me? No, I just want to apologize. Back there with the bus, I wasn't thinking and just went with my gut. Trying to help you do the right thing, and that's why I got offended when you didn't trust me. Which you totally had the right to do. Oh my god, is she like schizophrenic and the pills were really hers? I'm sorry. You should be the one to decide what to do, not your inner voice. I'll try not to act on an impulse anymore again. I'm sorry. Fine, we good. Want to grab a beer? Alright, you're in my head. Turns out, every time you drink beer, we drink beer. I've always known I needed double the amount, actually. It better not be beer. That's not my drink of choice. Yours is whiskey. What is it that we're going to do now? Things. Fab said it was better to visit the Bedford Street station in the evening. That is, if I intended to continue my investigation, I should do it. I should do something else now, or just wait it out. I can also help the scientists or the practitioners with, but in that case, I won't have enough energy left to open the door to the police station myself. As far as I understand, there's no point asking Roy or Johnny to help with the door today. They've got their hands full. However, I've got an idea who else can. I think Fabrico won't deny you the favor. He's working his shift right now and he was sent to help here, so he's a former cop, which means he helps everyone who's searching for justice. Oh man, I don't trust him. All you need is a door. First you compromise with the villains, then you turn into an unwilling accomplice. He will blatantly ask for something in return, something terrible, and you don't like him, sure, but why the villain right away? That's exactly why. But fine, I'll think about it. I might, as long as there are no options left, or if I decide to defect to the other side. The dark side. They have cookies, don't they? So does Dora. Listen, does everyone who has cookies stand for the dark side? Excuse me. Sometimes the light snatches the cookies away from the dark side, I guess. Yeah, Dora could definitely do that. By the way, you wanted to see a doctor, remember? I know, thanks for reminding me. Takio is probably busy with Maximilian now. But I'm sure he'll find a copy of minutes for me in the evening. It's Dr. Roy first. Ray!
Oh, Pokemon, catch it, catch it.
Are you guys having a competition for the sternest facial expression that you're very keen on winning? Want to join? I'm not in a competitive mood right now, but I wouldn't want you to leave on your own. You can be the participant with the incredibly sullen fan group. I think it will really impress the jury if I wail with sorrow a couple of times. Any reasons to wail with sorrow? I mean, apart from being in my fan group? No, it's purely about you. Oh, thanks. No one has ever offered sorrowful wailings to support me before. We can talk later tonight if you want. Sure. Deal. I'll be at the camp. I'll find you. Go to the police station later. No. But now. Time has come. Wahaha. You alright? I just hate waiting. Let's go to the police station. Hope to find some answers there. Wait, did I just conjure up that door myself? Can I help you? Oh, that's you. Oh no, just not this. Do you want to find out the details of the investigations into your prototype's murder? Duh. Phew, she's not a fan. I'm sorry, that was unprofessional of me. I'm Detective Constable Michelle Lewis, or simply Michelle. It's the one interested. It's the one interested in the case. Ain't I lucky? Maybe. I'm Iris, and you're right. I want to learn about the murder. I can't stop taking it close to heart. I want to learn about the murder and I can't stop taking it too close to heart. My condolences. Take a seat, please. My colleague, Detective Joseph Campbell, is handling your case. He's downstairs right now. There's a drug bust going on today, so most of the officers that are on duty reflecting. You will agree to answer a couple of questions, won't you? Can I call my lawyer, though? Are you going to read out my rights? Don't worry, I won't use anything you might say against you. Alright, I'm in. But first, tell me, what do you know? Sure. According to the coroner's report, her death occurred as a result of the stab wound to the heart. The murder weapon was discovered at the crime scene. The main suspect is Thomas Mantle, the owner of a chain of centers for yoga harmony and personal growth called Sleek Creek. We have reason to believe that his chain of the facade of the notoriously known 57-8 sect. Police have tried to plant an agent with a Sleek Creek several times but had no success. Mantle puts on a very convincing show of prioritizing the well-being of his subjects above all. We know that he has long sought to meet Serene Elsie 3 days before her death. We made her an offer and she agreed to help us. Her meeting with Mantle took place in a cafe and her agent's undercover. Serena was also wearing a microphone. Judging by the recorded conversation and Serena's testimony, Mantle's main goal of the evening was to convince her to continue their conversation at his place. When she refused, he said, and I quote, "You will deeply regret this." Here's the motive right there. Subject's well-being, on the other hand, and the cliché threats, on the other hand, are glorious. Mr. Mantle has no alibi. He insists that he spent the second half of the day meditating at his home with no witnesses present. Let me get you that interrogation footage. Police have also worked through other versions with another suspect, Serena's husband of Fenfer. However, CCTV footage confirmed his alibi. Tech Review has confirmed it was authentic. Either way, he was alone at his home at the time of the murder. I still can't get used to the fact that she had a husband. Hold on a second. Dahlberg, that fellow whose name was on the prescription for the medication? I don't know why she doesn't just say who killed. Like, this chick was there. She knows who killed them. I knew it. He's a psycho. Glorious. Calm down. Let's find out more. What does he do? Apart from making impressionable young minds crumble over his incredible riches, that is. He's a billionaire running a successful business, building and selling luxury yachts, and any financial motive is out of the picture. Damn it, he's special in any other way but his money. Oops, let me go back. Is he a tall, handsome, a blonde with a narcotic build? Oh, you're not helping. The news of his wife's death also triggered his nervous breakdown. I found footage of both Dahlberg's and Mantle's interrogations. Which one would you like to see first? Oh, hey, that one on the left. That's Roy. Staring at the screen with the stranger. He's wearing so many rings and bracelets. And does he have a fake tan? Really? Not her type at all. Yeah, nothing Vikingish about it whatsoever. And a tan guy is her husband. It's the other way around. That's the murderer. What the? The murderer is our husband? Roy is our husband? Apparently so. What are we gonna do? Stupid question. What can we even do? I got this. We'll get a divorce. Know of any decent lawyers? Should we maybe talk to him first? Sure thing. I've got him on a speed dial. Hey, Roy. And more like, hey, honey, what a wonderful weather it is today. Don't you think, by the way, haven't you forgotten that we're married? What do you mean? You didn't know? I have to admit, I've slipped my mind too. And do you know that the prototype's name is a Fenrir, and he's a billionaire? Oh, he sells yachts. And the news of his wife's death triggers his nervous breakdown. First he kills, and then he gets upset. What? What nervous breakdown? Hold it, I'll check for you. I saw Phoenix murder Serena. I was there reflecting. How does he get to have a nervous breakdown? No way. Here, watch this. That's not my wife. 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 I already told you that's not my wife. What? He is in a psychiatric care. It's going well as far as I know. However, I don't have any footage from further interrogations. Damn it, Suze. You should have told them. It's been quite... they've been after the wrong guy this whole time. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If Dahlberg is our murderer, why do all this alone? Since he managed to find someone to cook up an alibi for him. Because he ran out of pills on that day? Should we ask? Is he even sane in general? Based on his mental data, he is. I mean, he's having a nervous breakdown, but given the entire situation, do you have any other information, Iris? I have a prescription order for a chemist written out in his name. It's some neurophilic medications like this are prescribed to treat mental neurological disorders of various degrees and severity. Thanks, I'll add it to the file. I don't understand anything. Me either. There is more, and more data, although at some point there will be enough. And we'll figure this out. I hope so. Are you saying he may have framed Mantle? Why do you think that? Have you seen the blade? Mantle has an image of the same blade tattooed. And besides, it also features his favorite line from the Tibian Book of the Dead. Hold on. How does it go exactly? Got this. There is no beginning and no end. Have you ever heard of this phrase before? Nope. Someone started asking questions while I still have a few left of my own, which I cannot verbalize properly. About Fenner. And not about why he did it. It's clear that Michelle doesn't know. Something about how he's connected to all these people. Iris, you alright? Can I also ask you about... Can I go first though? Go ahead. I suspect this won't be like our chat with Suze. On one hand, Michelle's not trying to hide anything. On the other hand, she's not the detective on my case. So she might not know a few things. Or not mention something because she doesn't consider them important. Yet still, she's a cop and she's already tried asking questions. It's time to think hard. I mean, it's notepad time.
Ooh,
Do you want to
Pokemon,
write
catch it,
something
catch it,
down?
catch it.
It just makes it easier to sort out the mess in my head. It helps me think straight. Of course, I'm not rushing you. So we need her to be focused on you, but not too much. If she's not interested enough, she might not remember certain valuable details. If she's too interested, the inner detective will unleash more questions back at us. Like, to keep that inner detective at bay, it'll probably make sense to act naturally. Damn, but how? I can speak calmly like a police officer. I guess she'll be comfortable with that. Although, maybe speaking emotionally is better. After all, it's a personal story for me, and people get emotional when it's personal. Or try sarcasm. I'm usually a bit sarcastic. Maybe she's noticed that already. I think all 3 approaches will work. But also, you have to hold her attention, so no repeated approaches. Okay, should work. So in that case, I better lay out the strategy from the beginning. 1 approach per cue, so we won't even get to choose by the time we get to the final one. And yet the final question is probably the most important, because Michelle will try to answer in as much detail as possible to move on with a free conscience. Although I don't think she's been to the police station, she doesn't know about the murder. There must be an explanation for this. You know, and I know that you have talked to the reflection of Susan. What about Frona's reflection? I've got nothing. He's never been here. We've no way of contacting him. Dahlberg has a phobia of mirrors. They interrogated him in a separate room. We're lucky that the detective has reviewed the footage so that we had to make our own copies of the scene. Off the screen. Wait a minute, so why does his phobia not prevent him from visiting a barbershop twice a week? And getting reflected there. And from killing too, by the way. Are you claiming that he... there's nothing in our files and his frequent visits to the barbershop? A barbershop with actual mirrors. And I mean, oh my. According to the data I've seen, Dahlberg is trying to correct his condition under medical supervision. This means he should technically only get reflecting in his doctor's office regularly. Looks to me like the whole barbershop thing is an indication of moderate therapy success. Are those pills from the prescription part of his therapy? Do you know about that? And how do you explain him avoiding mirrors during interrogation? Regress often happens during stress. Does he have a twin brother, do you think? Or maybe he doesn't actually have any phobias at all. It is also possible, yes. I wonder what Roy would say to this. Who is Roy? Brenner's reflection. So, is it him you've got the information about the barbershop from? By the way, you can probably ask him to visit if you're interested. I mean, if you can help further with the investigation, that is. Do you hang out? I'm sorry, that was unprofessional of me. Ask him to visit us, please. He can probably shed light on a few things. He'll tell you everything, but I'm afraid you won't enjoy it. Are you alright? No. Tell me, Michelle. Was she happy with him? witnesses state that they were a great couple. They took care of each other and they definitely had chemistry. Judging by their bank statements, Fenner bore the majority of the family expenses, but Serena often gave him gifts as in with her own money. Hey Gosner, how you doing? Howdy, howdy.
Gorn suggests subscribed for 5 months.
Thank you so much for the resub for 5 months. Enjoy ad-free viewing, bonus channel loyalty, 50% extra Pokemon, cute ass emotes on my gratitude. If you'd like to pick a color for the koala, let me know. Nevertheless, the house is specifically divided into his and her halves according to the house's personal statements. She visited his half all the time while he almost never went to hers. Well, that makes sense because she's always in front of the mirror, no? Nevertheless, the house is specifically divided into his and her halves according to the... Oh, I read that already. Taking into account he is afraid of mirrors, remember? Anyway, given his phobia and the fact that she's an actress and hence needs a lot of mirrors, this generally checks out. Would you like some water? No, thank you. Iris, before your testimony, I had no reason to suspect that Dalbert could harm his wife in any way. His nervous breakdown seems genuine. None of their common friends or relations suspect him of anything. They even went on vacation together. And not long ago, Switzerland. So I don't get why the one that she talks to, his name is Roy, and the other one is Fenner. So I definitely think it's got to be a twin brother or something. Or a, doppelganger or whatever they're called. Even went on vacation together not long ago, Switzerland, I think. And I thought she was attending a masterclass in Switzerland. Glorious. Basically, to answer your questions, I cannot know if she was happy. However, based on what we know, I believe she was. Thanks. Okay, well, I guess this one is gonna have to be sarcastic, huh? Think it can work? Good, I hope so, because is there anyone left? I wonder how often it happens that a man who decides to murder someone else frames some sect along the way. Any percentage stats, maybe? Less than 1%. Official evidence suggests that Mantle and Dugberg are not connected in any way. They have never met in person and hardly ever knew anything about each other apart from the rumors. Do you ever think Fenner has pointed the finger at some random passerby and fell into the possible conveniently? You're being ironic, but Mantle insists that he's been followed for the past 2 weeks. Overall, we've had no reason to trust him. But then came Iris. Yes, and his reflection statement backs it up. Do you assume that anyone could be following the harmless head of the center? Yes. His reflection, however, he may have seen Dalberg in the street a week ago. He cannot tell for sure. Sunglasses, a car blacked out with windows, and all streetlights broken. Classic. It was very dark outside when Mantle's reflection really wants to help us, so he could be imagining things. So it's a yes. Looks like Dalberg has been preparing for some time, none other than the Mantle for quite some time, and he did. That's very consistent of him. I have an assumption that makes things more complicated. The sect based the entire model on his other sect. Can't remember the exact name though. In both cases, personal growth courses were used as a cover for sexual exploitation and human trade. There was a huge scandal and then the sect was busted. I think there was an interview where Serena spoke expressively negatively of the newer girl that has been one of the witnesses from the case. Serena used her influence to draw attention to it all. There were more interviews than one. That is why Mantle was the perfect suspect as a murderer. Technically, if he assumed that Fenner was resourceful enough, he could put on a different story with a crazed fan or a car accident, anything. Do you think he picked Mantle because Serena would have definitely not liked him? Because Serena wanted someone like Mantle to be brought to justice, not for her murder, of course, but in general. So he killed her and then tried to pay tribute to her by picking the specific murderer candidate. I'm sorry. But this doesn't make any sense. I could be wrong. Or you could well be right. I'm sorry, Michelle. I guess I need to think it through, of course. By the way, if you ever want to join the Reflection Police, do let me know. I could probably help. I think I have just told you literally everything I knew and I've only realized it now. Recommendations from practitioners or scientists will be enough. Thanks. Make the most of the conversation. Oh, did I? Make the most of your conversation with who? Is that me? Oh, there we go. Oh, according to this. If there's anything to go by, I'm only about halfway through the game. Thanks. Isn't her name Iris and her body is named Serena? Yes. Her name is Iris and the person at... Ah. Oh, yes, I get it now. Sorry, I didn't, yeah. Fine, he can be Roy. I was thinking, why go on a holiday with someone if you're planning to kill her? I didn't put two and two together. Well, how about out of guilt? Michelle and Mantle was being followed over the past week before the murder. This means they just got back from Switzerland and Fenner immediately. So something happened during their vacation? Damn, could be the case. That's one more thing. Serena agreed to help the police 3 days before the murder, and then they had been following Mantle for a while. Looks like Fenner made up his mind before
Pokemon,
that.
catch it.
Did he know she wouldn't refuse to cooperate? And did he know the police needed someone planted? Yeah. He has an insider at the police station. Bloody hell. But I'm glad you've thought of that. I mean, we both have. Actually, I wanted to ask why you went through the most important subjects the way that you did. Benner and Thomas. Now, the police station, when talking to Suze. You pick the most important questions that are not directly about Serena. Why? Avoidance, darling, as a psychologist, we would put it, I think. And how would you put it? I'll just avoid answering this. I think it's your choice starting to affect you. Or not as such. More like why you focus on. Like he's configuring my lens. I should probably get back to Michelle now. Oh, look at the kitty cat. Is that Rika? Apricot, you can always feel when I'm stressed. He's so sweet. I didn't know police station cats in London were a thing, to be honest. His story is quite sad. Tell me, I'll get my mind off thinking how my murderer is my husband, or my murderer is my husband, or my murderer is my husband, or my murderer, or our murderer is my husband. Well, you know, along these panicky lines, the neighbors called the police. The girl was trying to leave her man, but he wouldn't let her go, and he was trashing the flat to make his point. Started with things, then got to her. The cat just happened to be there, so he threw it out the window. The 7th floor. Wow. They were all brought into the station. The police called for the vet, but he was too late. Poor Apricot. It broke my heart. The way he fawned upon his human until the very end. And the most wrongful thing is she drew her statement later. That's how we gotta have him. Apricot is a smart kitty. He's careful. He's just so fluffy. And I'm always worrying about him. Animal reflections do not understand that they cannot go into the void. And that human reflections cannot but ignore them. Every time I start to reflect, I worry about him. Well, he requires some serious attention too. It was the cat all along. No, it was the husband. Am I right, kitty? I wish I could find someone to take care of him, but I honestly have no idea how to do that. Oh my god, pick me and I'll take it back to Tony. He'll love it. Oh yes. I will take the cat for Tony. I've got an idea actually. I know it's a very nice guy who's mad about cats, and our captor can easily watch over Apricot too. Curator, not captor. Dora can indeed, but she probably won't be ecstatic about this. Tony will be though. Uh-oh, good point. Who's your curator? Her name is Dora. We're currently on an expedition looking for new lands. Oh my gosh, you know Fabrico? Oh, he's one of the practitioners. How's he doing? Is he alright? Fabrico is my former partner. We've been through so much together. I miss him terribly. Now that is random. I don't really know him that well. He works a lot, I think. The usual. Doesn't care about himself or cannot just walk past and not lend a helping hand. I bet he can solve your case. He's the best, the most reliable, most loyal, decent. Excuse me. I really miss him so much. He could come across as a little rude at first, but he was an exemplary officer and a friend. He died in a shootout, drove in front of my prototype to save her. Aww. I mean, that's how his prototype died. But I know Fabricio would have done the same thing for me. They were practically the same person, him and his prototype. You come across a little rude. Johnny did say that Fab was an obscenely polite dude. And I thought that's what it was. That's what he was. Iris, I'm not liking this. You see, we're on the same page. It just reminds me of Thomas Mantle. One behavior with some people and a totally different one with others. This is flicked up. I'm liking it less and less, you know. Damn it, Michelle, still talking. Let's think it through later. I applied to move here after his death. We used to work together on Camber Grove. Will you say hi to him for me and pass on a note? I'll write it down at once. I will, sure. And I'll give you Apricot with his food and his things. Promise me you'll visit every now and then. I can tell him and tell me how he's doing. Tony, look what you've got me doing for you. I promise. Thank you. Now tell me everything you know about Serena's death. I'll just put the recorder on. I don't really have much more to add. The prototype. Verena didn't say a single word, nor did Serena. I didn't see him leave. Oh, but he was wearing gloves. So what about the time of the murder? I'm not sure, although it didn't take more than half an hour before the body to be discovered, so I'm guessing around 4:30. Thank you. I can ask Michelle a couple more questions. And Apricot, I will head straight to Tony. Did Thomas say anything useful during his interrogation? Why aren't you downstairs? Where can I get a hold of for any subsequent interrogations? Tell me a bit more about your work. How often does it make sense for me to come down here? You mentioned there was a drug bust going on today. Most of the guys were downstairs. Why aren't you? Because of Apricot, my prototype also works another shift. She's getting her sleep and I gotta sort out some paperwork. We've made progress on the case. It's good that I'm here. Did Thomas say anything useful during his interrogation? If you want, I can play it for you, but overall he didn't really. He's a vessel for cosmic energies and he listened to the pulse of nature's giant beating heart. He realized that when Serena sees the truth, the balance between the good and the evil will tilt in the favor of the good. Ben and Suzanne, us, the entertainment industry, it's all our fault. We have allowed the profit in the making to perish, albeit unknowingly. Serena being the prophet, delightful. I think so, at least. That's what he claims. Suzanne, Laura's introduced him to Serena, to each other at some point. And that's when the Wheel of Destiny was set in motion. It's all very confusing. So it was Susie who introduced them. Susie's prototype? Blah, she knew it. Yoga, harmony, and courses of some sort. She knew it and said nothing. The only thing she cares about is making an impression, idiot. She's not to blame for what a prototype did, though. Whom she doesn't separate herself from. Ugh. Definitely an idiot. I'm sorry. By the way, it looks like Mantle doesn't have a penchant role play. We first have a caring head of the center and a dangerous sect follower on our hands, and then the enlightened guru steps in. Mentally ill, if his condition is confirmed officially, he won't go to jail. Yep. We're going to get a hold of his subsequent interrogations. Tell me a bit more about your work and police in general. Is there an achievement for this or what? Yes, I'm ready to go. Michelle has helped. Just like that, it's sort of unusual. She's got a stake in it, even though I had to think properly about the questions. The genre implies that tension should go up from this point so that we can talk about something less pleasant next time or take a trip to the dangerous part of the station. Close-ups, guns, chases. We'll definitely have to get involved in some dodgy too. Sounds like a plan. No way that cat can fit in that cat carrier. He's good to go. Tell Fabrico he's the best ever. I'll tell him you miss him. Thank you for helping me. And thank you too. We'll eventually manage to figure out Dolberg's motive. Don't forget that we're open on workday evenings and weekend mornings. I'll be happy to have you any day. Thank you, Michelle. So what, I just bring the cat back without putting it in the cage? What's to say it's not going to run off? Hey there, Iris. What's the cat for? And the rest of it? Yeah, really. I'm not the one who needs a cat. But you did bring it back with you, no? At long last, Iris. My, what is this? Where do I even begin? Apricot, what are you? Are you really a cat? How did you get here? Have I really brought you myself? And what for? I see a realistic question at last. Tony! Apricot, this is Tony. Tony, this is Apricot. Pudding, Alice. Alice Pudding. Oh my god, it made half his cracks disappear, didn't it? Oh, look at the happy family. I'm so gonna cry now. Hey you, fix those waterworks in my head now. And then Iris explained herself. I came back and brought Tony a cat. They became friends at once, which has really helped Tony, and yes, Tony took the cat with him inside the bus. Am I missing anything? Iris! And then you told me to explain myself and I... Stop clowning around. Why did you even think that he needed a cat? Rico, the one thing he's calling all the time was a cat. People that Tony likes get called fuzzy for a reason. So now we're traveling not just with you, but with a cat too, although its effects on Tony was truly remarkable, I have to say that. Maximilian III, what were you two standing there? Dura, we have never seen anything like this. Me either. Well, did you guys get a good enough look? Get started on dinner then. Iris, and what are all these things? It's the cat's fortune. Maximilian gets everything on the bus. Please, Iris. You go on and explain to Tony what cat eats, relieves itself, and sheds fur, and tell him how to take care of it. I'm going to see Takio and I'll check in when you get back. Would you just look at the things I do for you, Tony? Totally worth it, though. I know, it was a cry from the heart. Oh, you and someone else made... I didn't even think of that. It just feels... You and someone else made Tony happy. Alright, remember me, young Dora. This is all you're doing. Roy. Hi, Iris. How are you? To be fair, I should tell Roy that we're a family now. But this is probably a private conversation. Well, I don't know. You two are not that close, are you? It's just a relationship crisis after he murdered me. A few couples of therapy sessions and we're as good as new again. I wanted to ask you to visit the police station. It'll be good for the investigation even if you don't know that much. Sure, I'll go. And there's one more thing. Yes. I've got a question. Have you ever had to reflect in a doctor's office? Your prototype seems to be trying to do something about his phobia in the mirrors. Blimey, he does have a spectrophobia after all. I thought it was possible, but was never fully sure. A fear of mirrors has a fancy name to it. I know Roy. And Roy knows it. Delightful. Anyway, I've never had to. Maybe they used to work with some other non-mirrored objects. Or he doesn't have the phobias of this kind given his barbershop addiction, given where I stand on this. Yes, you're probably right. Dilemma of the century. Tell Roy that we're married and see if it makes him jump, scare along Dora along the way. Well, not tell him. Please do me a favor. Don't scream too loud and don't jump. Why would I do that? Because you're my husband, and all my husbands always do both. I don't understand why you joke about something like that. Your prototype's name is Fenrir Dalberg. He sells yachts and he has a lot of money and a nervous breakdown after his wife's death. Yep, Serena is his wife. It's honestly just so weird that we've never met before. It's all because of the phobia, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Iris. You didn't owe me this, but I'm really glad that you told me. Oh well, done to me. Actually, I need to discuss something new, but we should get Dora to join us. Dora, come over here, please. Hey, Rory, what's up? Dora, listen, I've been to the lab today. There's some new information. Those who die in front of the mirror, apparently their links to their prototypes are much stronger than for other reflections. And this is news. And how is this news, Roy? This is news because there's a good chance that Iris may recall Serena's certain skills, expertise, and even professional qualities. I believe we should check. Never happened to me. Why would it happen to her? Well, have you checked? Of course. Why would I? Anyway, it doesn't matter. What do you think, Iris? I think my false memories about administering first aid may have had an unexpected source. Let's risk it. Serena's good at archery. She can juggle, dance, flamenco, step, and Arabic rock and roll. Excellent. Dancing sounds safe and won't take long to check. It won't take long here, a mere couple of days until I collapse from exhaustion. Iris. Okay, I'll go browse some shoes and trousers from you. Turns out Iris has told you how she... not exactly... irresponsible she can be, and I'll wear everything and trusting you. Oh, Iris. Roy, have you told Dora the thrilling story of how we met? Is this why she's trying to bite your head off now? You'll know better. But it's not the best time for going over it now. Are you ready to try? Uh-huh. Let's find the nearest road. I need an even surface. Oh, tap dance? Now then, you definitely sure you couldn't do it before? Yes, I'm quite average rhythm-wise. Not anymore. Let's go deliver the news to Takio. I guess so, but still, tired my apologies. We need Takio. Of course, no problem. What is going on? Nothing critical. Roy has found out that those who die in front of the mirror sometimes recall their prototype skills, experiences, and even personal qualities. It's from the lab. We decided to check if it was true, and it turns out Iris can dance flamenco really well, although she technically cannot. I don't see how this is a big problem, but I thought you should know. This is curious. Iris, if you want, we could talk in private, just you and me. You can tell others whatever you feel appropriate to share later. I've come with you to help rather than to pry. Let me know when you're done or if you need any help. C for consistency. I think I'd rather a private chat with Takio. Just admit that you like to have unreciprocated feelings for men with long hair. You still joking? At 2 Iris. Anyway, time to decide. I want to chat in private with you, the doctor. I want both. We'll get them both to say. Why not summon all of my dearest friends? Chloe, Johnny, Suze, Diaz, Max, Fabrico. Actually, maybe not Fabrico. Missing the crowd. More like having a hunch that anyone here would be more useful than just me alone. Like, I'd like Ty to join and Dora to stay. Tell me everything from the beginning. Serena could dance flamingo, and I couldn't, but I just did. And I was pretty impressive. And I don't see how this is dramatic development. What is, though? Not necessary dramatic per se, but can't see with you in the way, buddy. It's like suddenly I saw her dancing on stage in the dress and the shoes, and I sort of became her for a while and stopped being myself. One could say I'm really not thrilled. Neither am I. It's good that we found you though. Found out though. Although I wonder what could have come of it. By the way, if anything fell on me while I was dancing, I'm not sure I'd be quick enough to react. I should probably hire a page just in case. He'll be running around and fending off dangers while I'm at it. The idea sounds reasonable, but I'm afraid I will not be able to commission a page for you. The idea sounds reasonable. Oops. But I'm afraid I will not be able to commission a page for you. What is it similar case to you that you described earlier? Not quite that time. It was like reflecting Serena, but now I sort of on stage in a room where it wasn't even a single mirror. Your memory was probably your memory has probably never kept it, or your mind completed the visual for you. By the way, do you remember me telling you about the knowledge that I had or wasn't really supposed to have? Yes, do you want to ask me if it may belong to your prototype? Something like that, yes. It is unlikely, but I would not discard the possibility. Iris also died in front of the mirror, and I'm fine, but I'll manage. I'm sure regardless of how sustainable Roy's theory is. Let's get back to discussing any other differences between them. Don't forget we are on our last battle, guys. This is Super Boss. I will be ending stream very shortly. Any other differences between them? I can't tell him I saw Roy or Ferno. But then I'll also have to share that Roy's prototype is Serena's husband. Listen, Takio, a doctor after all, he hardly concerns himself with the private parts of the story. However, his information may help shed some light on things. Tell Takio. Keep it to yourself. Nah, let's tell him. Let's spill the beans. I saw Ferno Roy's prototype in the dream. It's Serena's husband, and now... So no one was planning on telling me, am I right? I wasn't, and Roy only learnt about her marriage 20 minutes ago. Oops. Dora, isn't their private business. But I'm her curator. Many people find it hard to talk about anything relating to painful memories. Thanks for sharing, Iris. Let's continue. Can you estimate how long you were out of it? A few seconds in both cases. This is expected. I may have said this before. You died in front of the mirror and hence have this physical experience of living through death. Many who have gone through the same having their flashbacks. I have rather specific type of post-traumatic stress disorder. Exactly. I think when you stopped being yourself... Thanks, Blake. You got 15 minutes left on your super boss. Well, why didn't you stay alive for another 15... Why didn't you stay alive another 15 minutes then, mister? I'm tired. I bet you have to stay up to start your battle anyway. You should have just, I don't know, started early. Meds are kicking in. Oh. Well, don't forget to start or you're going to upset a lot of people. Diabetic. Hey. Yeah. You right? Thank you, asshole. You go look after yourself, King Jerry. You take it easy. Start your battle early. And then if you lose, just start it next stream. People will be less salty if you lose and start it next stream than if you leave them hanging overnight. I think so anyway. When either you guys stopped being yourself, your Zeke used a disassociation, used protection mechanism to painful feelings. I will prescribe you some medication to reduce emotional strain. Is it that bad? Don't worry, it's just a light sedative. Follow the timetable for the dosage. A light sedative, lack of choice, sub. Everything clear? Quite so. Takio, she won't experience drowsiness or lack of coherence. We will adjust the treatment, should that happen. Fine. I'll keep an eye on her. And regarding the rest. Iris, I'm with you. There is nothing dangerous about recalling your prototype skills. And it is up to you whether or not to use that. These changes are most likely related to you starting your own separate life. For example, you did not need sleep before, and now you do. The same applies to skills. Are you saying that starting from today it is vital that I dance flamenco? Well, do you feel the urge? I don't know, maybe a little. There you go. On the other hand, if there was no urge, you'd still have the option now, which is not that bad. Takio, can I ask Iris a question? Of course. Iris, I'm sorry if this is too personal, but do you remember if flamenco was important to Serena? No really, but I'm not sure. Do you remember how she used to come into the studio and dance there alone? Ah, the expensive sleep when she had too much work. She did it to take her mind off things. Although she's actually quite liked to dance. Could it be that your subconscious is willing to be closer to her and thus manifests itself through dance? Could be. What an interesting idea, Tyne. Thank you. Iris, you may experience your displacement memories coming back, but in the case of flamenco, nothing is pointing at the fact that we are dealing with them. and certainly scares us at most. And we try to get rid of it whenever we can. It's a mere self-defense mechanism. The brain completes certain images relying on memory and associations. So am I simply letting my imagination run wild? I cannot state certainty, but it's the most probable version. Hey, inner voice, have I imagined you being nice too? In that case, you're very talented. Now, the most controversial subject, personal qualities. Tell me, have you noticed any significant changes to your personality? Tell him about me. I think Takio can help you figure it all out, and you'll be less stressed. We both will be. Doctor, I think my inner voice is kinda Breaking Bad. You might want to rephrase it, but generally speaking, yes. I have no idea how he will react. Okay, then Takio asked me if I had any significant personality changes. Do I? Do I not? Yes, let's tell him about the second iris. To be honest, there were certain changes. Tell me in detail, please. After my prototype's death, my inner voice became more pronounced. Yep, I know. We all have an inner voice. Yep, arguing with yourself in your head is absolutely fine. Yep. We all sometimes tell ourselves to go to hell. But when my inner voice is trying to seize control, it sort of makes me nervous. Do you think it's healthy, Doctor? And why am I only hearing about this now? Dora, I need to ask Iris a few questions. No comments for the time being, please. Iris, you should definitely talk about these things. Thank you for trusting us. Let's go. Let's get to it, shall we? I need you to answer in as much detail as possible. Is your inner voice always there? Does it respond when you call on it? Does it? It does. I guess it's a yes to both questions. Can I ask your inner voice something directly? She can hear, yes, and I'll pass on the answers. So you cannot move her forward consciously, so to speak? No? Alright. Does she have her own name? I've never actually thought about this, but Iris is a good name. No, she uses mine. If this other Iris were offered her own separate body, would she want it? What am I going to do with it, though? I'm your inner voice, after all. She says that she's my inner voice and hence does not need her own body. But your inner voice acknowledges herself as a separate person, right? Yes. No. This question feels wrong. We're simply together. I cannot imagine myself being apart from you. She doesn't feel like she and I can be totally apart. But she is different, correct? Yes. Obviously. And what does she want? To help, I guess. I'm worried that I might get involved with the wrong people and end up suffering or even hurt. She says she's worried about me and wanting to help me. The other Iris. She has tried helping you already? Can you provide an example? Yesterday, we mentioned this before, during our last night's incident, she was very persistent in telling me what to do. Did you agree with her? No, she tried to impose her ideas on me. But you did not listen to her and acted on your own? Yes, albeit it wasn't easy. See, Takio, can I ask both Irises a question? Of course. Have there been any other... I can't see through your butt, Millie. Have there been any other similar situations? I guess not. There totally has been. When Tony fainted, I told you how you told me. I thought it just came up on its own. I now have this feeling that I tried to intervene but I wasn't. I didn't quite know what I was doing. Delightful. Iris, we've just had a discussion. She says that I owe her that sudden burst of my first aid knowledge. What I mean is when Tony fainted after making those doors, I suddenly remembered what to do when somebody faints. The knowledge just resurfaced in my head. This is just fabulous. Turns out the other Iris got scared in both cases. With Tony and on the bus. I don't know. How did she figure it out? I don't know. She just did. Are you scared or what? Well, you understand, do you? Even, I cannot quite. Again, how can she understand? And she's scared now too. No, this is a different situation. What do you mean? On the bus incident, it was Dora who was in danger, and then it had been Tony before. Sometimes, like the second Iris, worries about others more than she does about herself. Under the scrutiny makes me uncomfortable, but I think that Tyne is right. she's not too thrilled about just how craftily you've picked her rich inner world apart, but she agrees with your version in general. Tyne, thank you. I could have never guessed myself. Of course you would. And I know which questions you're going to ask next. I have no doubt for that. What does the second iris hold most dear? Most important? Everything related to Serena, of course. And also struggling for the word. You know, when you try to view the situation as is without gripping your first impression or some familiar ways of judgment or action. Unblinkered version? I guess so. And probably staying true to yourself. Are you implying we should live in peace and harmony? No, I just like it when you make a decision and then stick to it. Ugh, dull. Everything related to Serena, unblinkered version, unsticking to decisions once made, she was a buzzkill. What does Serena have to do with all of this? We wouldn't have existed without her. She says we wouldn't have existed without her. Yes, just like you would not without Mirrors, Serena's parents, and her entire circle of relations that has played a big part in shaping her personality. Well, in that case, because Iris is mostly Serena, she says that I am mostly Serena, and since the other Iris is mostly me, we're now taking degrees of self-identification. Curious, if she really is mostly you, is there anything she has gotten from you directly? None of the good stuff. Actually, her jokes are sometimes quite decent. At first, she didn't seem to understand me, and she could relate. Good, I understand what you're getting tired. So one final question. When the other Iris sees your flashbacks, does she see them or not? I like to think flashbacks are a means of preserving something that's used pardon me, to be Serena's memories. Someone invented you just to rub salt into my wounds. She wants to believe that my flashbacks are memories of Serena's, and this way everything that is used to be hers still lingers and doesn't disappear. Oh, I see. Thank you. Dora, have you ever gone through anything like this? As long as you don't mind sharing, of course. When's the next dungeon? Is it your Friday or your Saturday, guys? As long as you don't mind sharing, of course. That is a good question. Thanks, Tyne. Indeed, Dora. Also, you died in front of the mirror. Now that I come to think of it, I believe I have something similar. In the beginning, I often had heated Thursday. Your Thursday is my Friday. Okay. So 3 days' time. I often heated internal dialogues about a particular subject was harsher than usual. The expectations put an end to that. You came to some sort of decision, am I right? I made my choice. My prototype and I had a major discord in our views once. Maybe Dorothea's death made me place too much emphasis on it. Did you feel any changes inside with the inner argument? No, still me, just like I was before, promising in Netherlands. Nevertheless, Iris is not the only one that can keep an eye on Dora. I understand. Iris, I'm no psychiatrist, and I'm not ready to settle on a diagnosis. Oh, damn. Just when we thought we had Billy McGilligan's condition, we have not thought anything. Maybe that was some other us. It is quite hard to diagnose a dissociative identity disorder, and again, I am no psychiatrist. Alright, but do you have anything else to tell me? Yes, as far as I understand, the other Iris has emerged as a reaction to stress caused by Serena's death. Moreover, I'm certain that you will go back to being your own single self in a while. at that moment. The very core of your common identity with her is comprised of humor, behavioral consistency, and that concerns Serena. Seems like a stable structure to me, which is good news. The recipe is simple. You should aim to stand united with her. Hold on a second. Do you mean that I should figure out her death, stay true to myself, and continue joking? Exactly. Have you heard him, Dora? Yes, and I wouldn't have believed it if I weren't present here now. Takio, I used to think better of your methods. If Iris keeps joking all the time, she won't be able to focus on her work, and her future really does. Stop it, Iris. But the doctor said... Fine. Only this once, though. If it gets worse, which is possible, let me know right away. In my opinion, the prognosis is moderately optimistic one.
Oh, Pokemon, catch it, catch it, catch it.
Your physique is trying to cope with stress, and for the time being, it seems like you will not need any external interventions. I'm actually glad that he doesn't mind the investigation. He supports it even. Me too. It's quite funny that he allowed you to keep joking. Us to keep joking. You're allowed to. That voice is of yours. Where is... Thank you, Takio. I understand more now. You're welcome. Wait a minute. I shall get you the pills. It's good that we figured everything out and taken control of the situation. But you should have told me right away. Promise me that you won't keep anything important from me again. Of course I won't, Mum. I have nothing else to say. Come here, Roy. Takio has figured it all out. Iris Kitchen is caused by a death in front of the mirror. It's not in any danger of a kind. Iris, I'm kind of glad that you're okay. I'm glad too, and thanks for the information, by the way. See, Roy, this is what happens when you're not hiding the truth. Well, we figured it out, didn't we? Let's quit it then. Iris, I've got nothing to add to what Takio said, but remember, you can always come to us when something is broken. I'll share all my thrilling pathologies with you and Takio from now on. I would prefer no pathologies, but it is nice to see your spirits are high. Iris, can I have a word with you? Uh-huh. I've given it some thought, and I guess I have to tell you, you're a great dancer. Compliment? Shush. Have to, like obliged to. First we focused on the hypotheses and then held and went in to see Takio. Then you had a long conversation and you're probably tired anyway. I think you could use some support. I remember what you said back in the dressing room, and I understand it's important for you to hold on to something of hers. Dancing is a beautiful way to do that. Thank you, Roy. Iris. Iris. It's like something's flashing. There's nothing there. Don't upset me. I think you just really want to see something. Just say it already, Serena. Damn it, I cannot get used to not having to reflect her in mirrors anymore. And then the dancing, it feels like she isn't dead, but you're still reflecting her. But without seeing her. Complicated stuff in a way, yes. I understand now that the whole notion of primary mirrors comes from. Many would want to see something again, this way at least. It's because when you see yourself in the mirror, it is you're connected to something. To someone real. Someone who could have reflected back at you. You know, I really did see something in there just for a split second. Anyway, I'll go show to Dora. She'll be thrilled to find out that I'm suddenly in possession of a magical artifact. Or that I'm going mad. And Dora used to attach it to her prototype. Too, she can understand. How about tomorrow though? It's late now. Hopefully nothing can happen overnight. Tomorrow, huh? Any victim's classic mistake in a horror movie anyway. But sure, why not? I am not reading the diary. I'd like Serena to be proud of me. Here. Iris, you're up, Ellie. Good morning. I might actually leave this game here. My battle's almost ready. I'll continue it in the next stream. Since there's gonna be a part 1 of this game. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my YouTube.